Subtyping. Present participle and gerund of subtype. Genotoxic. Capable of damaging genetic materials such as DNA and thus causing mutations or possibly cancer. Genotoxic stress. Damage to the genome of an organism as the result of a genotoxin. Genotoxic stresses. Plural of genotoxic stress. Genotoxically. In a genotoxic manner. Genotoxicant. Genotoxin. Genotoxicants. Plural of genotoxicant. Genotoxicities. Plural of genotoxicity. Genotoxicity. The condition of being genotoxic. Genotoxicological. Relating to genotoxicology. Genotoxicology. The branch of toxicology that deals with the genetic effects of toxic substances, especially to the production of mutation by chemical means. Genotoxin. Any substance capable of causing damage to cellular DNA and thus producing mutations or cancer. Genotoxins. Plural of genotoxin. Genotranscriptome. A genome antigen or related transcriptome. Genotranscriptomes. Plural of genotranscriptome. Genotranscriptomic. Relating to a genotranscriptome. Genotropic. Relating to genotropism. Genotropism. The reciprocal attraction between carriers of the same or related latent recessive genes. Genotypable. Capable of being genotyped. Genotype. The part DNA sequence of the genetic makeup of an organism which determines a specific characteristic phenotype of that organism. Genotype. Simple past and past participle of genotype. Genotypes. Plural of genotype. Genotype-wise. With regard to genotypes. Genotypic. Of or pertaining to a genotype. Genotypical. Of or relating to a genotype. Genotypically. With reference to a genotype. Genotypification. The typification of genotypes. Genotypify. Simple past and past participle of genotypify. Genotypify. Synonym of genotype. Genotyping. Present participle and gerund of genotype. Genotypings. Plural of genotyping. Genotypization. The formation or the identification of genotypes. Genotyping. Genuiller. A metal plate used as armor for the knee. Genuillers. Plural of genuiller. Genovar. A getavariant. Genavariant. A genetic variant. Genavariants. Plural of genavariant. Genavariation. Genetic variation. Genavariations. Plural of genavariation. Genevars. Plural of genovar. Genovaries. Of or pertaining to Genoa. Genovese syndrome. The bystander effect. Genovino. A gold coin used in the Republic of Genoa from 1252 to 1415. Genovinos. Plural of Genovino. Genba. The general population of a prison. Genfuku. A Japanese coming-of-age ceremony modeled after an early Tang Dynasty Chinese custom. Genre. A kind, a stylistic category or sort, especially of literature or other artworks. Genre fiction. Fictional works written with the intent of fitting into a specific literary genre such as mystery, romance, or horror with an existing audience. Genre fictions, plural of genre fiction. Genre film, a film that was produced with the intent of strictly adhering to a specific genre.
Man, we just got 1,000 more orders. Welcome to the future of DTF printing, to a new era of design, to seamless usability, to durability, to easy ROI, to unmatched precision and speed, to vivid excellence, to cost-effective production. Welcome to the experts at Impact USA and Inkjet Parts.
Of a genre. Gamerazabi, aware of the elements that are typically found in a particular genre, able to recognize and slash or predict the tropes that come into play. Genre, simple past and past participle of genre. Generification, shelving of library books or similar works based on genre. Generify, simple past and past participle of generify. Generify, third person singular simple present indicative of generify. Generify, to sort a library collection so that books of the same genre are shelved together. Generifying, present participle and gerund of generify. Genrering, present participle and gerund of genre. Genreous, without a genre. Genrelessness, absence of genre. Generalization, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of generalization. Generalizations, plural of generalization. Generalization, the pigeonholing of people as a result of the genre of music, fashion, or lifestyle that they adhere to. Generalizations, plural of generalization. Genres, plural of genre. Genre, pertaining to genre. Gedring, present participle and gerund of genre. Genro, a body of elder statesmen of Japan, formerly used as informal advisors to the emperor. Genros, plural of genro. Plural of gen. Jens, a surname from German. Jens up, third person singular simple present indicative of gen up. Gens, plural of gen. Gen San, abbreviation of General Santos City. Genstorms, plural of gendarme. Gensel, a surname from German. Gensels, plural of gensel. Ginseng, alternative form of ginseng. Ginsengs, plural of ginseng. Genseric, a male given name of mainly historical use, borne by a king of the Vandals. Gensos, plural of gens. Genset, an internal combustion engine equipped with an electric generator, such as an industrial unit or a range extender trailer, extending the range of battery-powered electric vehicles. Genset, plural of genset. Genship, contraction of generation ship. Genships, plural of genship. Gensing, a district of St Leonard's and ward in Hastings Borough, East Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 8009. Gensler, a surname. Genslers, plural of Gensler. Jensen, a surname from French. Jensens, plural of Jensen. Deck, a surname. Genta, gentamicin. Gentamicin, a broad-spectrum aminoglycoside antibiotic mixture derived from an actinomycete Micromonospora echinospora, extensively used as the sulfate in treating severe systemic bacterial infections as of the urinary tract. 3R4R5R212s 3R4s 6R46 diamino 32R3R6 is 3-amino 6-1R1 methylamino ethyloxin 2-il-oxy 2-hydroxycyclohexyl oxy 5-methyl 4-methylamino oxane 3,5-diol. Gentamicins, plural of gentamicin. Gentamicin, alternative spelling of gentamicin. Gentamicin, alternative form of gentamicin. Genteel, affectedly proper or refined, somewhat prudish refinement, excessively polite. Genteel business, the theatrical parts that require the actor to be dressed well. Genteel lady, a traditional memory game in which players must accurately repeat an increasingly long sentence, with forfeits and additional rules imposed for making mistakes. Genteeler, comparative form of genteel, more genteel. Genteeless, superlative form of genteel, most genteel. Genteelish, somewhat genteel. Genteelism, genteel behavior. Genteelisms, plural of genteelism. Gentilize, to make genteel. Gentilize, simple past and past participle of gentilize. Gentilizes, third person singular simple present indicative of gentilize. Gentilizing, present participle and gerund of gentilize. Genteelly, in a genteel manner. Gentleness, the quality of being genteel. Gentilnesses, plural of genteelness. Genter, a surname from German. Genters, plural of genter. That's, plural of gens. Genthelvite, an isometric hexatetrahedral mineral containing beryllium, oxygen, silicon, sulfur, and zinc. Genther, a surname from German. Genthers, plural of gentner. Gentiamrin, a glycoside found in gentian plants. Gentian, any of various herbs of the family Gentianaceae found in temperate and mountainous regions with violet or blue flowers. Gentian blue, a purplish blue color. Gentian blues, plural of gentian blue. Gentian violet, also known as crystal violet, a chemical dye used in the Gram stain test, and is also a fungicide. Chemically, hexamethylpyrosinylene chloride, CHClN3. Gentian violets, plural of gentian violet. Gentianaceous, of or relating to the family Gentianaceae of flowering plants. Gentianella, any of the genus Gentianella of dwarf gentians. Gentianellas, plural of gentianelle. Gentianic, only used in gentianic acid. Gentianic acid, gentizic acid. Gentianin, alternative form of gentianine. Gentianine, a crystalline alkaloid solid obtained from gentian. Gentianophilic, readily staining with gentian violet. Gentianophilus, readily staining with gentian violet. Gentianophobic, not readily staining with gentian violet. Gentianose, a crystallizable, sugar-like substance with a slightly sweetish taste obtained from the gentian. Gentians, plural of gentian. Gentivaceae, alternative form of gentiobiaceae. Gentic, spelling of genetic. Genticide, the killing of a race or nation of people, the slaughter of an ethnic group, a genocide. Genticides, plural of genticide. Genticulate, misspelling of geniculate. Gentile, alternative letter case form of Gentile, a non-Jewish person. Gentiletum, the realm or sphere of non-Jewish people. Gentiles, plural of Gentile. Gentilus, courtesy, refinement. Gentleness. Gentlehomme, a French gentleman. Gentilhommes, plural of gentilhomme. Gentilic, tribal or national. Gentilicia, plural of gentilissim. Gentilicial, indicative of the family or lineage. Gentilicials, plural of gentilicial. Gentilician, synonym of gentilicial. Gentilicians, plural of gentilician. Gentilicious, synonym of gentilicial. Gentilicium, synonym of nomen gentilicium. Gentilix, plural of gentilic. Gentilize, alternative form of gentilize. Gentilize, simple past and past participle of gentilize. Gentilizes, third person singular simple present indicative of gentilize. Gentilish, heathenish, pagan. Gentilizing, present participle and gerund of gentilize. Gentilism, heathenism, paganism, the worship of pagan gods. Gentilisms, plural of gentilism. Gentilicial, specific to a people, national. Gentilicials, plural of gentilicial. Gentilician, synonym of gentilicial. Gentilities, plural of gentility. Gentilicious, synonym of gentilicial. Gentility, the state of being elegant, genteel, having good breeding, or being socially superior. Gentilization, the process of making something non-Jewish. Gentilize, to render something gentile or gentlemanly. Gentilize, simple past and past participle of gentilize. Gentilizes, third person singular simple present indicative of gentilize. Gentilizing, causing one to become or becoming a Gentile. Gentilizings, plural of gentilizing. Gently, obsolete spelling of gently. Gentilshams, plural of gentilhom. Gentimissen, misspelling of gentimissen. Genoves, stalobes. Genoveses, plural of geniobies. Gentiobios, a disaccharide consisting of two D-glucose units. Geniobiase, any glycoside of gentiobios. Geniobia is plural of geniobiaceae. Geniobiacedocovenese, a particular steroid glycoside. Geniobiasol, relating to gentiobios. Geniobiaceae, a particular steroid glycoside. Geniobiasolodrose, a particular steroid glycoside. Geniobiasololendrin, a particular steroid glycoside. Gentiobiolos, a particular disaccharide. Geniazine, any of a group of cyanin glucosides present in gentian flowers. Geniazines, plural of geniaceanin. Gentiadelphin, an anthoceanin derivative present in gentian flowers. Gendialactone, a saccharidoid dilactone, 4-ethyl 4-hydroxy 3,4,5,6 tetrahydro 1H8H pyrano 3,4C pyrin 3,8 dione present in gentiana triflora. Genepicrin, a bitter glycoside 5R trans 5-ethinyl 6-BD glucopyranosiloxy 5,6-dihydro 1H3H pyrano 3,4C pyrin 1,1 found in gentians. Gendiapicrose, synonym of gendiapicrin. Gentisate, 2,5-dihydroxybenzoate any salt of ester of gentisic acid. Gentisates, plural of gentisate. Gentisine, 1,3,7-trihydroxyxanthone, found in the form of its methyl ether gentisine in gentian root, or obtained synthetically by condensing fluoroglucanol with hydroquinone carboxylic acid. Gentisic acid, 2,5-dihydroxybenzoic acid produced by carboxylation of hydroquinone. Gentisin, gentianin, gentle, a surname. Gentle and simple, alternative form of gentle or simple. Gentle Annie, a long uphill road or trail without a resting place. Gentle Annis, plural of gentle Annie. Gentle as a lamb, very caring and calm. Gentle breeze, on the Beaufort scale, a force 3 wind 7-10 knots. Gentle breezes, plural of gentle breeze. Gentlecraft, shoemaking, the trade of a cobbler. Gentle giant, a person or animal of a great size or strength, yet who is of a friendly nature and not aggressive or threatening. Gentle giants, plural of gentle giant. Gentle lemur, synonym of bamboo lemur. Gentle lemurs, plural of gentle lemur. Gentle murder paradox, a paradox of deontic logic, whereby the plausible statements are, if you murder, you ought to murder gently. Roman 2, you do commit murder, and Roman 3, to murder gently, you must murder imply the less plausible statement. Roman 4, you ought to murder. Gentle nor simple, of any social standing. Gentle or simple, of any social standing. Gentle sex, women generally. Gentle-handed, having or involving hands that are gentle. Gentle-hearted, kind and compassionate. Gentle-heartedly, in a gentle-hearted manner. Gentle-heartedness, kindness and compassion. Gentle being, polite term of address for any sentient being, human or otherwise. Gentle beings, plural of gentle being. Gentle boy, a young gentleman. Gentle boys, plural of gentle boy. Gentle, simple past and past participle of gentle. Gentle folk, people of superior social position. Gentlefolks, synonym of gentlefolk. Gentle girl, a polite form of address for a young woman. Gentle girls, plural of gentle girl. Gentle-handed, alternative form of gentle-handed. Gentle-hearted, alternative form of gentle-hearted. Gentle-heartedly, alternative form of gentle-heartedly. Gentle-heartedness, alternative form of gentle-heartedness. Gentlehood, the state of being of good or gentle birth, good breeding. Gentle ladies, plural of gentle lady. Gentle lady, a form of address for a woman, also a reference to a female member of a legislature. Gentleman, a surname transferred from the nickname. Gentleman about town, alternative form of man about town. Gentleman and scholar, alternative form of scholar and gentleman. Gentleman cow, a row. Gentleman cows, plural of gentleman cow. Gentleman farmer, a man who farms his own land, but small scale, not for a living. Gentleman farmers, plural of gentleman farmer. Gentleman in waiting, alternative form of gentleman in waiting. Gentleman Jim, a man, especially one named James, whose behavior shows him to have a polite, courteous, and respectable nature. Gentleman Jims, plural of gentleman Jim. Gentleman of leisure, a gentleman who is of independent means and so does not need employment. A man who is free from duties and responsibilities, a dilettante. Gentleman of the back door, a man, chiefly a homosexual, who has anal sex. Gentleman scientist, a financially independent male scientist who pursues scientific study as a hobby. Gentlemen scientists, plural of gentleman scientist. Gentleman usher, an usher in the British royal household. Gentleman usher of the Black Rod, the sergeant-at-arms in the House of Lords. Gentlemen ushers, plural of gentleman usher. Gentleman's agreement, a usually unwritten agreement not bound by law but by honor. Gentlemen's agreements, plural of gentleman's agreement. Gentleman's bet, a bet in which no money is bet, only the honor of the two parties is at stake. There is no need for proof that one party's side of the bet has been fulfilled. He or she is taken at their word. Gentleman's C, an academic pass grade unfairly awarded to an otherwise failing student because of social advantages, such as a privileged family background. Gentleman's club, alternative form of gentleman's club. Gentlemen's clubs, plural of gentlemen's club. Gentleman's cruiser, a style of traditional motor yacht, typically low set with vertical all-round windows and traditional woodwork. Gentleman's CS, plural of gentleman's sea. Gentleman's gentleman, a valet or a man's personal manservant. Gentleman's measure, a large serving of alcoholic spirit, a double. Gentleman at arms, a member of the Honorable Corps of Gentlemen at Arms, a bodyguard to the British monarch instituted in 1509 and now having only ceremonial duties. Gentleman commoner, at the University of Oxford, a student paying higher fees and ranking above commoners, but below noblemen. Gentleman in waiting, a male attendant or servant in a royal or noble household. Gentlemanlike, alternative form of gentlemanlike. Gentlemanhood, the qualities or condition of a gentleman. Gentlemanish, displaying the qualities of a gentleman. Gentlemanism, gentlemanly behavior or attitudes. Gentlemanize, to make gentlemanly. Gentlemanize, simple past and past participle of gentlemanize. Gentlemanizes, third person singular simple present indicative of gentlemanize. Gentlemanizing, present participle and gerund of gentlemanize. Gentlemanlier, comparative form of gentlemanly, more gentlemanly. Gentlemanliest, superlative form of gentlemanly, most gentlemanly. Gentlemanlike, like a gentleman, courteous. Gentlemanlikely, in a gentlemanlike manner. Gentlemanlikeness, the quality of being gentlemanlike. Gentlemanlily, in a gentlemanly manner. Gentlemanliness, the state of being a gentleman. Gentlemanly, of being, pertaining to, or resembling a gentleman or gentleman. Gentlemen's, plural of gentleman. Gentlemanship, the quality of being a gentleman, i.e. good manners. Gentleman, alternative form of gentleman, a men's room, a lavatory for use by men. Gentlemen about town, plural of gentlemen about town. Gentlemen and scholars, plural of gentleman and scholar. Gentlemen farmers, plural of gentleman farmer. Gentlemen gyms, plural of gentleman gym. Gentlemen of leisure, plural of gentlemen of leisure. Gentlemen of the back door, plural of gentlemen of the back door. Gentlemen scientists, plural of gentlemen scientist. Gentlemen's, alternative letter case form of gentlemen's, a lavatory intended for use by men. Gentlemen's agreement, alternative form of gentlemen's agreement. Gentlemen's agreements, plural of gentlemen's agreement. Gentlemen's bets, plural of gentlemen's bet. Gentlemen's club, a private club of a type originally established by and for British upper-class men in the 18th century. Gentlemen's clubs, plural of gentlemen's club. Gentlemen's CS, plural of gentlemen's C. Gentlemen's gentlemen, plural of gentlemen's gentlemen. Gentlemen's measures, plural of gentlemen's measure. Gentlemen's room, any room intended for use by men. Gentlemen's rooms, plural of gentlemen's room. Gentlemen at arms, plural of gentlemen at arms. Gentlemen in waiting, plural of gentlemen in waiting. Gentleness, the state of being gentle. Gentleness, plural of gentleness. Gentle people, plural of gentle person. Gentle person, a gentle person of any gender. A member of the gentry. Gentle person, having the manners or behavior of a gentle person, having social graces, polite. Gentle persons, plural of gentle person. Gentler, comparative form of gentle, more gentle. Gentler sex, alternative form of gentle sex women. Gentles, plural of gentle. Gentleship, the deportment or conduct of a gentleman. Gentlesome, characterized or marked by gentleness, mild, tender. Gentlest, gentilis, gentleness. Gentlest, superlative form of gentle, most gentle. Gentletham, polite term of address for a non-binary person. Gentlethams, plural of gentletham. Gentlewoman, a woman of the nobility. Gentlewomanhood, the qualities or condition of a gentlewoman. Gentlewomanlike, characteristic of a gentlewoman, having the qualities of a gentlewoman. Gentlewomanliness, the quality of being gentlewomanly. Gentlewomanly, having the manners or behavior of a gentlewoman, having social graces, polite. Gentlewomen, plural of gentlewoman. Gentler, comparative form of gently, more gently. Deathliest, superlative form of gently, most gently. Gentling, present participle and gerund of gentle. Deathly, in a manner characterized by gentleness. A surname. Genteners, plural of gentener. Gentobaeus, the enzyme beta-glucosidase. Gentox, a municipality and suburb therein, in Copenhagen.
With Gemini and Gmail, Jenny can summarize all 37 PTA emails and quickly pick what to make for the bake stuck on this fridge?
Two penguins, plural of gentoo penguin. Gentoos, plural of gentoo. Gentris, the state or quality of being high-born, gentility. Gentries, plural of gentry. Gentrification, the renewal and rebuilding that accompanies the influx of middle-class or affluent people into deteriorating areas and often displaces earlier, usually poorer, residents. Any example of such a process? Gentrifications, plural of gentrification. Gentrify, simple past and past participle of gentrify. Gentrifier, an agent of gentrification. Gentrifiers, plural of gentrifier. Gentrifies, third person singular simple present indicative of gentrify. Gentrify, to renovate or improve something, especially housing or district, to make it more appealing to the middle class is now often with a negative association of pricing out existing residents. Gentrifying, present participle and gerund of gentrify. Gentry, a surname. Gentry bush, a thorny bush, especially a hawthorn. Gentry bushes, plural of gentry bush. Gentry Cove, alternative spelling of Gentry Cove. Gentry County, one of 114 counties in Missouri, United States. County seat, Albany. Gentry Cove, a gentleman. Gentry Coves Ken, a gentleman's house. Gentry Coves Kens, plural of Gentry Coves Ken. Gentry Coves, plural of Gentry Cove. Gentry Mort, a gentlewoman, a lady. Gentry Morts, plural of Gentry Mort. That's alternative form of gents, a men's room, a lavatory intended for use by men. That's possessive case of gents, belonging to some or all gents. Gentu, alternative form of gentu. Gentu, alternative form of gentu. Gentus, plural of gentu. Gentus, plural of gentu. Genti. Nitkum. That's a surname. Jensenian, of or relating to Gerhard Jensen 1909-1945, German mathematician and logician. Jensenization, conversion of a logic into a Jensenian form. Jensenizations, plural of Jensenization. Gensus, plural of gens. Gensler, a surname from German. Gentlers, plural of Gensler. Geno, Genu recurvatum, a deformity of the knee joint causing the knee to bend backwards. Genuvalgum, the condition in which the knees are abnormally close together and the ankles far apart. Genuvalgums, plural of genuvalgum. Genuvarum, and woe. Genu, plural of genu. Genual, of or pertaining to a genu or to the knee. Genuflect, to bend the knee as in servitude. Genuflected, simple past and past participle of genuflect. Genuflecting, present participle and gerund of genuflect. Genuflection, the act of genuflecting. Genuflections, plural of genuflection. Genuflective, servile. Genuflector, one who genuflects. Genuflectors, plural of genuflector. Genuflectory. Relating to genuflection. Genuflects. Third person singular simple present indicative of genuflect. Genuflex. Alternative form of genuflect. Genuflex. Simple past and past participle of genuflex. Genuflexes. Third person singular simple present indicative of genuflex. Genuflexing. Present participle and gerund of genuflex. Genuflection. Alternative spelling of genuflection. Genuflections. Plural of genuflection. Genue. Belonging to or proceeding from the original stock, native. Genuine article. An authentic thing as opposed to an imitation. Genuine articles. Plural of genuine article. Genuine fake. An imitation of a usually valuable object that is so good that it is, to all intents and purposes, identical. Genuine fakes. Plural of genuine fake. Genuine issue of material fact. A dispute over a material fact upon which the outcome of a legal case may rely, and which therefore must be decided by a judge or jury, a dispute which precludes summary judgment. Genuine issues of material fact. Plural of genuine issue of material fact. Genuine number 11. A poor batsman. Genuine number 11s. Plural of genuine number 11. Genuinely. In a genuine manner, truthfully, truly. Genuineness. The quality of being genuine. Authenticity. Genuinenesses. Plural of genuineness. Genuineness. Non-standard form of genuineness. Genuinfluencer. A post-material influencer. Genuinfluencers. Plural of genuinfluencer. Genuinity. Genuineness. Jenna. A surname. Genums. Plural of genin. Genupectoral. Relating to the posture of the knees and chests. Genuflation. The placement of someone's penis between another person's knees. Genuflation. Plural of genuflation. Genus. A category in the classification of organisms, ranking below family Lat Familia and above species. Genus name. The scientific name of a genus, which is always capitalized and italicized. Genus names. Plural of genus name. Genuses. Plural of genus. Genusos. Plural of genus. Genuine. Pronunciation spelling of genuine, representing dialectal English. Genuiner. Someone who likes only the first generation of the Pokémon franchise, especially when elitist or snobbish about later generations. Genuiners. Plural of genuiner. Genuine. Pronunciation spelling of genuine. Genoplasty. Plastic surgery to the cheek. Yet, a surname. Gendos. Plural of gens. Gensine. A fanzine made generally available, not limited to distribution, only among an amateur press association. Gentans. Plural of genzine. Initialism of genetically engineered organism. An inlet, gully, or cleft in the face of a cliff. Short for Geographic Bachelor. Geo Bachelor. Short for Geographic Bachelor. Geo Lot. To deny access to content to users from certain regions or countries using a geolocation software. Geoblocking. The use of geolocation software to deny access to content to users from certain regions or countries. Geocontent. Alternative form of geocontent. Geoeschatologist. A geoscientist who studies eschatology in the context of geology and so specializes in geoeschatology. Geoeschatologists. Plural of geoeschatologists. Geoeschatology. The investigation from the geologic perspective of peasant processes of the events described in prophetic writings of what will happen to the earth geologically at the time of the end in the literal visible world. Geofence. Alternative form of geofence. Geofence. Simple past and past participle of geofence. Alternative form of geofence. Geofences. Plural of geofence. Alternative form of geofences. Geofencing. Alternative form of geofencing. Geofiction. Alternative form of geofiction. Geoimputation. The process of replacing missing values for exact geographical locations with approximate locations derived from associated data. Geomap. Alternative form of geomap. Geomapped. Simple past and past participle of geomap. Geomapping. Present participle and gerund of geomap. Geomaps. Plural of geomap. Geomilitary. Concerning the military in the context of geography, pertaining to the military when applied across borders. Geospatial. Alternative spelling of geospatial. Abbreviation of George. Geoaccumulation. Geological accumulation typically of heavy metals and sediments. Geoacoustic. Describing acoustic signals produced by seismic events. Geoadditive. Obtained by the addition of multiple geographically separate models. Geoediv. A city in Hunedoara County, Romania. Geoautoity. The practice of moving to live in another place to take advantage of the lower cost of living. Geoarchaeological. Of or pertaining to geoarchaeology. Geoarchaeologically. In a geoarchaeological manner. Geoarchaeologist. Archaeologist is reality is geoarchaeology. Geoarchaeologist. Plural of geoarchaeologists. Geoarchaeology. Usage of geological techniques in archaeology. Geoarchaeological. Alternative form of geoarchaeological. Geoarchaeologically. Alternative form of geoarchaeologically. Geoarchaeologist. Alternative form of geoarchaeologist. Geoarchaeology. Alternative form of geoarchaeology. Geoarchaeology. Rough spelling. Of geoarchaeology. Geoastrophysical. Of or pertaining to geoastrophysics. Geoastrophysics. A multidisciplinary science incorporating geoscience and astrophysics. Geoavailabilities. Plural of geoavailability. Geoavailability. The geological availability of an element or mineral. Geoavailable. Geologically available. Geoi. A large sandbag used for geocontainment. Geowags. Plural of geobag. Geovan. An elastic band used in conjunction with a geoboard. Geowans. Plural of geoban. Geobarometer. An instrument used for geobarometry. Geobarometers. Plural of geobarometer. Geobarometry. Relating to geobarometry. Geobarometric. With regard to geobarometry. Geobarometry, the science of measuring the previous pressure history of a metamorphic or intrusive igneous rock. Geo-based, based on geographical data. Geobiochemical, synonym of biogeochemical. Geobiochemically, with regard to geochemistry. Geochemistry, that part of biochemistry influenced by geobiology. Georecycling, the biological recycling of heavy metals from geological sediments. Geobiologic, alternative form of geobiological. Geobiological, relating to geobiology. Geobiologically, in terms of geobiology. Geobiologist, biologist is biology is geobiology. Geobiologist, plural of geobiologists. Geobiology, the interdisciplinary study of the interactions between the earthosphere and the lithosphere, which incorporates both geology and biology. Geobion, any organism that lives in the soil. Geobions, plural of geobion. Geobios, life on the land considered collectively. Geobionic, relating to geobiology. Geoblock, alternative form of geoblock. Geoblocked, simple past and past participle of geoblock. Geoblocking, alternative form of geoblock. Geolocks, third person singular simple present indicative of geoblock. Geoward, a board with nails or pegs around which elastic bands can be looped in order to explore concepts in geometry. Geowards, plural of geoboard. Geobotanic, phytogeographical. Geobotanical, relating to geobotany. Geobotanically, in terms of geobotany. Geobotanist, one who studies geobotany. Geobotanists, plural of geobotanists. Geobotany, the branch of biogeography that is concerned with the geographic distribution of plant species. Geoboundaries, plural of geoboundary. Geoboundary, a geological boundary typically between strata. Geocache, a container hidden in a specific location during geocaching. Geocached, simple past and past participle of geocache. Geocacher, a person who hides or seeks objects as part of the pastime of geocaching. Geocachers, plural of geocacher. Geocaches, plural of geocache. Geocaching, a pastime in which participants use a GPS receiver to find a hidden container at a specific latitude and longitude, or to hide a container to be found in this manner. Geocarcinid, misspelling of gecarcinid. Geocapic, relating to geocarpy. Geocarpus, relating to or exhibiting geocarpy. Geocarpy, the production by plants of diaspores within the soil. Geocolosphere, the narrow zone of soil surrounding the tubers of a plant such as the potato. Geocolospheres, plural of geocolosphere. Geocell, any of the many cells in a cellular confinement system. Geocells, plural of geocell. Geocentric, having the Earth at the center. Geocentric coordinate time, alternative spelling of geocentric coordinate time. Geocentric coordinate time. A coordinate time standard intended to be used as the independent variable of time for all calculations pertaining to precession, nutation, the moon, and artificial satellites of the Earth, equivalent to the proper time experienced by a clock at rest in a coordinate frame co-moving with the center of the Earth. Geocentrical, alternative form of geocentric. Geocentrically, a geocentric manner. Geocentricism, alternative form of geocentrism. Geocentricity, the quality of a geocentric. Geocentric, obsolete form of geocentric. Geocentrism, a belief that the Earth is the center of the universe. Geoxide, a white, flaky, wax-like resin of approximate composition CHO2 in brown coal. Geochart, a map of a country, continent, or region with charts or chart elements assigned to specific areas. Geocharts, plural of geochart. Geocellum, any of several large tortoises of the genus Geocellum. Geocellums, plural of geocellum. Geochemic, alternative form of geochemical. Geochemical, of or pertaining to geochemistry. Geochemically, with regard to geochemistry. Geochemist, a chemist or geologist who specializes in geochemistry. Geochemistries, plural of geochemistry. Geochemistry, the branch of chemistry that deals with the chemical composition of the earth and other plants and with the chemical processes that occur in the formation of rocks and minerals, etc. Geochemists, plural of geochemists. Geochronic, relating to geochrony. Geochronology, of or pertaining to geochronology. Geochronological, of or pertaining to geochronology. Geochronologically, in terms of or by means of geochronology. Geochronologies, plural of geochronology. Geochronologists, ideologists whose specialty is geochronology. Geochronologists, plural of geochronologists. Geochronology, the science of dating samples of rock or sediment. Geochronometer, any of several techniques used to measure the age of rock, especially any technique of radiometric dating, the measuring of the relative abundance of particular radioactive or radiogenic isotopes in order to evaluate the progress of radioactive decay. Geochronometers, plural of geochronometer. Geochronometric, of pertaining to or measured using geochronometry. Geochronometrical, of pertaining to or measured using geochronometry. Geochronometries, plural of geochronometry. Geochronometry, the science of the measurement of the age of rocks, etc. based on the radioactive decay of naturally occurring isotopes. Geochrony, geochronology. Geocidal, characterized by or committing geocide, the destruction of the earth or its ecosystems. Geocide, the destruction of the earth, its ecosystems, or some part thereof due to human activity. Geocities, plural of geocity. Geocity, a community of common interests on geocities. Geoclimate, a climate that has been affected by a geological event, typically a volcano. Geoclimates, plural of geoclimate. Geoclimatic, relating to the effect of geological events, for example, volcanoes upon climate. Geocodable, that can be geocoded. Geocode, to find the latitude and longitude coordinates of an address. Geocodable, misspelling of geocodable. Geocoded, simple past and past participle of geocode. Geocoder. A software mechanism for geocoding. Geocoders. Plural of geocoder. Geocodes. Third person singular simple present indicative of geocode. Geocodify. Simple past and past participle of geocodify. Geocodify. To generate geocodes for locations. Geocodifying. Present participle and gerund of geocodify. Geocoding. Present participle and gerund of geocode. Geocoin. A coin minted for use as a prize in geocaching, sometimes trackable on the internet by its serial number. Geocoins. Plural of geocoin. Geocomplexity. The use of mathematical techniques to model complex geological systems such as earthquakes. Geocomposite. A prefabricated water drainage material used to relieve hydrostatic pressure against waterproofing and promote drainage. Geocomposites. Plural of geocomposite. Geocomputation. The mathematical analysis of complex spatial problems. Geocomputational. Relating to geocomputation. Geocomputing. The use of computing in the geographic sciences. Geoconfirmation. The attempt to verify visual impressions of loss or acquisition of equipment and troop movements via topographic information. Geoconservation. Conservation of geodiversity. Geocontaining. A geosynthetic container filled with sand or similar material and used underwater as part of a dam, etc. Geocontainers. Plural of geocontainer. Geocontent. Geographic content. Geocoordinate. A geospatial coordinate. Geocoordinates. Plural of geocoordinate. Geocaries. The big-eyed bug. Geocorizes. Plural of geocoris. Geocorona. The region of ionized hydrogen protons that makes up the outermost region of the Earth's atmosphere and by extension of other planets. Geocoronal, or pertaining to the Corona. Geocoronas. Plural of geocorona. Geocoronium. A hypothetical gaseous chemical element proposed to explain certain spectroscopic lines and the green glow found in the polar aurorae that was later found to be explained by singly ionized oxygen. Geocorrect. To modify a map by means of geocorrection. Geocorrected. Simple past and past participle of geocorrect. Geocorrection. The correction of a map, typically by means of satellite imagery. Geocorrections. Plural of geocorrection. Geocosmic. Relating to the Earth and the cosmos. Geocratic. Characterized by increase in land masses relative to areas covered by oceans. Geocritical. Relating to geocriticism. Geocriticism. A form of literary criticism focusing on location and spaces. Geochrene. A monoclinic prismatic pure white mineral containing antimony, arsenic, lead, and sulfur. Geocryological. Of or relating to geocryology. Geocryologist. One who studies geocryology. Geocryologist. Plural of geocryologists. Geocryology. The study of the frozen portions of the Earth. Geocultural. Relating to geoculture. Geoculturally. In a geocultural sense. Geoculture. A geopolitical culture. Geocultures. Plural of geoculture. GPS receivers to find and visit randomly selected dash points around the world and report on what they find. Geodata, geographical data. Geodatabase, a database containing geographical and spatial data. Geodatabases, plural of geodatabase. Acronym of generic object of dark energy, a theoretical alternative to black holes, an object with an event horizon enclosing an interior composed of dark energy. A nodule of stone having a cavity lined with mineral or crystal matter on the inside wall. Geodemographic, of or pertaining to geography and demography. Geodemographically, in a geodemographic manner or context. Geodemographics, geodemography. Geodemography, a science that links geography and demography, seeking to understand the processes by which settlements and cities evolve and neighborhoods are formed. Geodophagus, living in the earth, applied to the ground beetles. Geodes, plural of geode. Geodasian, a geodesist. Geodasians, plural of geodesian. Geodese, the shortest curve between two points on a specific surface. Geodesic dome, a dome structure of lightweight straight element forming interlocking polygons. Geodesic domes, plural of geodesic dome. Geodesical, alternative form of geodesic. Geodesically, in a geodesic manner. Geodesicity, the property of a smooth curve being a geodesic or of a vector field to be geodesic in the context of differential geometry. Geodesics, plural of geodesic. Geodacies, plural of geodesy. Geodesist, a person who works with or studies geodetics. Geodesists, plural of geodesists. Geodesy, the discipline which deals with the measurement and representation of Earth, its gravitational field and geodynamic phenomena, polar motion, Earth tides, and crustal motion in three-dimensional, time-varying space. Geodetector, a device or underlying mathematical method used to detect geological strata. Geodetectors, plural of geodetector. Geodetic, of or relating to geodesy. Geodesic. Geodetic effect, the change in the spin of a gyroscope as it moves through curved spacetime. Geodetical, of or relating to geodesy. Geodesic. Geodetically, with regard to geodesy. Geodetition, one who studies geodesy. Geodeticians, plural of geodetician. Geodetics, the scientific discipline that deals with the measurement and representation of the Earth, its gravitational field and geodynamic phenomena, polar motion, Earth tides, and tectonic motion in three-dimensional time-varying space. Geodic, of or relating to a geode. Geodiferous, producing or containing geodes. Geode, any member of a family Geodia sponges. Geode is, plural of geode. Geodimeter, an instrument measuring the distance between 2 points by means of a laser. Geodimeters, plural of geodimeter. Geodimetric, relating to measurement with a geodimeter. Geodimetry, measurement with a geodimeter. Geodispersal, the erosion of barriers to gene flow and biological dispersal. Geodisperse, spread across multiple geographical regions. Geodest, one who studies geodes. Geodistributed, spread across multiple geographical regions. Geodistribution. The geodistributed. Geodistributions. Plural of geodistribution. Geodests. Plural of geodests. Geodiverse. Exhibiting geodiversity. Geodiversities. Plural of geodiversity. Geodiversity. The geographic diversity of natural resources. Geodize. To form into a geode. Geodize. Simple past and past participle of geodize. Geodome. Geodesic dome. Geodomes. Plural of geodome. Geodomestication. Worldwide domestication, typically of food plants. Geodai. The species of large saltwater clam Panopia generosa, native to the northeast Pacific coasts from Alaska to Washington state, distinguished by its deep burrowing and long unprotected siphon. Geodox. Plural of geodoc. Geodynamic. Of or pertaining to geodynamics. Geodynamical. Of or pertaining to geodynamics. Geodynamically. In terms of geodynamics. Geodynamicist. One who studies geodynamics. Geodynamicists. Plural of geodynamicists. Geodynamics. The branch of geophysics that studies the deformation processes of planetary mantle and crust and the resulting earthquakes and volcanism. Geodynamo. The mechanism responsible for the generation of the Earth's magnetic field caused by convection and conduction currents in the fluid core. Geodynamos. Plural of geodynamo. Geodesy. Archaic spelling of geodesy. Geodetical. Archaic form of geodetical. Geoecodynamic. Relating to the dynamics of geoecology. Geoecodynamics. The dynamics of geoecology. Geoecological. Relating to geoecology. Geoecologically. In terms of geoecology. Geoecologist. One who studies geoecology. Geoecologists. Plural of geoecologists. Geoecology. The interdisciplinary study of geography and ecology. Geoeconomic. Of or pertaining to geoeconomics. Geoeconomical. Alternative form of geoeconomic. Geoeconomically. In terms of, or with regard to, geoeconomics. Geoeconomics. The study of the spatial, temporal, and political aspects of economies and resources in relation to the balance of power between nation-states or trade blocs. Geoeconomist. One who studies geoeconomics. Geoeconomists. Plural of geoeconomists. Geoecosystem. An ecosystem associated with a particular geological niche. Geoecosystems. Plural of geoecosystem. Geoeffective. Capable of causing a geomagnetic disturbance. Geoelectric. Of or pertaining to geoelectricity. Geoelectrical. Of or pertaining to geoelectricity. Geoelectrically. In terms of or by means of geoelectricity. Geoelectricity. The natural electric fields and electric currents of the earth. Geoemidid. Any member of the family Geoemididae of turtles. Geoemidids. Plural of geoemidid. Geoemidine. Any turtle in the subfamily Geoemididae. Geoenable. Supporting geographic features such as mapping. Geoengineer. An engineer whose specialty is geoengineering, geological engineering. Geoengineered, subject to or produced by geoengineering. Geoengineering, the subfield of engineering concerned with designing and constructing tunnels, mines, and other human-designed geologic structures within and on Earth. Geoengineers, plural of geoengineer. Geoenvironment, a particular geological environment. Geoenvironmental, relating to a geoenvironment. Geoenvironmentally, in terms of a geoenvironment. Geoenvironments, plural of geoenvironment. Geoepidemiological, relating to geoepidemiology. Geoepidemiology, global scale epidemiology. Geoethane, ethane produced by degassing from geological deposits. Geoethical, relating to or in accordance with geoethics. Geoethics, a branch of ethics that focuses on ethical considerations and principles related to earth sciences and the study and practice of geology. Geoethnic, relating to the geographic distribution of ethnic groups. Geofabric, geotextile. Geofabrics, plural of geofabric. Geofacet, a technique for visualizing data for a range of geographic regions, in which a series of identically sized plots, for instance, bar charts, are arranged in a way that mimics the real-world geographical configuration of the regions. Geofaceted, visualized by means of a geofacet program. Geofacets, plural of geofacet. Geofact, a natural stone formation that is difficult to distinguish from a man-made artifact. Geofact, a geographical factor. Geofacts, plural of geofact. Geofeature, a geographical or geological feature. Geofeatures, plural of geofeature. Geofence, a virtual perimeter around a geographic area, typically enforced by monitoring the positions of trackable mobile devices inside or outside the area and determining if they cross the fence. Geofence, simple past and past participle of geofence. Geofences, plural of geofence. Geofencing, the act of establishing and maintaining a geofence around an area. Yeah, a diminutive of the male given name Jeffrey. Jeffrey, a diminutive of the male given name Jeffrey. Jeffrey, a male given name from the Germanic languages, popular in the UK in the 20th century. Javrian, a surname from French. Javrians, plural of Jeffrian. Jeffroy, a surname from French. Jeffroy's bat, Myotis marginatus, a species of vesper bat. Jeffroy's bats, plural of Jeffroy's bat. Jeffroy's cat, Leopardus Jeffroy, probably the most common wild cat in South America. Jeffroy's cats, plural of Jeffroy's cat. Jeffroy, plural of Jeffroy. Jeffs, plural of Jeff. Geofiction, the conception and creation of a fictional cartographic design that is the setting of a work of fiction or of one's imagination, world building. Geofictional, pertaining to an element of geofiction. Geofictionist, one who engages in geofiction. Geofictionists, plural of geofictionists. Geofinance, the science/study of international finance. Geofluid, any subsurface fluid, such as groundwater. Geothermal fluids, basinal brines, petroleum or magmatic fluid. Geofluidic, relating to geofluid. Geofluids, Plural of geofluid. Geofoam. Expanded or extruded polystyrene manufactured into large lightweight blocks used to fill the void below a built structure. Geofoams. Plural of geofoam. Geoforensics. Forensic geology. The gathering and analysis of geological evidence of a crime. Geoform. A distinct geological form. Geoformation. A geological formation. Geoformational. Of or relating to geological formations. Geoformations. Plural of geoformation. Geoforms. Plural of geoform. Geofront. An underground urban area built to expand a city that is geographically limited. Geofronts. Plural of geofront. Geofuel. Any fuel that has a geological origin. Geofuels. Plural of geofuel. Geofuel. Moving away from the ground. Geography mainly is a school subject. Abbreviation of geography. Geogenetic. Relating to geogenetics. Geogenetically. In a geogenetic manner. Geogenetics. The study of geography and genetics. Geogeny. Of art relating to the history of the earth. Geogenically. In a geogenic manner. Geogenies. Plural of geogeny. Geogenomic. Relating to geogenomics. Geogenomics. A branch of genomics that studies geographic variation. Geogenous. That grows in or on the ground. Geogeny. The study of the origins or formation of the earth. Geohagen. A surname from Irish. Geohagans. Plural of geohagen. Geoblasaceous. Or relating to the Geoblaciaceae. Geoglyph. A large-scale drawing or image made on the ground by arranging lines of stones, scratching the earth, etc., and often only fully visible from a distance or the air. Geoglyphic. Of or relating to geoglyphs. Geoglyphs. Plural of geoglyph. Geognosis. Knowledge of the earth. Geognosis. As geologists whose specialty is geomissai. Geognostics. Plural of geognosis. Geognost. Someone versed in geomissai. A geologist. Geomeste. Pertaining to geomissai. Geological. Geomastical. Of or pertaining to geomissai. Geomastically. In terms of or by means of geomissai. Geogmasts. Plural of geogmast. Geomissai. The geological study of the Earth's structure and composition. Geogony. Or relating to geogony or to the formation of the Earth. Geogonical. Alternative form of geogony. Geogonies. Plural of geogony. Geodony. The branch of science dealing with the formation of the earth. Geographer. A specialist in geography. Geographers. Plural of geographer. Geography. Pertaining to geography or to geographics. Geographic bachelor. A serviceman who voluntarily lives away from his family. Geographic information science. The scientific study of the nature and use of geographic information. The theoretical foundation of geographic information systems. Geographic information system. An electronic system used to store, process, and display geographic information, especially maps. Geographic information systems. Plural of geographic information system. Geographic mile. Alternative form of geographical mile. Geographic miles. Plural of geographic mile. Geographic North Pole. The point located at 90 degrees latitude north. The magnetic North Pole where compasses point may vary from where the geographic North Pole is. Geographic tongue. An inflammatory condition of the mucous membrane of the tongue, usually on the dorsal surface. Geographic tongues. Plural of geographic tongue. Geographical. Of or relating to geography. Geographical indication. A name or sign used on products which corresponds to a specific geographical location or origin. Geographical indications. Plural of geographical indication. Geographical mile. A unit of length corresponding to exactly 1 minute of arc 1/60 degree along the Earth's equator, about 1,855.4 meters, 2,029.1 yards, or roughly 8/7 miles. Geographical miles. Plural of geographical mile. Geographically. In terms of geography. Geographically challenged. Located in an unhospitable place. Geographicalness. That happens to be geographical. Geographicals. Plural of geographical. Geographicity. The quality of geography. Obsolete form of geographic. Geographics. The graphical elements of geography. Geographies. Plural of geography. Geographism. The theory that events are influenced by geographical conditions rather than by people. Geographist. One versed in geography, geographer. Geographist. Plural of geographist. Geograph is to study geography. Geograph is simple past and past participle of geographize. Geograph is third person singular simple present indicative of geographize. Geographizing. Present participle and gerund of geographize. Geography. The study of the physical properties of the earth, including how humans affect and are affected by them. Geographic fair. An education activity in which students create geography-related projects and present to the class using displays, posters, written and oral reports, and other methods. Geography fairs. Plural of geography fair. Geographili. Resembling geography. Irreverent. A grid of geosynthetic material used to reinforce soil and other materials. Irreverent. Plural of geogrid. Geodes. Plural of geo. Geohash. An alphanumeric encoding of latitude and longitude, based on recursive division of the Earth into smaller and smaller regions. Geohash. Simple past and past participle of geohash. Geohashes. Plural of geohash. Geohashing. Present participle and gerund of geohash. Geohazard. A geological hazard, such as the risk of a landslide or tsunami. Geohazardous. Having or relating to a geohazard. Geohazards. Plural of geohazard. Geoheliocentrism. Relating to geoheliocentrism. Geoheliocentrism. an early model of the solar system that put Earth at the center and had Sun and Moon orbiting the Earth with other planets revolving about the Sun. Geohelminthe, any of various soil-transmitted parasitic nematodes. Geohelminthiaceae, plural of Geohelminthiaceae. Geohelminthiaceae, infestation with geohelminths. Geohelminthe, relating to geohelminths. Geohelminths, plural of geohelminth. Geoherbalism, the use or the study of medicinal plants in different parts of the world. Geoheritage, the geological features, landforms, and landscapes of a specific place that have scientific, educational, cultural, or aesthetic value and are worth preserving and protecting for future generations. Geohistorian, one who studies geohistory. Geohistorians, plural of geohistorian. Geohistorical, relating to geohistory. Geohistorically, in a geohistorical sense. Geohistories, plural of geohistory. Geohistory, geographical history. Geohydrologic, relating to geohydrology. Geohydrological, relating to geohydrology. Geohydrologist, one who studies geohydrology. Geohydrologists, plural of geohydrologists. Geohydrology. Hydrogeology. Geoid, the shape extending through land masses, continents, etc., that the surface of the oceans of the Earth would take under the influence of the Earth's gravity and rotation alone, disregarding other factors such as winds and tides. That is, a surface of constant gravitational potential at zero elevation. Geoidal, relating to, or shaped like a geoid. Geoids, plural of geoid. Geoinformatic, relating to geoinformatics. Geoinformatics, a science and technology which develops and uses information science to address problems of geography, geosciences, and related branches of engineering. Geoinformation, geospatial information. Geoism, synonym of georgism. Geoisomer, geometric isomer. Geoisomeric, or pertaining to geoisomers. Geoisomers, plural of geoisomer. Geoisomer, a line or surface joining points within the Earth that have the same temperature. Geoisothermal, relating to geoisotherms. Geoisotherms, plural of geoisotherm. Geokinesis, the ability to manipulate the movement of minerals in the Earth using supposed psychic powers. Geolatitude, geographic latitude. Geolatitudes, plural of geolatitude. Geosphere, the worship of the Earth. Geolect, a dialect spoken in a particular geographical area. Geolectal, or relating to a geolect. Geolectally, in a geolectal way. Geolects, plural of geolect. Geolibertarian, a proponent of geolibertarianism. Geolibertarianism, a political ideology that synthesizes libertarianism and georgism, holding that land and other natural resources are common assets and thus individuals claiming them as private property must pay rent to the community. Geolibertarians, plural of geolibertarian. Geolimnological, geological and limnological. Geolinguist, one who studies geolinguistics. Geolinguistic, or pertaining to geolinguistics. Geolinguistically, in a geolinguistic manner or context in terms of geolinguistics. Geolinguistics, an academic discipline involving the analysis and implications of the geographical location, distribution, and structure of language varieties within a temporal framework, either in isolation or in contact and slash or conflict with one another. Geolinguists. Plural of geolinguist. Geolithological. Describing the branch of geology that studies the distribution of different forms of stone. Geolithologies. Plural of geolithology. Geolithology. The study of the distribution of different types of stone. Geolocalization. Alternative form of geolocalization. Geolocalize. Alternative form of geolocalize. Geolocalize. Simple past and past participle of geolocalize. Geolocalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of geolocalize. Geolocalizing. Present participle and gerund of geolocalize. Geolocalization. The attachment of a geolocation to an object. Geolocalize. To associate with something related geolocation. Geolocalize. Simple past and past participle of geolocalize. Geolocalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of geolocalize. Geolocalizing. Present participle and gerund of geolocalize. Geolocatable. Capable of being geolocated. Geolocate. To use GPS to provide map coordinates to a person or an object. Geolocated. Simple past and past participle of geolocate, located using geolocation. Geolocates. Third person singular simple present indicative of geolocate. Geolocating. Present participle and gerund of geolocate. Geolocation. The identification of geographic location as of an electronic device or an animal being tracked. Geolocational. Of or pertaining to geolocation. Geolocations. Plural of geolocation. Geolocative. Geolocational. Geolocator. A device that permits geolocation. Geolocators. Plural of geolocator. Geolocked. Restricted to a specific geographical region. Geologer. A geologist. Geologers. Plural of geologer. Geologian. A geologist. Geologians. Plural of geologian. Geologic. Of or relating to geology or a geologic time scale. Geologic era. A subdivision of geologic time that divides an eon into smaller time frames. Geologic eras. Plural of geologic era. Geologic joint. A fracture in rock in which, unlike a fault, the strata do not move relative to each other. Geologic joints. Plural of geologic joint. Geologic time. Time in relation to specific geologic features or events recorded in the Earth's rock strata. Geologic time scale. A chronological scale of the Earth's history used to measure the relative or absolute age of any part of geologic time. Geologic time scales. Plural of geologic time scale. Geologic time scale. Alternative form of geologic time scale. Geologic time scales. Plural of geologic time scale. Geological. Synonym of geologic. Geological matrices. Plural of geological matrix. Geological matrix. The fine-grained background material in which crystals, pebbles, or fossils are embedded in a sedimentary rock. Geological time. Alternative form of geologic time. Geological time scale. Alternative form of geologic time scale. Geological time scales. Plural of geological time scale. Geologically. As part of a geologic process. Geologian. Geologist. Geologicians. Plural of geologician. Geologies. Plural of geology. Geologize. Alternative form of geologize. Geologize. Simple past and past participle of geologize. Geologizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of geologize. Geologizing. Present participle and gerund of geologize. Geologist. A person whose occupation specializes in the science of geology, especially at a professional or academic level. Geologists. Plural of geologists. Geologize. To study the geology of a location in the field. Geologize. Simple past and past participle of geologize. Geologizer. A geologist. Geologizers. Plural of geologizer. Geologizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of geologize. Geologizing. Present participle and gerund of geologize. Geoli. Geologist. Daedalus. Plural of daedali. Geology. The science that studies the structure of the Earth or other planets together with its origin and development, especially by examination of its rocks. Geolongitude. Geographic longitude. Geolongitudes. Plural of geolongitude. Abbreviation of diamethy. Abbreviation of diamethy. Geomacromolecule. Any geological macromolecule. Geomacromolecules. Plural of macromolecule. Geomagic square. A geometric magic square, one containing distinct geometric shapes rather than numbers, and where those appearing in each row, column, or diagonal can be fitted together to create an identical target shape. Geomagic squares. Plural of geomagic square. Geomagnetic, or pertaining to geomagnetism. Geomagnetic storm. A temporary disturbance of the Earth's magnetosphere caused by a solar wind shockwave. Geomagnetic storms. Plural of geomagnetic storm. Geomagnetical. Geomagnetic. Geomagnetically. In a geomagnetic way. Through geomagnetism. Geomagnetician. Geomagnetis. Geomagneticians. Plural of geomagnetician. Geomagnetics. The study of geomagnetism and geomagnetic activity. Geomagnetism. The magnetism of the Earth. Geomagnetist. One who studies geomagnetism. Geomagnetists. Plural of geomagnetist. Geomalia. Any bird of the genus Geomalia or Zoothera. The Sulawesi mountain thrush Zoothera heinrichi is the sole species. Geomalias. Plural of geomalia. Geomalic. Relating to geomalism. Geomalism. Geotropism. Geomance. To divine. By geomancy. Geomance. Simple past and past participle of geomance. Geomancer. A person who practices geomancy. Geomancers. Plural of geomancer. Geomances. Third person singular simple present indicative of geomance. Geomancy. Obsolete spelling of geomancy. Geomancies. Plural of geomancy. Geomancing. Present participle and gerund of geomance. Geomancy. A method of divination using earth or the ground, such as interpreting markings on the ground or how handfuls of dirt land and when tossed. A geomancer. Geomantic, of or relating to geomancy. Geomantical, alternative form of geomantic. Geomantically, in terms of geomancy. Geomance, plural of geomat. Geomap, a map of a country, continent, or region with colors and values assigned to specific areas. Geomat, simple past and past participle of geomap. Geomapping, present participle and gerund of geomap. Geomaps, plural of geomap. Geomarker, a geological marker. Geomarkers, plural of geomarker. Geomarketing, the integration of geographical parameters into various aspects of marketing, including sales and distribution. Geomhail, any material for road construction, etc. of geological origin. Geomhails, plural of geomaterial. Geomathematical, relating to geomathematics. Geomathematically, by means of or in terms of geomathematics. Geomathematician, one who studies geomathematics. Geomathematicians, plural of geomathematician. Geomathematics, the application of mathematics to the geosciences. Geomatic, theoretic speculative as opposed to practical operative. Geomatical, relating to geomatics. Geomaticist, a geomatics engineer. Someone who gathers, stores, processes, and delivers geographic information. Geomaticists, plural of geomaticists. Geomatics, the discipline of gathering, storing, processing, and delivering geographic information. Geomai, geome. Geomax, alternative form of geomax. Geomax, to move to another region or country with the expectation of increasing one's sexual market value. Geomax, simple past and past participle of geomax. Geomaxes, third person singular simple present indicative of geomax. Geomaxing, present participle and gerund of geomax. Geoman, geometric mean. Geomans, plural of geoman. Geomechanical, or pertaining to geomechanics. Geomechanically, by geomechanical means. Geomechanics, the mechanics of rocks and soil. Geomedia, plural of geomedium. Geometric, relating to geomedicine. Geomedicine, a branch of medicine concerned with the effect of geographic factors on health. Geomedium, a geological medium or substrate such as soil, sediment, or rocks. Geomediums, plural of geomedium. Geomelophagia, a form of pica involving the eating of raw potatoes. Geomembrane, an impermeable membrane used to line ponds, canals, etc. Geomembranes. Plural of geomembrane. Geometaxis. Movement at a constant angle relative to gravity. Geometer, a mathematician who specializes in geometry. Geometer math, a geometric math of family geometry. Geometer maths. Plural of geometer math. Geometers. Plural of geometer. Geomethane. Methane produced by degassing from geological deposits. Geometral. Geometric. Geometrically. Geometrically. Geometricitus. Topology. Geometral. Geometrical. Geometric, of or relating to geometry. Geometric analysis, a branch of mathematics in which techniques from differential geometry are used in the analysis and solution of partial differential equations. And vice versa. Geometric distribution, either of two slightly different discrete probability distributions, each based on repetitions of a trial with success probability p, 1 the number x of trials required to obtain one success, or 2 the number y equals x minus 1 of failed trials before the first success. Geometric distributions, plural of geometric distribution. Geometric growth, synonym of exponential growth. Geometric isomer, either the cis or trans isomer of a compound that exhibits geometric isomerism. Geometric isomerism, dated, deprecated by UPAC, a form of isomerism in which, in one isomer, two atoms or groups are on the same side of the plane of a double bond or ring, whereas in the other isomer they are on opposite sides. These are cis and trans isomers, respectively. Geometric isomers, plural of geometric isomer. Geometric lay, a lathe that was used for engraving banknotes and postage stamps with complicated patterns of interlacing lines, designed against forgery. Geometric layers, plural of geometric lay. Geometric mean, a measure of central tendency of a set of n values computed by extracting the nth root of the product of the values. Geometric means, plural of geometric mean. Geometric multiplicities, plural of geometric multiplicity. Geometric multiplicity, the dimension of the eigenspace of a given eigenvalue of a given square matrix. Geometric pen, an instrument for drawing geometric curves in which the movements of a pen or pencil attached to a revolving arm of adjustable length may be indefinitely varied by changing the toothed wheels which give motion to the arm. Geometric pens, plural of geometric pen. Geometric progression, a sequence in which each term except the first is obtained from the previous by multiplying it by a constant value, known as the common ratio of the geometric progression. Geometric progressions, plural of geometric progression. Geometric sequence, synonym of geometric progression. Geometric series, any infinite series whose terms are in geometric progression. Any series of the form a plus r to plus r3 equals a sum sign letter 1d6 to r(i), where a not equal to 0, r not equal to 0, and r not equal to 1. Geometric square, a portable instrument in the form of a square frame for ascertaining distances and heights by measuring angles. Geometric squares, plural of geometric square. Geometric topologists, a mathematician who specializes in geometric topology. Geometric topologists, plural of geometric topologists. Geometric tortoise, tortoises of South Africa, having a strong carapace with distinctive geometric patterns. Geometric tortoises, plural of geometric tortoise. Geometrical, of or relating to geometry, geometric. Geometrical pace, a unit of measure used in the 16th century, defined as 5 feet or 5 geometrical feet. Geometrical paces, plural of geometrical pace. Geometrical progression, synonym of geometric progression. Geometrical progressions, plural of geometrical progression. Geometrically, in a geometric manner. Geometrician, a geometer, a mathematician specializing in the study of geometry. Geometricians, plural of geometrician. Geometricity, the condition of being geometric or of having been geometricized. Geometricization, act or process of geometricizing. Geometricizations, plural of geometricization. Geometricize, to make geometrical, to bring into the realm of geometry. Geometricize, simple past and past participle of geometricize. Geometricizes, third person singular simple present indicative of geometricize. Geometricizing, present participle and gerund of geometricize. Geometics, a design made from geometric figures. Geometry, any of the family geometry of maths. Geometrid ma, any of the various maths of the family geometry. Geometrid maths, plural of geometrid math. Geometridius, geometry. Geometids, plural of geometry. Geometries, plural of geometry. Geometriform, characteristic of the geometrid maths. Geometry, any math of the subfamily geometrini. Geometrines, plural of geometrine. Geometrization, alternative spelling of geometrization. Geometrizations, plural of geometrization. Geometrize, alternative form of geometrize. Geometrize, simple past and past participle of geometrize. Geometrizes, third person singular simple present indicative of geometrize. Geometrizing, present participle and gerund of geometrize. Geometrism, a worldview based on geometric thinking or metaphor. Geometrisms, plural of geometrism. Geometus, one who studies geometry, a geometer. Geometists, plural of geometris. Geometrizable, able to be rendered or considered in geometric terms. Geometrization, the use of geometrical concepts and techniques in a different field of study or the process of making something geometrical. Geometrizations, plural of geometrization. Geometrize, to use or apply geometry. Geometrize, simple past and past participle of geometrize. Geometrizes, third person singular simple present indicative of geometrize. Geometrizing, present participle and gerund of geometrize. Geometrodynamic, or pertaining to geometrodynamics. Geometrodynamical, or pertaining to geometrodynamics. Geometrodynamically, in terms of geometrodynamics. Geometrodynamics, any of several reformulations of general relativity that attempt to describe spacetime and associated phenomena completely in terms of geometry. Geometrogenesis, the supposed emergence of spacetime geometry and of matter from interacting quantum systems in quantum gravity theory. Geometrography, relating to geometrography. Geometrography, the study of geometrical constructions. Geometoi, any moth of the superfamily Geometroidea. Geometoids, plural of geometoi. Geometry-thermodynamic, relating to geometry-thermodynamics. Geometry-thermodynamics, the study of geometric aspects of large-scale thermodynamic systems such as stars. Geometry, the branch of mathematics dealing with spatial relationships. Geometry affair, the artistic style of an informal group or school of young British sculptors in the years after the Second World War, characterized by angular, jagged forms thought to reflect post-war angst and guilt. Geometry of numbers, the sub-branch of number theory which applies techniques from geometry to the study of algebraic numbers. Geometry shader, a type of shader that can process three-dimensional model geometry, for example by turning one primitive into another. Geometry shaders, plural of geometry shader. Geometry, resembling geometry. Geomicrobial, relating to geology and microorganisms and their interaction. Geomicrobiological, of or pertaining to geomicrobiology. Geomicrobiologist, geologist or microbiologist, his specialty is geomicrobiology. Geomicrobiologist, plural of geomicrobiologist. Geomicrobiology, the study of the role of microbes and microbial processes in the fields of geology and geochemistry. Geomilitary, alternative spelling of geomilitary. Geomodel, alternative form of geomodeling. Geomodeling, the science of creating computerized representations of portions of the Earth's crust based on geophysical and geological observations. Geomodification, large-scale modification of the Earth's climate. Geomari, landowners. Geomara, alternative form of geomori. Geomorphe, of or pertaining to the shape or structure of the surface of the Earth. Geomorphically, in a geomorphic manner. Geomorphous, one who studies geomorphy. Geomorphous, plural of geomorphous. Morphodynamics, synonym of morphodynamics. Geomorphoteny, the scientific study of the origins and development of landforms. Geomorphography, geomorphic ideography. Geomorphologic, of or pertaining to geomorphology, geomorphological. Geomorphological, of or pertaining to geomorphology. Geomorphologically, in geomorphological terms. Geomorphologies, plural of geomorphology. Geomorphologists, a geologist whose specialty is geomorphology. Geomorphologists, plural of geomorphologists. Geomorphology, the study of landforms, their classification, origin, development, and history. Geomorphometry, relating to geomorphometry. Geomorphometrically, in terms of or by means of geomorphometry. Geomorphometrics, synonym of geomorphometry. Geomorphometry, the science of quantitative land surface analysis. Geomorphosite, a specific location or area on Earth's surface characterized by distinctive and significant landforms, geological features, or geomorphological processes. Geomorphosites, plural of geomorphosite. Geomorphy, geodesy, geomongro, a zither of ancient Korean origin with frets and movable bridges played by plucking with a stick. Geomongros, plural of geomongo. Geomuseum, a geological museum. Geomuseums, plural of geomuseum. Geomycin, any of a group of plant antibiotics related to oxytetracycline. Geomycins, plural of geomycin. Geomycology, the study of the role of fungi in biogeochemical transformations of rocks and minerals. Geomyth, any gopher of the family Geomyidae. Geomyids, plural of geomyid. Geomyid, any member of the Geomyoidea superfamily of rodents. Geomyids, plural of geomyoid. Geomyth, a myth that describes some geological event. Geomythic, alternative form of geomythical. Geomythical, relating to geomyths or geomythology. Geomythically, in a geomythical context. Geomythological, of or relating to geomythology. Geomythologist, one who studies geomythology. Geomythologists, plural of geomythologists. Geomythology, the study of myths concerning geological features and events that may refer to verifiable geological phenomena. Geomyths, plural of geomyth. A hypothetical electromagnetic or gravitational wave held together in a confined region by the gravitational attraction of its own field energy. Generative, a commentary, interview, or similar narrative that may be mapped to a location. Generatives, plural of generative. Gymnastic, of or relating to gymnasty. Gymnastic, a nastic response to gravity. Unate, alternative form of gainate. Genavigation, navigation by means of landmarks and positions on Earth without using astronomy. Genetative, having a negative geotropic response. The net, a network of geocells sometimes forming a geospacer. Genet, plural of genet. Geneutrino, a neutrino produced by radioactive decay within the Earth. Geneutrinos, plural of neutrino. The next alternative form of Gaionic. Dano, plural of Gaon. Gen Kali, a village and scenic tourist area in the Mahishadal block of East Midnapore district of West Bengal, India. Genoma, any of the understory palm trees of the genus Genoma. Genomas, plural of genoma. Genomic, relating to genomy. Genomics, a discipline combining geography and economics. Genomic, the study of the physical properties of the Earth, including geology and physical geography. Thus, plural of gen. Genophile, relating to the study of isotopic variation in rocks. Geno, a name of a geographical feature. Genemis, plural of genemi. Genems, plural of genem. Genemi, The nomenclature of place names. Der synonym of Quetta. Geopark. Any of several official sites of geological importance, often also of archaeological, ecological, or cultural value. Geoparks. Plural of geopark. Geoparse. To parse text, identifying a place into an unambiguous geographic reference. Geoparse. Simple past and past participle of geoparse. Geoparser. A program or algorithm that performs geoparsing. Geoparsers. Plural of geoparser. Geoparses. Third person singular simple present indicative of geoparse. Geoparsing. The process of parsing text that identifies a place into an unambiguous geographic reference. Geoparticle. Describing the use of elementary particles in the exploration of the internal geological structure of the Earth. Geopathic. Relating to the theory that natural irregularities in the Earth's magnetic field can be intensified by power lines, underground pipelines, and other natural and man-made features such that a stress field harmful to human health and well-being is created. Geopathology. Study of spatial distribution and environmental factors in disease. Geopathy. Geopathic effects generally. Geobite. Roughly 10 3 bytes, 1024 brontobytes. Geobytes. Plural of geobyte. Geopedologic. Alternative form of geopedological. Geopedological. Relating to geopedology. Geopedology. The geomorphology of soils. Geopedal. A rock or rock sequence exhibiting or relating to features that indicate whether it has been overturned or whether it lies in the orientation that it was initially deposited. Geopedally. In a geopedal manner. Geovid. A creature that eats earthy substances such as clay and chalk. Geophages. Plural of geophage. Geophagia. Consumption of clay, chalk, or dirt. Geophage. That eats earth / soil, etc. Geophagine. Any citolid of the subfamily Geophaginae. Geophagine. Any citolid of the subfamily Geophaginae. Geophagens. Plural of geophagine. Geophagens. Plural of geophagen. Geophagism. The act or habit of eating earth. Geophagus. One who eats earth or earth-like substances. Geophagists. Plural of geophagus. Geophagus. Eating earth. Geophagy. The practice of eating earthy substances such as clay and chalk. Often during famines or thought to augment a mineral-deficient diet. Geophase. A point in the sequence of geochemical changes that occur as minerals are formed from cooling magma. Geophases. Plural of geophase. Geophile. An organism that lives or thrives in soil. Geophiles. Plural of geophile. Geophilia. The love of the earth. Geophilic. Spending all or a stage of the life cycle underground, exhibiting geophilia. Geophilid. Any member of the Geophilidae family of centipedes. Geophilids. Plural of geophilid. Geophilimorph. Any centipede of the order Geophilimorpha. Geophilimorphs. Plural of geophilimorph. Geophilosopher. One who studies geophilosophy. Geophilosophers, plural of geophilosopher. Geophilosophical, of or relating to geophilosophy. Geophilosophically, in a geophilosophical manner or context. Geophilosophies, plural of geophilosophy. Geophilosophy, all the philosophical aspects of geology or of geography. Geophilus, loving the ground, specifically applied to sunbee animals, especially the geophylla or land snails. Geophile, the property of spending a stage of life underground. Geophone, a form of microphone that detects and records seismic vibrations. Geophones, plural of geophone. Geophony, relating to geophony. Geophonies, plural of geophony. Geophony, naturally occurring sound produced by a habitat, excluding the sounds made by living organisms. Geophilus, geophytic, having leaves that bury themselves in response to drought. Geophylogenetic, relating to geophylogeny. Geophylogenies, plural of geophylogeny. Geophylogeny, spatially referenced phylogeny. Geophies, abbreviation of geophysics. Geophysical, or pertaining to geophysics. Geophysically, in a geophysical manner, in terms of geophysics. Geophysician, a geophysicist. Geophysicians, plural of geophysician. Geophysicist, a physicist who specializes in geophysics. Geophysicists, plural of geophysicists. Geophysics, a branch of earth science dealing with the physical processes and phenomena occurring in the earth and in its vicinity. Geophysicochemical, geophysical and physicochemical. Geophysiological, of or pertaining to geophysiology. Geophysiologist, one who studies geophysiology. Geophysiologist, plural of geophysiologists. Geophysiology, the study of interaction among living organisms on the Earth, operating under the hypothesis that the Earth itself acts as a single living organism. Geophyte, a perennial plant, for example the potato or daffodil, which in spring propagates from an underground organ such as a bulb, tuber, corm, or rhizome. Geophytes, plural of geophyte. Geophytic, relating to geophytes. Geopic, a sharp-edged hammer used by geologists to split and break rocks. Geopics, plural of geopic. Geoplacement, the association of data with its related physical location. Geoplanet, any member of the geoplanety. Geoplanets, plural of geoplanet. Geoplankton, a microorganism that lives in the space as between soil particles and rocks. Geoplanktons, plural of geoplankton. Geopolitic, alternative form of geopolitical. Geopolitical, of or relating to geopolitics. Geopolitical entities, plural of geopolitical entity. Geopolitical entity, a geographical area which is associated with some sort of political structure. Geopolitical zone, a type of federally recognized region in Nigeria consisting of multiple states. Geopolitical zones, plural of geopolitical zone. Geopolitically, in terms of geopolitics. Geopolitician, one who is involved in geopolitics. Geopoliticians, plural of geopolitician. Geopolitics, the study of the effects of geography, especially economic geography on international politics. Geopolitik, a branch of 19th century German statecraft, foreign policy, and geostrategy, developed from the writings of various German thinkers. Geopolymer, any of a class of synthetic aluminous silicate materials with potential use in construction and other areas. Geopolymeric, relating to or composed of geopolymer. Geopolymerize, alternative form of geopolymerize. Geopolymerization, the formation of geopolymers from oligomeric aluminous silicates. Geopolymerizations, plural of geopolymerization. Geopolymerize, to polymerize so as to form a geopolymer. Geopolymers, plural of geopolymer. Geoponic, relating to tillage of the earth, soil, or agriculture. Geoponical, alternative form of geoponic. Geoponics, obsolete form of geoponics. Geoponics, the science of agriculture. Geoponist, a specialist in geopony or geoponics. Geoponists, plural of geoponists. Geophony, agriculture. Geoporphyrin, any porphyrin of geologic origin. Geoporphyrins, plural of geoporphyrin. Geoportal, a form of web portal that handles geospatial information. Geoportals, plural of geoportal. Geoposition, synonym of geolocation. Geopositional, relating to a geoposition. Geoposition, located by means of geopositioning. Geopositioning, the identification of geographic location by means of technology, geolocation. Geopositions, plural of geoposition. Geopositive, having a positive geotropic response. Geopotential, the work that must be done at a given altitude in raising a unit mass from sea level to that altitude against the Earth's gravitational field. Geopotential height, the height above sea level of a given pressure in the atmosphere. Geopotential heights, plural of geopotential height. Geopotentials, plural of geopotential. Geopressure, geologic overpressure. Geopressure, subject to geologic overpressure. Geopressures, plural of geopressure. Geoprivacy, the keeping private of one's geographic location, especially the restriction of geographical data maintained by personal electronic equipment. Geoprobe, a probe used for studying the Earth. Geoprobes, plural of geoprobe. Geoprocess, to process and manipulate geographical information. Geoprocess, simple past and past participle of geoprocess. Geoprocessing, the graphical processing and manipulation of geographical data. Geoprocessor, a software component that carries out geoprocessing. Geoprocessors, plural of geoprocessor. Geoprofile, a geographic profile. Geoprofiles, plural of geoprofile. Geoprofiling, present participle and gerund of geoprofile. Geoprovements, geographical provements. Geopsychic, pertaining to the emotional or mental qualities or influence of a location. Geo, abbreviation of Georgia, a country in the South Caucasus. Georadar, ground penetrating radar. Georama, a hollow globe with a map of the world on its inner surface, so as to be visible from inside. Georamas, plural of georama. Geordie, a diminutive of the male given name George. Geordie lamp, a miner's lamp or safety lamp used in coal mines to prevent explosions. Geordie lamps, plural of Geordie lamp. Geordie Island, tiny side. Geordies, plural of Geordie. Geoiactive, a geologically occurring slow fission reactor, especially in the Earth's past. Georeactors, plural of georeactor. Georectification, a form of image rectification that transforms an image and a map onto a common coordinate system. Georectify, modified by georectification. Georectify, to carry out georectification. Georedundancy, the property of georedundant. Georedundant, operating at more than one geographical location as a form of redundancy in case one site fails. Georeference, to reference a location using a coordinate reference system. Georeference, simple past and past participle of georeference. Georeferencer, a device that assigns a georeference to an image. Georeferencers, plural of georeferencer. Georeferences, third-person singular simple present indicative of georeference. Georeferencing, present participle and gerund of georeference. Georeferentiation, the assignment of a georeference to a location. Georegion, a geographic region. Georegional, relating to georegions. Georegion, plural of georegion. Georegister, to adjust an image to correspond with the geographic location of a trusted reference work. Georegistered, simple past and past participle of georegister. Georegistering, present participle and gerund of georegister. Georegisters, third-person singular simple present indicative of georegister. Georegistration, the adjustment of an image to correspond with the geographic location of a trusted reference work. Georegistrations, plural of georegistration. Georamos, geographically remote, taking place over a significant physical distance. Georeplication, georemote replication of data. Georestricted, subject to georestriction. Georestriction, the deliberate limitation of a digital product or service so that it is only available to users in certain geographic regions. Georestrictions, plural of georestriction. Jor, a male given name, a Scandinavian and continental Germanic variant of George. Jorgbokayite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing chlorine, copper, oxygen, and selenium. George, radiotelephony clear code word for the letter G. George Bess, the face. George Bests, plural of George Best. George County, one of 82 counties in Mississippi, United States. County seat, Lucid. Dale. George Cross, Britain's highest gallantry award for civilians and military personnel for actions which are not in the face of the enemy. George Crosses, plural of George Cross. George Dog Island, an island of the British Virgin Islands. George Enescu, a village and commune of Botoșani County, Romania. George Lucas, to modify or recon a fictional work, usually a film, retroactively after release. George Lucas, simple past and past participle of George Lucas. George Lucas's, third person singular simple present indicative of George Lucas. George Lucasing, present participle and gerund of George Lucas. George Sandism, moral transgression and independence among women. George Spelve, traditional pseudonym used in American theater for an actor who does not wish to be credited, or whose name would otherwise be listed for multiple roles. Georgetown, the capital of the Cayman Islands. George Washington, the $1 bill of the United States of America, which features a portrait of President George Washington. George Washingtons, plural of George Washington. George West, a city, the county seat of Live Oak County, Texas, United States. George's Cod, a fish from the George's Bank cod fishery. George's Island, Tahiti. Georgia Cheetah, an orthorhombic pyramidal mineral containing hydrogen, oxygen, potassium, silicon, sodium, and zirconium. Georgiuric senite, a vitreous, brittle, yellow mineral with the chemical formula Na6COMgIO6CrOH2O. Georgificaceous, of or relating to the Georgificaceae. Georgeham, a village and civil parish in North Devon District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SS 4639. George A, an amorphous light blue mineral containing carbon, copper, hydrogen, and oxygen. Georgelos, a surname. Georgemas, an area in the county of Caithness, Scotland. George Robinsoni, a bright orange red lead chromate mineral with the chemical formula PbCrOOHFCl. Georges, plural of George. George's Bank, a large elevated area of the seafloor between Cape Cod, Massachusetts, United States, and Cape Sable Island, Nova Scotia, Canada, separating the Gulf of Maine from the Atlantic Ocean. Georgescu, a surname from Romanian. Georgeson, an English and Scottish surname originating as a patronymic. Georgetown, the capital city of Guyana, named for George Roman III of the United Kingdom. Georgetown County, one of 46 counties in South Carolina, United States. County seat, Georgetown. Georgetowner, a native or inhabitant of Georgetown. Georgetowners, plural of Georgetowner. Georgette, a female given name. Georgettes, plural of Georgette. Geordie, a surname from German. Georgia, a transcontinental country in the Caucasus region of Europe and Asia on the coast of the Black Sea, often considered to belong politically to Europe. Official name, Georgia. Capital, Tbilisi. Georgia Cracker, an original colonizer of the American state of Georgia, or one of their descendants. Georgia Crackers, plural of Georgia Cracker. Georgia Overdrive, synonym of Angel Gear. Georgia State. Ellipsis of Georgia State University. Georgia Strait, an alternative name for the Strait of Georgia. Georgia Tech, Georgia Institute of Technology. Georgiadze, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing arsenic, chlorine, hydrogen, weed, and oxygen. Georgiades, a surname from Greek. Georgiadizes, plural of Georgiades. Georgia, the language of Georgia, a country in Eastern Europe and Western Asia. Georgian Bay, a large bay off Lake Huron within Ontario, Canada. Georgian Bluffs, a township in Grey County, Ontario, Canada. Georgian Orthodox Church, one of the autocephalous Eastern Orthodox Christian churches. Georgian planet, the planet Uranus. Georgian Soviet Socialist Republic, the Republic of Georgia when it was a nominally independent member republic of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Georgian SSR, abbreviation of Georgian Soviet Socialist Republic, the Republic of Georgia while under the rule of the Soviet Union 1936-1991, name changed in 1990. Georgian Star, Georgium Sidus, the planet Uranus. Georgian Studies, Cartvillian Studies. Georgiana, a female given name from ancient Greek derived from George. Georgianity, the quality of being Georgian relating to the Georgian era. Georgianization, the act or process of Georgianizing. Georgianize, to make Georgian. Georgianize, simple past and past participle of Georgianize. Georgianizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Georgianize. Georgianizing, present participle and gerund to Georgianize. Georgiana, a female given name from ancient Greek, a spelling variant of Georgiana, confused with George plus Anna. Georgianness, the quality of being Georgian relating to the country in the Caucasus. Georgians, plural of Georgian. Georgiaphobia, synonym of Georgiaphobia. Georges, plural of Georgia. Georgic, a rural poem, a poetical composition on husbandry containing rules for cultivating land, etc. Georgical, Georgic, relating to rural affairs. Georgic, obsolete form of Georgic. Georgics, plural of Georgic. Georgics, plural of Georgic. Georgie, a diminutive of the male given name George. Georgie Porgy, alternative form of George not used as a given name but often nominally. Georgiev, a surname from Bulgarian. Georgiev, a surname from Bulgarian. Georgievs, plural of Georgiev. Georgification, the act of process of Georgifying. Georgify, to make Georgian. Georgiana, a female given name from ancient Greek. Georgiana Gedge, the plant Acacia georgianae. Georgina poisoning, synonym of Georgina River disease. Georgina River disease, fluorocetate poisoning in cattle or sheep caused by consumption of the plant Acacia georgianae. Georgia, Georgian, Georgia. Georgiaphobia, the hatred of or aversion to Georgia country or Georgian people. Georgios, a transliteration of the Greek male given name gamma epsilon omega gamma iota omicron sigma Georgios. Georgiou, a surname. Georges, plural of Georgiou. Georges, plural of Georgi. Georgism, an economic philosophy stating that things found in nature, most importantly land, belong equally to all. It is usually associated with the idea of a single tax on the value of land. Georges, a supporter of Georgism. Georgists, plural of Georgist. Georgium Sidus, the planet Uranus. Georgopoulos, a surname from Greek. Georgopoulos, plural of Georgopoulos. George, a diminutive of the male given name George. JRS, any potential hazard or danger to human life, property, infrastructure, or the environment posed by geological processes. Georisks, plural of Georist. Georisid, any beetle in the family Georisidae. Georises, plural of Georisid. Georisid, alternative form of Georisid. Georises, plural of Georisid. Yeah, plural of Geo. Yes, plural of Geo. Geosatellite, a satellite that orbits the Earth, especially one that maintains communication with a receiver on Earth. Geosatellites, plural of geosatellite. Geosaurian, any extinct metrihinchid crocodiliform of the subfamily Geosauridae. Geosaurians, plural of Geosaurian. Geoschematic, of or relating to a geoscheme. Geoscheme, a geographic scheme of the United Nations that divides the world into countries and territories for the purpose of statistics. Geoschemes, plural of geoscheme. Geoscience, earth science. Geosciences, plural of geoscience. Geoscientific, of or pertaining to geoscience. Geoscientifically, in terms of or by means of geoscience. Geoscientist, a scholar or researcher in geoscience, an inclusive term for the earth sciences. Geoscientists, plural of geoscientists. Geoscope, relating to geoscopy. Geoscopy, knowledge or study of the earth or soil obtained by inspection. Geosolenic, pertaining to the earth and moon. Geosensing, the use of geosensors. Geosensor, a geological sensor to detect earthquakes. Geosensors, plural of geosensor. Geosequester, to cause carbon to be buried and stored on geological time scales in the deep crust or lithosphere. Geosequestered, simple past and past participle of geosequester. Geosequestering, present participle and gerund of geosequester. Geosequesters, third person singular simple present indicative of geosequester. Geosequestration, geological sequestration, the storage of carbon dioxide in underground geological formations. Geosite, a place of geological interest. Geosites, plural of geosite. Geoslavery, the use of geolocation and geosurveillance technologies to monitor and control individuals in a coercive or surreptitious manner, with the control being overpowering and uncompensated. Geosmin, a bacterial derivative of decahydranaphthalene that has a strong earthy smell and is the material responsible for petuture and for the earthy taste of beetroot. Geosmins, plural of geosmin. Geosocial, relating to society and geography. Geosocially, in a geosocial context. Geosol, a buried soil formed in a consistent stratigraphic position. Geosols, plural of geosol. Geosopher, one who studies geosophy. Geosophers, plural of geosopher. Geosophy, relating to geosophy. Geosophical, relating to geosophy. Geosophically, in terms of geosophy. Geosophy, the study of geographical knowledge from any or all points of view, not merely scientifically. Geozarban, a geological sarban. Geozarbans, plural of geosarban. Geospace, the region of outer space near Earth, including the upper atmosphere, ionosphere, and magnetosphere. Geospacer, a grid-like material used in a cellular confinement system. Geospacers, plural of geospacer. Geospatial, of or pertaining to a geographic location, especially data. Geospatiality, the quality of a geospatial. Geospatially, in a geospatial manner. Geospecific, specific to a particular geographic area. Geospeedometry, the science of measuring thermal histories of metamorphic or igneous rocks. Geosphere, the solidity of the earth. Geospheres, plural of geosphere. Geospheric, of or pertaining to the geosphere. Geospherical, of or pertaining to the geosphere. Geospizine, any finch of the genus Geospiza. Geospizines, plural of geospizine. Geostate, a political unit that is defined by its geographical borders. Geostates, plural of geostate. Geostatic, relating to the pressure exerted by Earth or similar substance. Geostatic arch, an arch designed to sustain pressure similar to that exerted by Earth. Geostatic arches, plural of geostatic arch. Geostatics, the statics of rigid bodies. Geostationary, at a fixed distance in 3 dimensions relative to a particular point on the Earth's surface, generally only possible with orbital satellites. Geostatistic, of or pertaining to geostatistics. Geostatistical, of or pertaining to geostatistics. Geostatistically, with regard to or by means of geostatistics. Geostatistician, a person who studies geostatistics. Geostatisticians, plural of geostatistician. Geostatistics, the application of statistics to geological observations. Geostrategia, pertaining to the strategy of dealing with geopolitical issues, geopolitically strategic. Geostrategical, alternative form of geostrategic. Geostrategically, in geostrategic terms. Geostrategics, geostrategy. Geostrategies, plural of geostrategy. Geostrategist, a geopolitical strategist, one concerned with the strategies of political geography. Geostrategists, plural of geostrategists. Geostrategy, the strategic use of geopolitics. Geostratigraphy, relating to geostratigraphy. Geostratigraphy, the stratigraphy of the Earth. Geostress, geologic stress. Stresses, plural of geostress. Geostrophe, relating to the balance in the atmosphere between the horizontal Coriolis forces and the horizontal pressure forces. Geostrophic wind, a wind whose direction and speed are determined by a balance of the horizontal pressure gradient force and the force due to the Earth's rotation to the left in the northern hemisphere and to the right in the southern hemisphere. Geostrophic winds, plural of geostrophic wind. Geostrophically, by means of, or in terms of, geostrophy. Geostrophy, the condition of being geostrophic. Geostructural, relating to geostructures. Geostructure, any geographical structure, such as a dome or a fault. Geostructures, plural of geostructure. Geosurveillance, the surveillance of geographical movements and activities. Geosurvey, a geological survey. Geosurvey, simple past and past participle of geosurvey. Geosurveying, present participle and gerund of geosurvey. Geosurveys, plural of geosurvey. Geosynchronicity, the state of being geosynchronous. Geosynchronous refers to the orbit of a satellite whose rate of evolution is matched to the rotation period of the Earth. A special case is the geostationary orbit, which is circular and equatorial so that the satellite appears to be fixed over a particular point on Earth's sky. Geosynchronously, in a geosynchronous way. Geosynchrotron, used attributively to describe the acceleration of charged particles in the Earth's magnetic field. Geosynclinal, of the Earth's crust bending downward or subsiding and permitting the gradual accumulation of sediment. Geosynclinals, plural of geosynclinal. Geosyncline, a large linear depression in the Earth's crust in which sediment accumulates. Geosynclines, plural of geosyncline. Geosynonym, a geopolitical synonym. Geosynonyms, plural of geosynonym. Geosynthetic, any synthetic, typically polymeric product used to stabilize terrain. Geosynthetics, plural of geosynthetic. Geosystem, a geographically localized ecosystem. Geosystemic, relating to geosystems or physical geography. Geosystems, plural of geosystem. Geotactic, of or pertaining to geotaxis. Geotactically, by means of or in terms of geotaxis. Geotac, to augment a photograph or other item with metadata indicating a geographic location. Geotag, simple past and past participle of geotag. Geotagging, present participle and gerund of geotag. Geotags, third person singular simple present indicative of geotag. Geotarget, to target an internet user with specific content for a geographic location. Geotargeted, simple past and past participle of geotarget. Geotargeting, present participle and gerund of geotarget. Geotargets, third person singular simple present indicative of geotarget. Geotaxes, plural of geotaxis. Geotaxe, misspelling of geotactic. Geotaxis, a living creature's ability to move by orienting itself by gravitational forces. Geotech, a person or organization working in geotechnology. Geotechnic, alternative form of geotechnical. Geotechnical, of or relating to the soil and bedrock, especially aspects of foundations and earthworks. Geotechnically, in a geotechnical way. Geotechnics, a branch of civil engineering related to soil and rocks. Geotechnique, geotechnical engineering, or any technique used in this branch. Geotechniques, plural of geotechnique. Geotechnological, relating to geotechnology. Geotechnologies, plural of geotechnology. Geotechnologist, a person working in geotechnology. Geotechnologists, plural of geotechnologists. Geotechnology, geotechnical work. Geotex, plural of geotech. Geotectonic, of or pertaining to geotectonics. Geotectonical, geotectonic. Geotectonically, in terms of geotectonics. Geotectonics. Tectonics, structural geology, the study of the structure of the earth, especially of the formation and movement of tectonic plates. Geotectonism, synonym of geotectonics. Geotemporal, related to where a person or thing is at different times. Geotemporally, in a geotemporal manner. Geotextile, any strong, permeable fabric used in earthworks for any of a number of purposes, including separation of soil layers, filtering, reinforcing, erosion protection, and protection of drainage pipes from clogging. Geotextiles, plural of geotextile. Geotherm, a geoisolarm. Geothermal, pertaining to heat energy extracted from reservoirs in the Earth's interior. Geothermal energy, heat under the ground used to heat water and make steam to turn generator turbines and make electricity. Geothermally, by geothermal means, especially by means of geothermal energy. Geothermic, geothermal. Geothermically, geothermally. Geothermobarometer, an instrument used for geothermobarometry. Geothermobarometers, plural of geothermobarometer. Geothermobarometric, relating to geothermobarometry. Geothermobarometry, the science of measuring the previous pressure and temperature history of a metamorphic or intrusive igneous rock. Geothermochronologic, alternative form of geothermochronological. Geothermochronological, relating to geothermochronology. Geothermochronology, thermochronology of rocks and minerals. Geothermoelectric, describing electric power derived from a geothermal source. Geothermometer, a proxy that allows for geothermometry, the determination of the temperature of a geological material from the past or existing at great depth. Geothermometers, plural of geothermometer. Geothermometric, relating to geothermometry. Geothermometrically, in terms of or by means of geothermometry. Geothermometry, the science of measuring the previous temperature history of a rock. Geotherms, plural of geotherm. Geosde, part of or related to the earth, geological or terrestrial. Geotical, alternative form of geotic. Geotoph, a geologic feature in the landscape, especially one of more interest to tourists than to geologists. Geotophs, plural of geotope. Geotarded, torsion caused by the influence of gravitation. Geotourism, tourism in which the main purpose is to view or study geological or geographical features. Geotourist, one who participates in geotourism. Geotouriste, relating to geotourism. Geotourists, plural of geotourist. Geotracker, a device used for geo-tracking. Geotrackers, plural of geotracker. Geo-tracking. Tracking by means of GPS technology. Geotrauma, the marks and scars left on Earth and its geological record, especially those generated by human activity in the Anthropocene, such as resource depletion, the effects of pollution, etc. Geotraumas, plural of geotrauma. Geotraumatic, of or pertaining to geotrauma. Geotrichosis, plural of geotrichosis. Geotrichosis, a mycosis caused by Geotrichum candidum, mainly affecting the lungs. Geohit, any fish in the family Geotrii. Is plural of geotia. Geotrophic, misspelling of geotropic. Geotropic, or pertaining to geotropism. Geotropically, in a geotropic manner. Geotropism, the movement of a plant in response to gravity either downwards or upwards. Geotropisms, plural of geotropism. Geotherapy, geotropism. Geotropit, any of the family Geotrubi of earth-boring dung beetles. Geotrupids, plural of geotrupid. Geotur, a geotextile tube. Geotours, Donald Trump. Geotypical, depicting typical terrain for a region without any realistic representation of actual local landmarks. Jovaden, a green pigment thought to be related to chlorophyll, responsible for the color of the wings of geometrid moths. GeoViewer, a computer program that displays geographic imagery. GeoViewers, plural of GeoViewer. Geovisual, relating to the visual presentation of geographic or geological data. Geovisualization, alternative form of geovisualization. Geovisualizations, plural of geovisualization. Geovisualization, geographic visualization of geospatial data. Geovisualizations, plural of geovisualization. GeoWeb, a proposed merging of the World Wide Web with geospatial information, permitting, for example, searches by physical location. Geozonal, of or pertaining to a geozone. Geozone, the area enclosed by a geofence. Geozones, plural of geozone. Chevent, any of a class of drugs that are calciton and gene-related peptide CGRP inhibitors used to treat migraine. Gepants, plural of gepant. Gepafrine, an antihypertensive or sympathomimetic agent of the amphetamine family. Geffart, a surname. Geffarts, plural of Geffart. Gefferia, belonging to the class Gefferia of worms. Gefferians, plural of Gefferian. Gevveru, a protein associated with synapses. Gefferins, plural of Geffurin. Gephyrocircle, having a caudal fin formed by the bridging of the dorsal and anal fins. Gephyrophobia, an inordinate fear of bridges, especially crossing bridges. Gephyrostogiid, any extinct reptile-like tetrapod in the family Gephyrostogidae. Gephyrostogids, plural of Gephyrostogiid. Chevet, a member of an East Germanic people related to the Goths. Gepide, the Gepids, an East Germanic people. Gepide, of or relating to the Gepids. Gepids, plural of Gepid. Jeve, alternative spelling of Capic. Gepiron, a piperazine drug with potential applications as an anxiolytic and antidepressant. Jevi, initialism of gigabit Ethernet passive optical network. Gepatidesen, a particular antibiotic. Ze, a surname. Geppert, a surname from German. Geppert, plural of Geppert. Geppetto, the fictional Kepner who created Pinocchio. That initialism of glum-eyed queen and a minor character in the game's backstory. GER, abbreviation of gastroesophageal reflux. GER, a person associated with Rangers FC as a player, fan, coach, etc. GER, German augmented sixth chord. GER, abbreviation of Germany. Jura, an independent city in Thuringia, Germany. Juracto, a barangay of Las Navas, Northern Samar, Philippines. Jerez, a surname from Italian. Jereses, plural of Jeres. Jeresi, a surname from Italian. Jereses, plural of Jeresi. Jeras, a surname from German. Geratas, plural of Gerads. Gerardi, a surname from Irish in turn originating as a patronymic. Geradis, plural of Geradi. Ger, an ancient Hebrew unit of weight and currency. 1/20th of a shekel. Geras, plural of Gera. Gerite, a male given name from Welsh. Gerakitis, a surname from Greek. Gero, synonym of Anhingatu. Vero, a male given name from the Germanic languages. Geraldine, a female given name from the Germanic languages. Geraldo, a surname. Geraldos, plural of Geraldo. Geralds, a surname. Geraldsas, plural of Geralds. Geraldton, a coastal city north of Perth, Western Australia. Geraldine, a female given name, variant of Geraldine. Geranate, any salt or ester of geranic acid. Geranates, plural of geranate. Gerania, plural of geranium. Geraniaceous, of or relating to the family Geraniaceae of flowering plants, including the geranium. Geranio, one of the two isomers of citral. Geranic acid, the terpenoid fatty acid 3,7-dimethyl-2,6-octadienoic acid. Jane, a particular L-arginine found in geraniums. Gerada, any of the class of pronunciations found in geranium avium. Geranine, an astringent obtained from the root of Geranium maculatum or cranespill. Geranins, plural of geranin. Genal, a monoterpenoid alcohol found in the essential oils of rose, pomarosa, and citronella. Genals, plural of geraniol. Geranios, a surname from Greek. Geranium, any flowering plant of the genus Geranium, a family Geraniaceae. Geranium-like, resembling or characteristic of geraniums. Geraniums, plural of geranium. Dawith, the manager or acting partner of a company, publication, etc. Gerets, plural of gerant. Geranidronol, alternative spelling of geranyl geranyl. Geranidronols, plural of geranidronol. Geranol, a univalent radical derived from geraniol. Geranylate, any salt or ester of geranic acid or geranylic acid. Geranylated, simple past and past participle of geranylate. Geranylates, plural of geranylate. Geranylating, present participle and gerund of geranylate. Geranylation, the introduction of a geranyl group into a molecule. Geranylation. Plural of geranylation. Geranylcoumarin. A natural compound formally derived by connecting geranyl to coumarin. Geranylfarnesyl. A geranyl derivative of a farnesyl radical. Geranylflavonoid. Any flavonoid that has a geranyl side chain. Geranylflavonoids. Plural of geranylflavonoid. Geranyldranyl. The diterpanoid alcohol 3,7,11,15 tetramethyl 2,6,10,14 hexadecatrine 1-ol that induces apoptosis and is involved in protein isoprenylation. Geranylgeranylation. Misspelling of geranylgeranylation. Geranylgeranyl. A univalent diterpenoid radical consisting of 2 geranyl residues end-to-end. Geranylgeranylacetone. Teponon. Geranylgeranylase. Any enzyme that catalyzes the removal of a geranylgeranyl group. Geranylgeranylases. Plural of geranylgeranylase. Geranylgeranylated. Modified by geranylgeranylation. Geranylgeranylation. The introduction of a geranylgeranyl group into a molecule. Geranylgeranylations. Plural of geranylgeranylation. Geranylgeranyls. Plural of geranylgeranyl. Geranylgeranyltransferase. One of the 3 enzymes in the prenyltransferase group. Geranylgeranyltransferases. Plural of geranylgeranyltransferase. Geranyls. Plural of geranyl. Geranyltransferase. Any transferase that transfers a geranyl group. Geranyltransferases. Plural of geranyltransferase. Gerard. A male given name from the Germanic languages. Gerardi. A surname. Gerardia. Any of the genus Gerardia of flowering plants. Gerardias. Plural of Gerardia. Gerardis. Plural of Gerardi. Geras. Plural of Gera. Gerascophobia. The abnormal and persistent fear of aging or growing old. Gerasa. The country of the Gerasenes. Gerasene. A native or inhabitant of Gerasa. Gerasenes. Plural of Gerasene. Gerasim. A transliteration of the Belarusian male given name Gaya Era acute S Cyrillic letter 456 MH Gerasim. Gerasima. A surname from Russian. Gerasimovsky. An amorphous mineral containing calcium, hydrogen, manganese, niobium, oxygen, and titanium. Geratologic. Relating to geratology. Geratological. Relating to geratology. Geratologist. One who studies geratology. Geratologists. Plural of geratologists. Geratology. The study of the elderly and diseases and other matters associated with senility, gerontology, and geriatrics. Jar. A firework that produces a fountain of sparks. Jar. A wheat sheaf. Gerber. A surname. Gerber sandwich. An open-faced sandwich from St. Louis, Missouri, consisting of a half section of Italian or French bread, spread with garlic butter and topped with ham and cheese, then toasted. Gerber sandwiches. Plural of Gerber sandwich. Gerber 2. A type of butyrometer used used to estimate the proportion of butterfat in milk. Gerber tubes. Plural of Gerber tube. Gerbera, a daisy of the genus Gerbera. Gerberus, plural of Gerbera. Gerbert, a male given name of historical usage, notably borne by Gerbert of Aurillac. Gers, plural of Ger. Gerbil, a member of one of several species of small, jumping murine rodents of the genus Gerbilis and certain other genera in subfamily Gerbillinae, with leaping powers resembling those of the jerboa, native to Africa, India, and southern Europe. Gerbilaria, plural of Gerbilarium. Gerbilarium, a place where gerbils are bred. Gerbilectomy, the supposed surgical operation of removing the gerbil from the anus of a person who has engaged in gerbiling. Gerbil, simple past and past participle of gerbil. Gerbile, present participle and gerund of gerbil. Gerdle, dated form of gerbil. Gerbil, simple past and past participle of gerbil. Gerbils, plural of gerbil. Gerbilet, any member of the murid subfamily Gerbillinae, a gerbil. Gerbilids, plural of gerbilid. Gerbili, any gerbil of the subfamily Gerbillinae. Gerbilines, plural of gerbiline. Gerbile, present participle and gerund of gerbil. Gerbils, plural of gerbil. Gerbano, a surname from Italian. Gerbanos, plural of gerbino. Gerboa, archaic form of gerboa. Gerboas, plural of gerboa. Gers, plural of ger. Ger, acronym of gastroesophageal reflux disease. Gera, a female given name from the Germanic languages occasionally used in English, mostly around 1900. Gerdema, a surname from German. Gerdemans, plural of Gerdeman. Gerde, a surname. Gerdings, plural of Gerding. Gerdba, a mountain fortress near the city of Damyan in Qumiz, Persia, notable for being a stronghold of the Alauid state. Jervin, obsolete spelling of Gurdon. Jerdans, plural of Jerden. Gertramelis, a triclinic mineral containing aluminum, arsenic, hydrogen, oxygen, and zinc. Jertz, a surname from German. Jertzias, plural of Jertz. Ver, a surname. Jerifa, a reeve or official with local jurisdiction under the king, the chief magistrate of a district. Jerifas, plural of Jerifa. Jered, a tablet of authority in medieval Mongolia. Jerages, plural of Jerej. Jeremia, a surname from Italian. Jeremes, plural of Jeremia. Jer, a surname. Jerina, a surname. Jeridas, plural of Jerina. Jeris, plural of Jerin. Dawith, a manager. Dariths, plural of gerent. Jeremiah, a type of long-necked gazelle, Litocranias walleri, native to Central and Eastern Africa. Jeremax, plural of Jerinuk. Dveris, plural of Gir. Dverish, the symbol that serves as a diacritical mark or a punctuation mark in Hebrew. Jeredy, a surname from Irish. Gerades, plural of gerity. Gerfalcon, alternative form of geofalcon. Gerfalcons, plural of gerfalcon. Gergelum, sesame oil. Gergely, a surname from Hungarian. Gerdolis, plural of Gergely. Gervin, a surname. Jerdans, plural of Jurgen. Jurgesane, alternative form of Gerasene. Jurgesanes, plural of Jurgesene. Jurgon Point, a certain triangle center. Given a triangle ABC and its Jurgon triangle with the touch point opposite it denoted by TA, etc. The Jurgon point is the intersection of the three lines at a BTB and CTC. Jurgon triangle, a triangle defined by the three touch points of the in-circle on the three sides of a given triangle. Jurgovia, the chief epitome fortified town of the Arverni. Jurgovian, or from Jurgovia. Jurgovians, plural of Jurgovian. Gerart, a surname from German. Gerhargen, of or relating to Charles Frederick Gerhardt 1816-1856, French chemist. Gerhardtite, an orthorhombic sphenoidal mineral containing copper, hydrogen, nitrogen, and oxygen. Gerhardts, plural of Gerhardt. Gerart, a surname. Gerhardts, plural of Gerhardt. Gerolf, a surname from German. Gerholds, plural of Gerhold. Jerry, a diminutive of the female given name Geraldine, also used as a formal given name. Jerry chair, clipped compound of geriatric chair. Jerry chairs, plural of Jerry chair. Jerry psych, syllabic abbreviation of geriatric. Diraction, a genre of action films starring aging actors and actresses, especially ones who were action stars earlier in their careers. Eagis, plural of geriaki. Iraki, by the elderly. Geriatric, relating to the elderly. Geriatric chair, a padded reclining chair on casters for the use of geriatric patients with limited mobility. Geriatric chairs, plural of geriatric chair. Geriatric millennial, a person born in the early 1980s, a zennial. Geriatric millennials, plural of geriatric millennial. Geriatrician, a medical doctor specializing in the assessment and treatment of elderly people. Geriatricians, plural of geriatrician. Geriatricide, the killing of elderly people. Geriatrics, the branch of medicine that focuses on health promotion and the prevention and treatment of disease and disability in later life. The term itself can be distinguished from gerontology, which is the study of the aging process itself. Geriatrist, one who studies or works in the field of geriatrics. Geriatrists, plural of geriatrist. Geriatrophile, alternative form of gerontophile. Geriatrophiles, plural of geriatrophile. Geri, synonym of geriatrics. Geric, a surname from German. Gerex, plural of Geric. Geric, a surname. Gerex, plural of Gerrick. Jur, plural of jur. Jury. A surname. Geringer, a surname from German. Geringers, plural of Geringer. Jeringsing, an ancient Indonesian motif, pattern, or design of batik and tenun with light brown or dark brown as its base color. Jeringsing, plural of Jeringsing. Jaris, Dietix. Jar, a surname. Jurgen, a surname from German. Jerkins, plural of jerkin. Jerks, plural of jerk. Jurgen, a surname from German. Jerkins, plural of jerkin. Jurek, a surname from the Germanic languages or originating as an occupation. Jurlach, plural of Jurlach. Jurlaches, Saint Jurlach, a Dutch Saint Jurlachus Sankt Jurlach. Jurle, a surname. Jurlings, plural of Jurling. Jurloff, a surname from German. Jurlos, plural of Jurloff. Jur, a German person. Germ cell, a cell that is part of the germ line. A gametocyte, an ovum or a sperm cell. Germ cells, plural of germ cell. Germphere, alternative form of germphere. Germpheres, plural of germphere. Germ histories, plural of germ history. Germ history, ontogeny specifically as a supposed recapitulation of phylogeny. Germ-layer, a collection of cells assembled during embryogenesis that eventually develop into all tissues and organs via organogenesis in animals. Germ layers, plural of germ layer. Germline, alternative form of germline. Germlines, plural of germline. Germplasm, the cytoplasm of germ cells. Germ pore, a small pore in the outer wall of a fungal spore. Germ pores, plural of germ pore. Germ theory, synonym of germ theory of disease. Germ theory of disease, the theory coherent scientific explanation of an observable fact that some diseases are caused by microorganisms. Germ 2, a hypha produced by some fungi during germination. Germ tubes, plural of germ tube. Germ warfare, the use of harmful microorganisms as a weapon of war. Germ fear, the fear of germs and other pathogenic microorganisms. Germophobia. Germ fears, plural of germ fear. Germ free, without any especially harmful microorganisms. Aseptic. Germ histories, plural of germ history. Germ history, alternative form of germ history. Germplasm, alternative spelling of germplasm. Germ-ridden, lacking hygiene, unclean. Ger, abbreviation of German. Germocradianol, the sesquiterpenoid alcohol 2,1-R2-E4, 7E4, 8-dimethyl cyclodeca, 2,17-1-L-propan, 2-ol. Germocranoli, any of a group of sesquiterpene lactones found in a variety of plants. Germocranolides, plural of germocranoli. Germocratrian, The sesquiterpene hydrocarbon 4,10-dienethyl 7-isopropylidene cyclodeca 4,10-diene present in the essential oil of hops. Germicran, any of a class of sesquiterpenes that act as insect pheromones. Germicrans, plural of germicran. Germicran, a sesquiterpene that has been isolated from geranium macrorhizum. Germacryl, related to germicran, in particular the germacryl cation, which comes about by the addition of a hydrogen cation. Jure, a surname transferred from the given name. Jure, a surname transferred from the given name. A variant of germane. Germo, of or relating to the germ from which an organism develops. Germa, a native or inhabitant of Germany, a person of German citizenship or nationality. German 88, a WW2 German 88mm anti-aircraft artillery multi-purpose field gun. German 88, plural of German 88. German augmented sixth chord, a chord with a tonic, lowered submediant, lowered mediant, and raised subdominant scale degrees. German augmented sixth. Chords, plural of German augmented sixth chord. German autumn, a set of events in late 1977 revolving around the kidnapping and murder of industrialist Hans Martin Schleyer by the Red Army faction RAF and the hijacking of the Lufthansa aeroplane Lancia by the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine PFLP. German bearded iris, Iris times Germanica. German bite, a bite in the southeastern North Sea. German biscuit, synonym of Empire biscuit. German biscuits, plural of German biscuit. German bit, a wood-boring tool with a long elliptical pod and a screw point. German bits, plural of German bit. German chamomile, alternative form of German chamomile. German car, mirror car. German chamomile, an annual plant, Matricaria ricutita, of the aster family, which is the type of chamomile most used for tea. German chocolate cake, a layered chocolate cake filled and topped with coconut pecan frosting. German chocolate cakes, plural of German chocolate cake. German cockroach, Volatella germanica Crotenbog. German cockroaches, plural of German cockroach. German Confederation, an association of predominantly German-speaking sovereign states in Central Europe in the 19th century. German Democratic Republic, official name of East Germany from 1947 through reunification in 1990, a former country in Central Europe. German Democratic Republican, of or pertaining to the German Democratic Republic. German Democratic Republicans, plural of German Democratic Republican. German dualism, the period 1740–1866, during which Germany was dominated by the two poles of Austria and Prussia vying for supremacy thereover. German duck, a sheep's head stewed with onions. German East Africa, a former German colony in East Africa, spread mostly over present-day mainland Tanzania, Rwanda, and Burundi. German Empire, a former German empire and country that existed between 1871 and 1918. Capital, Berlin. German flute, a transverse flute. German flutes, plural of German flute. German fried potatoes, synonym of German fries. German fries, sliced fried potatoes, sometimes with additional ingredients such as onion, green pepper, and bacon. German game, a Euro game. German games, plural of German game. German goiter, a protruding stomach, especially one supposed to be indicative of excessive consumption of beer. German goiters, plural of German goiter. German goiter, alternative spelling of German goiter. German goiters, plural of German goiter. German gully, a gully in Victoria, Australia, any of several such gullies which were worked as goldfields during the gold rush. German iris, Iris times germanica, in not the species of iris. German ivy, Ilera odorata, a climbing plant native to South Africa. German lute, synonym of Waldsither. German lutes, plural of German lute. German mastiff, synonym of Great Dane. German mastiffs, plural of German mastiff. German measles, rubella. German millet, foxtail millet Ceteria italica. German New Guinea, the northeastern part of the island of New Guinea and several nearby island groups, the first part of the German colonial empire. German Ocean, North Sea. German Order, synonym of Teutonic Knights. German Pancake, synonym of Dutch baby. German pancakes, plural of German pancake. German paste, a prepared food for caged birds consisting of eggs, piecemeal, etc. German pizza, synonym of Flammkuchen, from the appearance of this Germanic dish being similar to a pizza pie crust topped with pizza toppings. German pizzas, plural of German pizza. German question, the question of which historically German-speaking, inhabited, and / ruled areas, particularly of whether northern German areas and Austria or only northern German areas, should constitute a unified German state. German question, alternative letter case form of German question. German Reich, a former German country that existed between 1871 and 1945. De facto ending with World War Roman II. Capital, Berlin. German Rex, a domestic cat of a medium-sized breed with slender legs and a short silky coat. German Rexes, plural of German Rex. German Samoa, a former German protectorate in Oceania existing from 1900 to 1919, consisting of the islands of Upolu, Save, Apalima, and Menono in modern Samoa. German Sea, North Sea. German Shepherd, a large-sized breed of dog often used as a guard dog or police dog. German Shepherds, plural of German Shepherd. German Shepherdor, a cross between a German Shepherd and a Labrador. German Shepherdors, plural of German Shepherdor. German Short-Eyed Pointer, a breed of gun dog of German origin that has a liver and white short coat. German Short-Eyed Pointers, plural of German Short-Eyed Pointer. German Sign Language, the sign language used in Germany. German Silver, Kupfernickel, nickel silver, specifically the variety developed by 19th century German metal workers, an alloy of copper, nickel, and zinc. German Silvers, plural of German Silver. German Spaniel, a hunting dog of a breed developed in Germany around 1890, having a sturdy build and a brown coat with occasional white markings. German Spaniels, plural of German Spaniel. German Sparrow, Tree Sparrow, Passer montanus. German Sparrows, plural of German sparrow. German Spitzklein, a canine variety characterized by their small-sized body, additionally with them being very multicolored, and is one of the 5 different German Spitz dog breeds. The other breeds being the German Spitz Mittel, the Giant Spitz, Wolf Spitz, and the Pomeranian. German Spitz Mittel, a canine variety characterized by their medium-sized body and is one of the 5 different German Spitz dog breeds, the other breeds being the German Spitzklein, Giant Spitz, Wolf Spitz, and the Pomeranian. German Steel, a kind of steel made from bog iron ore in a forge with charcoal for fuel. German Studies, a field that researches, documents, and disseminates German language and literature in both its historic and present forms. German Swiss Sign Language, Swiss German Sign Language. German Tinder, Aladu. German Turner, synonym of kohlrabi. German Virgin, a poker hand in Texas Hold 'em, consisting of 2 9 cards. German Virgins, plural of German Virgin. German Wheat, synonym of spelt Triticum spelta. German Wheel, an apparatus made up of 2 large, usually steel rings joined together by a set of parallel steel bars. German Wheels, plural of German wheel. German Whist, a variation of whist for 2 players, probably of British origin. German Wire-haired Pointer, a medium to large-sized Griffon-type breed of dog developed in the 19th century in Germany for versatile hunting. German Wire-haired Pointers, plural of German Wire-haired Pointer. German Austria, a designation of the predominantly German-speaking territories of Cisleithania. German like or resembling the German people, their language, or their culture, Germanish. Germane, the hydride of Germany. Germanens, plural of Germanane. Germanate, the Ocean geo derived from germanium, any salt containing this ion. Germinates, plural of germinate. Germination, containing germinate anions. Germanatrane, any atrane having germanium as the heteroatom. German Psi, a metastable allotrope of germanium. Germander, a Mediterranean herb of species Teucrium chamaeres, historically grown for medicinal use, but now mostly as an ornamental miniature hedge in herb gardens. Germanders, plural of germander. Germanum, essentially German qualities or attributes, Germanus. Germain, related to a topic of discussion or consideration. Germanely, in a manner that is germane, relevantly. Germanie, an allotrope of germanium that has a hexagonal, planar structure analogous to graphene. Germanus, the property or condition of being germane. Germans, plural of germane. Germanesque, somewhat German or reminiscent of the Germans or Germany, Germanish. Germanist, superlative form of German, most German. Germanoid, the quality or characteristic of being German. Germania, an ancient Roman term for a cultural region describing the lands in Central Europe inhabited by Germanic peoples. Germanian, containing germanium. Germanic, the early, undocumented ancestral language from which other Germanic languages developed, such as Afrikaans, Danish, Dutch, Frisian, English, German, Faroes, Icelandic, Yiddish, Norwegian, and Swedish. Germanic acid, germanium dioxide, GO2. Germanic acids, plural of Germanic acid. Germanic H, synonym of aspirated H. Germanic H's, plural of Germanic H. Germanic New Medicine, a system of pseudomedicine introduced by Reich Gerdheimer 1935-2017, based around an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory and promoted as a cure for cancer. Germanical, archaic form of Germanic. Germanically, in a manner that is Germanic. Germanische, Marisch. Germanicist, one who studies the Germanic languages. Germanicists, plural of Germanicists. Germanic, obsolete form of Germanic. Germanics, plural of Germanic. Germani, any binary compound of germanium and a more electropositive element. Germanides, plural of Germani. Germany, obsolete spelling of Germany. Germanies, plural of Germany. Germaniferous, containing or producing germanium. Germanification, the act or process of making something German. Germanify, simple past and past participle of Germanify. Germanify, third person singular simple present indicative of Germanify. Germatify, to make German. Germanifying, present participle and gerund of Germanify. Germany, synonym of Suramin. Germanization, alternative form of Germanization. Germanize, alternative form of Germanize. Germanized, simple past and past participle of Germanize. Germanizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Germanize. Germanish, Germanic. Germanizing, present participle and gerund of Germanize. Germanism, a word or idiom of the German language that has been borrowed by another language. Germanisms, plural of Germanism. Germanist, a person who studies the Germanic languages, the associated literatures and / or cultures. Germanistan, Germany, viewed as an Islamic country because of immigration from Islamic countries. Germanistic, relating to the German language or culture. Germanistics, German studies. Germanists, plural of Germanists. Germanize, an isometric tetrahedral pinkish gray mineral containing copper, germanium, iron, and sulfur. Germanity, synonym of Germanus. Germanium, a non-metallic chemical element symbol J with an atomic number of 32, a lustrous, hard brittle, grayish-white metalloid in the carbon group. Germanium antimony telluride, a chalcogenide glass of approximate composition G2SB2T5, used in writable DVDs. It changes phase from crystalline to amorphous when heated by a laser. Germanium dioxide, an oxide compound of germanium with the chemical formula GO2. Germanium diselenide, a chemical compound with the formula GC. It exists as black crystalline powder having orthorhombic crystal symmetry. At temperatures till the 650 degrees C, it transforms into the cubic NaCl structure. Germanium tetrachloride, the binary compound GCl4 that is the germanium analog of carbon tetrachloride. Germanium tetrahydride, germane DH. Germaniums, plural of germanium. Germanization, the act of making something have more German characteristics. Germanizations, plural of Germanization. Germanize, to give a German character to something. Germanize, simple past and past participle of Germanize. Germanizer, one who Germanizes. Germanizers, plural of Germanizer. Germanizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Germanize. Germanizing, present participle and gerund of Germanize. Germelin, Germany. German-like, alternative form of German-like. Germany, in a German manner, in a way characteristic of Germans. German, a surname. Germaness, the quality or characteristic of being German. Germans, plural of German. Germano, relating to Germany and German culture. Germanocentric, centered on or interpreted in terms of Germany. Germanicolusite, an isometric hextetrahedral mineral containing arsenic, copper, germanium, sulfur, and vanadium. Germanoid, German-like. Germanic, similar to German but ambiguous as to definite origin. Germanomania, a passion for Germany, its people, language, and culture. Germanomaniac, one who loves Germany or its people, language, or culture. Germanomaniacs, plural of Germanomaniac. Germanomethane, germanium tetrahydride. Germani, any germanium analog of a ketone R2G equals O. Germanons, plural of Germanon. Germanophile, someone who admires Germany or its culture, cuisine, history, or people. Germanophiles, plural of Germanophile. Germanophilia, alternative form of Germanophilia. Germanophilias, plural of Germanophilia. Germanophilus, synonym of Germanophile. Germanophilists, plural of Germanophilus. Germanophobe, someone who dislikes or fears Germany. Germanophobes, plural of Germanophobe. Germanophobia, the hatred or fear of Germany and anything German. Germanophobic, opposed to Germany. Germanophobus, synonym of Germanophobe. Germanophobists, plural of Germanophobus. Germanophone, German-speaking. Germanophones, plural of Germanophone. Germanosphere, the collection of German-speaking countries. Germanata, a surname from Italian. Germanatas, plural of Germanata. Germanus, containing germanium with a valence of 2. Germus, plural of German. Germentin, the former name of the small town Holbrook in southern New South Wales, Australia. Germantown, the former name of the census-designated place Artois in Glenn County, California, United States. Germantowner, someone from or residing in any of the many places called Germantown in the United States. Germantowners, plural of Germantowner. Germany, a nation or civilization occupying the country around the Rhine, Elbe, and Upper Danube rivers in Central Europe, taken as a whole under its various governments. Germinal, the radical GH3 derived from Germane. Germinals, plural of Germinal. Germanies, plural of Germany. Germaphobe, alternative form of germaphobe. Germaphobes, plural of germaphobe. Germophobia, alternative form of germophobia. Germophobic, alternative form of germophobic. Germarian, Plural of germarium. Germayo, relating to the germaria. Gerberies. Plural of germary. Germarium, the parts of an ovary and testes in rotifera etc. that produce eggs and sperm respectively. Germariums, plural of germarium. Germary, an organ that produces germ cells, sperm, or eggs. Germen, the band of germ layers that forms on the ventral side of the embryo during gastrulation in insects. Germens, plural of germ band. Germectomies, plural of germectomy. Germectomy, surgical removal of germs of wisdom teeth, which are immature forms of the teeth that do not have deep roots yet. Germed, simple past and past participle of germ. Germe, the basic form of an organism, the seed or germ. Germans, plural of German. Germer, a surname from German. Germers, plural of germer. Germicidal, that kills pathogenic organisms, disinfectant. Germicidally, in a germicidal manner. Germicide, an agent that kills pathogenic organisms, a disinfectant. Germicides, plural of germicide. Germicidin, any of a group of germicidal lactons produced by Streptomyces bacteria. Germicidins, plural of germicidin. Germiculture, the cultivation of microbes. Germe, comparative form of germi, more germy. Germiest, superlative form of germy, most germy. Germe, any other group of proteins resistant to proteases associated with the germination of cereals. Germina, plural of germen. Germinabilities, plural of germinability. Germinability, ability to germinate. Germinable. Having the ability to germinate. Germinal, the 7th month of the French Republican calendar, starting on the date of the vernal equinox March 21 or 22 and ending on April 19 or 20. Germinal center, a site in lymph nodes and the spleen where mature B cells proliferate, differentiate, and mutate their antibody genes. Germinal centers, plural of germinal center. Germinal center, alternative form of germinal center. Germinal centers, plural of germinal center. Germinal disc, alternative form of germinal disc. Germinal discs, plural of germinal disc. Germinal disc, a small circular white spot on the surface of the yolk of an egg. Germinal discs, plural of germinal disc. Germinal matrix, a highly cellular and highly vascularized region in the brain from which cells migrate out during brain development. Germinal spot, synonym of germinal disc. Germinal spots, plural of germinal spot. Germinality, the condition of being germinal. Germinally, by or involving germ cells. Germinals, plural of germinal. Germinate, a saturated heterocycle that has 5 carbon atoms and 1 germanium atom. Germinate, that germinates. Germinants, plural of germinant. Germinate, of a seed to begin to grow, to sprout roots and leaves. Germinated, simple past and past participle of germinate. Germinates, third person singular simple present indicative of germinate. Germinating, present participle and gerund of germinate. Germination, the process of germinating, the beginning of vegetation or growth from a seed or spore, the first development of germs, either animal or vegetable. Germinations, plural of germination. Germinative, of or pertaining to germination. Germinatively, in terms of or at the time of germination. Germinator, a container in which plants may be germinated. Germinators, plural of germinator. Germin, a severatrum alkaloid. Germinus, the state or condition of being germy. Gerve, present participle and gerund of germ. Germanitrine, a severatrum alkaloid. Germinivirus, misspelling of geminivirus. Germinoma, a germ cell tumor. Germinomas, plural of germinoma. Germinomatus, relating to a germinoma. Germinosome, a cluster of germinate receptors on the inner membrane of a spore. Germinosomes, plural of germinosome. Germinotropic, that affects germination. Germans, plural of german. Germiparity, reproduction by means of germs. Gervish, Denglish. Germiston, a city in Gauteng, South Africa. Germ layer, alternative form of germ layer. Germ layers, plural of germ layer. Germus, free from germs. Germlessness, absence of germs. Germ-like, having the characteristics of a germ. Germi, those cells of an individual that have genetic material that could be passed to offspring, the source of gametes. Germineless, that lacks a germline. Germines, plural of germine. Germline, the organism produced by germination of an algal or fungal spore, but especially an immature gametophyte produced by the germination of a tetraspore. Germlings, plural of germling. Germlesh, Denglish. Germo, a village and civil parish in southwest Cornwall, England. OS grid ref SW 5829. Germodin, a polynuclear mass of protoplasm, not divided into separate cells from which certain ova are developed. Germidins, plural of germogen. Germoid, a germin. Germoids, plural of germoid. Germ, a surname from French. Germans, plural of German. Germaphobe, one who suffers from germophobia. Germaphobes, plural of germaphobe. Germophobia, pathological fear of germs. Germophobia, synonym of germaphobe. Germophobic, morbidly afraid of germs. Germoplasm, alternative form of germplasm. Germoplasms, plural of germoplasm. Germazin, a surname. Germozins, plural of germozin. Germosporangia, plural of germosporangium. Germosporangium, a sporangium that contains germ spores. Germplasm, seeds or tissues maintained for the purpose of animal or plant breeding, preservation, or other research uses. Germplasms, plural of germplasm. Germproof, resistant to germs. Germs, plural of germ. Germtube, alternative form of germ tube. Germtubes, plural of germtube. Germule, a small germ. Germules, plural of germule. Germi, that carries germs. Germo, the univalent radical of germanium H3G that is analogous to metal. Germaline, any germalide. Germaleans, plural of germaline. Germalidine, the germanium analogues of carbines are 2G. Germalidines, plural of germalidine. Germanium, any cation formed by a germanium atom with 3 bonds, having the general formula R3G+. Germals, plural of germal. To grin. Gernat, a surname. Gern, simple past and past participle of gern. Germer, a surname. Gerners, plural of Gerner. Gernert, a surname from German. Gernerts, plural of Gernert. Gerde, present participle and gerund of germ. Geras, third person singular. Simple present indicative of germ. Gernsbackian, of or relating to Hugo Gernsback, born Hugo Gernsbacher, 1884–1967, Luxembourgish American inventor, writer, editor, and magazine publisher. Gerntime, a surname. Gera, a surname. Gera, geriatric, elderly. Gerocomia, alternative form of gerocomy. Gerocomy, medical treatment of the elderly. Geroconversion, gerogenic conversion of cells. Gerodontics, dentistry with relation to the elderly. Gerodontology, the scientific study of dental care in the elderly. Geroff, alternative spelling of Geroff. Gerogenic, relating to the production of a senescent form. Gero, a surname from German. Gerolds, plural of Gerald. Girona, a city in northeastern Catalonia, Spain. Gerontogenesis, oncogenesis as a result of aging. Geronimo, a prominent leader and medicine man from the Badonko band of the Kairikahua Apache tribe 1829–1909. Geronimo line, alternative spelling of Geronimo line. Geronimo lines, plural of Geronimo line. Gerontechnological, relating to gerontechnology. Gerontechnologies, plural of gerontechnology. Gerontechnology, an interdisciplinary academic and professional field combining gerontology and technology. Gerots, magistrates in Sparta who, with the kings, constituted the Gerousia. Geronte, of or pertaining to old age or the elderly. Geronticide, the killing or euthanasia of the elderly. Geronticides, plural of geronticide. Gerontine, a substance isolated from liver, later identified as spermin. Geronto, pertaining to old age or elderly people. Gerontocentric, centered around old people. Gerontocide, Alternative form of gerontocide. Gerontocides, plural of gerontocide. Gerontocracies, plural of gerontocracy. Gerontocracy, government by elders. Gerontocrat, a member of a gerontocracy, an aged leader, especially one clinging onto power or ruling only by virtue of age. Gerontocratic, of or relating to gerontocracy. Gerontocratical, gerontocratic. Gerontocratically, in a gerontocratic way. Gerontocrats, plural of gerontocrat. Gerontagias, of the old world. Gerontogene, any gene that is involved in the regulation of aging and lifespan. Gerontogenes, plural of gerontogene. Gerontogus, belonging to the old world. Gerontolatry, worship of old people. Gerontologic, synonym of gerontological. Gerontological, of or pertaining to gerontology. Gerontologically, in a gerontological way. Gerontologies, plural of gerontology. Gerontologist, a physician who specializes in gerontology. Gerontologists, plural of gerontology. Gerontology, the branch of science that deals with the problems of aged people. It is to be distinguished from geriatrics, which is the study of the diseases of the elderly. Gerontology covers the social, psychological, and biological aspects of aging. Gerontomorphe, resembling the form that is characteristic of old age. Gerontomorphosis, evolutionary change involving extreme specialization and a reduction in the capability for further change. Gerontonym, a term, title, or name used for an old person or set of people. Gerontonyms, plural of gerontonym. Gerontophagy, dating of the elderly. Gerontophile, a person sexually attracted to elderly men. Gerontophiles, plural of gerontophile. Gerontophilia, sexual attraction toward the elderly. Gerontophiliac, one who has gerontophilia. Gerontophiliacs, plural of gerontophiliac. Gerontophilic, of, relating to, or exhibiting gerontophilia. Gerontopho, one who has gerontophobia. Gerontophobes, plural of gerontopho. Gerontophobia, an abnormal and persistent fear of aging or growing old. Gerontophobic, of, relating to, or exhibiting gerontophobia. Gerontopsychiatric, relating to gerontopsychiatry. Gerontopsychiatrist, a practitioner of gerontopsychiatry. Gerontopsychiatrists, plural of gerontopsychiatrists. Gerontopsychiatry, psychiatry of old people. Gerontosexuality, sexual attraction towards old people. Gerontotherapeutic, of, relating to, or bearing efficacy in gerontotherapy. Gerontotherapist, a person who practices gerontotherapy. Gerontotherapists, plural of gerontotherapists. Gerontotherapy, therapy targeting elderly people. Gerontoxin, Arcus senilis. Gerophile, a gerontophile. Gerophiles, plural of gerophile. Gerophilia, synonym of gerontophilia. Geropega, alternative form of geropiga. Geropega, plural of geropega. Geropaga, a mixture of grape juice, brandy, etc. used to adulterate port. Geroprotection, protection from the adverse effects of aging. Geroprotective, that protects against the effects of aging. Geroprotector, any therapeutic agent that provides geroprotection. Geroprotectors, plural of geroprotector. Geropsychiatric, relating to geropsychiatry. Geropsychiatrist, a practitioner of geropsychiatry. Geropsychiatrists, plural of geropsychiatrists. Geropsychiatry, geriatric psychiatry. Geropsychologist. A practitioner of geropsychology. Geropsychologists, plural of geropsychologists. Geropsychology, a branch of psychology that focuses on elderly people. Geros, plural of gero. Geroscience, the science of aging and of age-related disease. Geroscientist, a scientist whose specialty is geroscience. Geroscientists, plural of geroscientists. Gerospan, the length of time in one's life where one is geriatric. Gerospans, plural of gerospan. Gerosuppressant, that suppresses aging. Gerotechnology, alternative form of gerontechnology. Geroyer, the council of elders in ancient Sparta, made up of the 2 Spartan kings and 28 gerons. Gero, a surname. Geros, plural of ger. Jar, initialism of gas engine rating pro. GERP score, a genomic evolutionary rate profiling score that measures the evolutionary conservation of a particular genetic sequence across a species. GERP scores, plural of GERP score. Ver, det a. Gerer, a surname originating as a patronymic. Gerrard's Cross, a town and civil parish with a town council in Buckinghamshire, England, previously in South Bucks District OS Grid Ref TQ008. Jerry, any fish in the family Gerridae, the Maduras. Jareds, plural of Jared. Jeddah, an ancient city on the Persian Gulf in modern-day Saudi Arabia. Jahanatin, of or relating to the lizard subfamily Jahanatini. Jahasaurid, any member of the family Jahasauridae of plated lizards. Jahasaurids, plural of Jahasaurid. Jerry, a diminutive of the female given name Geraldine, also used as a formal given name. Jared, any member of the family Gerridae, the water striders. Jareds, plural of Jared. Jerry, a unisex given name from Afrikaans or Dutch. Jarries, plural of Jerry. Jared, contraction of Jering getting. Jerry, that is. Jeringer, a surname from German. Jeringers, plural of Jeringer. Jerish, a surname. Jerishes, plural of Jerish. Jerish, contracted form of get it. representing slurred pronunciation. Gerritsen, a surname from Dutch. Gerritsens, plural of Gerritsen. Gerdy, a surname from Irish. Gerardis, plural of Gerardy. Geroff, get off. Geroff, get out. Very, a diminutive of the male given names Gerald and Gerard. Gerrymander, obsolete form of gerrymander. Gerrymander, simple past and past participle of gerrymander. Gerrymanderer, one who gerrymanders. Gerrymanderers, plural of gerrymanderer. Gerrymandering, present participle and gerund of gerrymander. Gerrymanderings, plural of gerrymandering. Gerrymanderism. Gerrymandering. Gerrymanders, plural of gerrymander. Yars, a department of Occitania, France. Capital, A in C code 32. Jur, a surname from German. Jerschenkron effect, the theory that changing the base year for an index determines the growth rate of the index. Jerschenkron effects, plural of Jerschenkron effect. Jurus, plural of Jersch. Jerstorfi, an isometric nickel arsenic sulfide mineral. Gerstorfites, plural of Gerstorfi. Jur, alternative form of Gersh, old silver coin of Ethiopia. Jershem, the Hebrew character used to indicate acronyms and other multi-letter abbreviations. Gershenfeld, a surname. Jershingor, a surname. Jershman, a surname from Russian. Jershmans, plural of Jershman. Jervim, a male given name from Hebrew. Jershai, the eldest of the sons of Levi and the patriarchal founder of the Jershonites. Jershonite, a member of one of the four main divisions among the Levites in biblical times, supposed to have had the care of the curtains, hangings, and ropes of the sanctuary. Jershonites, plural of Jershonite. Jershons, plural of Jershon. Jerwe, a surname. Gershwinian, of or relating to George Gershwin, born Jacob Bruskin Dershowitz, 1898–1937, American composer and pianist. Jersa, a surname. Jerson therapy, a pseudoscientific treatment that aims to cure various conditions, such as headaches, tuberculosis, and cancer, by means of a special diet. Jerson, plural of Jerson. Jerst, a surname. Jerstein, a surname. Jersteins, plural of Jerstein. Terslei, a monoclinic aromatic mineral containing antimony, arsenic, hydrogen, oxygen, sodium, and sulfur. Gerstmann, a surname. Gerstmann syndrome, a neurological disorder characterized by a constellation of symptoms that suggest the presence of a lesion in a particular area of the brain. Gerstmann-Stressler-Schenker syndrome, a very rare, usually familial, fatal neurodegenerative disease classified as a transmissible spongiform encephalopathy. Gerstringate, a controversy following the 2007 dismissal of Jeff Gerstmann from his position as editorial director of GameSpot, alleged by some to be a consequence of his giving only a mediocre rating to a video game that was being heavily advertised on GameSpot at the time. Gerstmannite, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing hydrogen, magnesium, manganese, oxygen, silicon, and zinc. Gerstner, a surname from German. Gerstner wave, an exact solution of the Euler equations for periodic surface gravity waves, describing a progressive wave of permanent form on the surface of an incompressible fluid of infinite depth. Gerstner waves, plural of Gerstner wave. Gerstners, plural of Gerstner. Gersts, plural of Gerst. Gerstenden, a municipality in Wartburg-Kreis district, Thuringia, Germany. Gersum, a lump sum paid by individuals who take a lease of landed property in England. Gersums, plural of Gersum. Verlush, very nice. Vertaldi, a Ligurian/Monegasque surname. Dircha, yeah, you gone, go away. There, a surname. Veris, plural of Kurth. Vervi, a diminutive of the female given name Gertrude. Gertner, a surname from German. Gertners, plural of Gertner. Gertrude, a female given name from the Germanic languages. Merch, a surname from German. Gertschus, plural of Gertsch. Gertz, a surname. Gerses, plural of Gertz. Terror, an earthy red color used in India to paint flower pots and tree bases. Gerund, a verbal form that functions as a verbal noun. In English, a gerund has the same spelling as a present participle, but functions differently. However, this distinction may be ambiguous or unclear and so is no longer made in some modern texts such as a comprehensive grammar of the English language and the Cambridge Grammar of the English language. Gerundrinder, a rigid or pedantic teacher. Gerundrinders, plural of gerundrinder. Gerundrinding, a rigid or pedantic style of teaching. Gerund participle, the form of an English verb that ends in ing and can function as a noun, an adjective, or a progressive verb. Gerund participles, plural of gerund participle. Gerundal, being or pertaining to a gerund. Gerundel, pertaining to or behaving like a gerund. Gerundially, in a gerundial manner. Gerundival, pertaining to the gerundive form of a word. Gerundive, a verbal adjective that describes obligation or necessity, equivalent in form to the future passive participle. Gerundively, in the manner of a gerund, as or in place of a gerund. Gerundives, plural of gerundive. Gerundization, conversion into a gerund. Gerundizations, plural of gerundization. Gerundize, to convert into a gerund. Gerundize, simple past and past participle of gerundize. Gerundizes, third person singular simple present indicative of gerundize. Gerundizing, present participle and gerund of gerundize. Gerunds, plural of gerund. Gerua, alternative form of gerausia. Gerace, a surname from Italian. Shertu, any tree of the genus Parashuria of Southeast Asia, or its wood. Gervaseo, A surname. Gervasio's, plural of Gervasio. Gervais, a surname. Gerval, a small medicinal verbenaceous shrub of the West Indies, etc. Gervas, a male given name. Gervas, a male given name from the Germanic languages, common in the Middle Ages but rare today. Gervasi, a surname from Italian. Gervasis, plural of Gervasi. Jura, a male given name from Welsh. Juragai, any of several species of Australasian warblers in the genus Juragon. Juragons, plural of Juragon. Jurnata, any crab in the family Jurionidae. Jurionids, plural of Jurionid. Garazair, a county of Ngari Prefecture, Tibet Autonomous Region, China. That, plural of J. Yes, plural of G. Jesum Kunstwerk, total artwork, and artistic creation such as an operatic performance that encompasses music, theater, and the visual arts. Jesum Kunstwerks, plural of Jesum Kunstwerk. Jesh Mazel is style of race in which the skiers or snowboarders all start together. Jeschwin syndrome, a group of behavioral phenomena sometimes seen in temporal lobe epilepsy, hypergraphia, hyperreligiosity, atypical usually reduced sexuality, circumstantiality, and intensified mental life. Gessellian, of or pertaining to Silvio Gesell, a German economist and entrepreneur who conceived of Freiwirtschaft. Gesellschaft, a hypothetical mode of society made up of self-serving individuals linked by impersonal ties, as opposed to Gemeinschaft. Gesellschaft, plural of Gesellschaft. Gesellschafts, plural of Gesellschaft. Def, a Tibetan Buddhist monk or nun who holds a certain academic degree. Jayat, a business deal. Jayats, plural of Jesha. Jeves, plural of Jesh. Jetmak, delicious, nami. Jetha, Ramus prinioids, the shiny leaf buckthorn. Jeshurit, a member of a people who lived in the desert between Arabia and Philistia, according to the Hebrew Bible. Jeshurites, plural of Jeshurit. Jessica, a nanovesicle used in gene editing. Jessicals, plural of jessical. Yessa, a companion to an Athol or king in medieval England, a then, a comrade. Jessif Kant, having the rank of a Jessif member of the king's retinue in medieval England, well born. Jessif Gundaman, a Jessif. Jessif Gundaman, plural of Jessif Kundman. Jessifman, a Jessif. Jessifmen, plural of Jessifmen. Yeses, plural of Jessif. Yes, a surname. Yesks, plural of Jesk. Jessler, a surname. Jessling, a gosling. Jesslings, plural of Jessling. Jesser, a surname from German. Gesneraceous, of or relating to the taxonomic family Gesneraceae, now Gesneriaceae. Gesner, any of the genus Gesnea, of flowering plants in the family Gesneriaceae. Gesneriaceae, of or relating to the family Gesneriaceae, of flowering plants. Gesneria, Any of the family Gesneriaceae of tropical and subtropical flowering plants valued as ornamentals. Gesneriads, plural of Gesneria. Gesneria, of or relating to Conrad Gessner 1516-1565, Swiss naturalist. Gesnerias, plural of Gesneria. Gessers, plural of Gessner. Jessamine, obsolete form of Jasmine. Jessler, a surname from German. Jesser, a surname from German. Jessers, plural of Gessner. Gesso, a mixture of plaster of Paris and glue used to prepare a surface for painting. Gesso duro, a variety of gesso that becomes hard and durable when dried, often used in making bas-relief casts. Gesso, plastered with gesso. Gessas, plural of gesso. Gessas, plural of gesso. Yes, a surname. Yes, used to form names of steroids, progestogens. Gestaclone, a steroidal progestin drug never marketed. Gestagen, progestogen. Gestagenic, relating to or caused by gestation pregnancy. Gestagens, plural of gestagen. Gestalt, alternative letter case form of Gestalt. Gestalt psychology, a school of psychology that emerged in the early 20th century in Austria and Germany as a theory of perception that was a rejection of basic principles of Wilhelm Wundt and Edward Titchener's elementalist and structuralist psychology. Gestalt therapies, plural of Gestalt therapy. Gestalt therapy, an existential and experiential psychotherapy that focuses on the individual's experience in the present moment. Gestalten, plural of Gestalt. Gestalter, one who forms or frames a gestalt. Gestalters, plural of gestalter. Gestaltet, of or relating to a gestalt. Gestalting, a feature or characteristic of Gestalt therapy. Gestaltism, Gestalt psychology. Gestaltis, alternative form of gestaltist. Gestaltists, plural of gestaltists. Gestalt, plural of gestalt. Gesten, having within, laid in, burdened, or pregnant gestating. Gestapo, the secret police of Nazi Germany. Gestapo-like, resembling the Gestapo or some aspect of it, especially the use of murderous, suppressive tactics and lack of trials for the accused. Gestate, to carry offspring in the uterus from conception to delivery. Gestated, simple past and past participle of gestate. Gestates, third person singular simple present indicative of gestate. Gestating, present participle and gerund of gestate. Gestation, the period of time during which an animal or human offspring physically develops inside the mother's body until it is born. Gestation crate, a metal enclosure used in intensive pig farming in which a breeding sow may be kept during pregnancy. Gestation crates, plural of gestation crate. Gestation period, the average interval between fertilization and birth of a mammal, ranges from 13 days for the opossum to 626 days for the Indian elephant. Gestation periods, plural of gestation periods. Gestation sac, alternative form of gestational sac. Gestation sacs, plural of gestation sac. Gestational, or pertaining to gestation. Gestational diabetes, a condition in which a woman without diabetes develops high blood glucose levels during pregnancy. Gestational father, synonym of birthing father. Gestational fathers, plural of gestational father. Gestational sac, the endourine structure and the embryo in the very early stage of a fetus that can be used to determine if an endourine pregnancy exists until the embryos at the end of it. Gestational sacs, plural of gestational sac. Gestationally, in a gestational manner. Gestations, plural of gestation. Gestative, of or relating to gestation. Gestator, one who gestates. Gestatorial, used for carrying. Gestatorial chair, a sedan chair used as a portable throne by popes. Gestatorial chairs, plural of gestatorial chair. Gestators, plural of gestator. Gestatory, gestational, pertaining to gestation or pregnancy. Gest antagonist, a gesture or position serving to interrupt dystonic symptoms. Gested, accompanied with gestures conveyed by gesture. Gests antagonists, plural of gest antagonist. Gestatner, to make a paper copy. Gestate, pertaining to deeds or feats of arms, legendary. Gesticle, alternative form of gestic consisting of gestures. Gesticulant, gesticulating. Gesticular, of or relating to gesticulation. Gesticulate, to make gestures or motions as in speaking. Gesticulated, simple past and past participle of gesticulate. Gesticulate, third person singular simple present indicative of gesticulate. Gesticulating, present participle and gerund of gesticulate. Gesticulatingly, with gesticulations. Gesticulation, the act of gesticulating or making gestures to a expression of thoughts, sentiments, or passion. Gesticulations, plural of gesticulation. Gesticulative, of relating to or using gesticulation. Gesticulatively, in a gesticulative manner. Gesticulator, one who gesticulates. Gesticulators, plural of gesticulator. Gesticulatory, of or relating to a gesticulation. Gestingthorpe, a village and civil parish in Braintree District, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TL 8138. Gestion, the act of managing, conducting, or administrating something. Gestions, plural of gestion. Gestodine, a progestogen hormonal contraceptive. Gestanorum, a steroidal progestin. Jester, a manager of another's affairs. Gestors, plural of jester. Gestorn, obsolete spelling of jazzerant. Gestorns, plural of gestorn. Gestronaut, a synthetic steroid hormone that acts as an antiprogestin and also has some androgenic activity. Gestron, obsolete spelling of jazzerant. Gestrons, plural of gestron. Yes, plural of jest. Gestuno, an international sign, also known as or international sign, in a way like the Esperanto of the sign language world. Gesturable, capable of being represented by gestures. Gestural, of pertaining to or using gestures. Gesturalism, the use of gesture in communication. Gesturalist, one who believes that language developed from gestures. Gesturalists, plural of gesturalists. Gesturalities, plural of gesturality. Gesturality, the capacity to communicate using gesture. Gesturoid, in a gestural fashion. Gesturalness, the quality of being gestural. Gesture, a motion of the limbs or body, especially one made to emphasize speech. Gesture politics, actions by a politician for the purpose of publicity or to influence public opinion. Gesture, simple past and past participle of gesture. Gestureless, without the use of gesture. Gesturelessness, absence of gestures. Gesture-like, resembling or characteristic of a gesture. Gesturement, act of making gestures. Gesturing. Gesturements, plural of gesturement. Gesturer, one who gestures. Gesturers, plural of gesturer. Gestures, plural of gesture. Gesturing, present participle and gerund of gesture. Gesturingly, with gestures. Gesturings, plural of gesturing. Chasuet, Breck, Gesundheit. Said to someone who has just sneezed. Yazvs, a town and municipality of Wallonia, Belgium. That, a member of the Getty. Get M stories, plural of Get M story. Get M story, a piece of fan fiction based around a character being hurt or harmed. Get done, get the job done. Get a charge from, alternative form of get a charge out of. Get a charge out of, to derive excitement, entertainment, or pleasure from. Get a clue, to become aware of the obvious reality of the situation, often used as a command to indicate frustration. Get a dog up ya, alternative form of get a dog up you. Get a dog up you, an expression meaning have another drink. Get a fix, to obtain something necessary, especially a dose of an addictive drug, or anything else compulsively sought after. Get a grip, to grip as in, to take hold of as with a hand. Get a handle on, to build or acquire a basic level of understanding or control. Get a hold of, alternative form of get hold of. Get a jag on, to get drunk. Get a jump on, to start early, especially before something begins or before others begin, to get a head start. Get a kick out of, to be delighted by, to be amused by. Get a leg up, to get a boost or a lift. Get a life, to begin having a more interesting, eventful, or worthwhile existence. Get a line on, to obtain information about someone or something. Get a load out, to experience someone or something, especially by looking or listening. Get a move on, to hurry up, to get moving. Get a pair, synonym of grow a pair. Get a rise, alternative form of get a rise out of. Get a rise from, alternative form of get a rise out of. Get a rise out of. to attain a reaction from someone, especially one of annoyance. That a room used to instruct a couple to stop displaying romantic or physical affection in public. That I run on to catch up with and get a chance at passing or overtaking. That I sat on to become sad. Yet I wiggle on to hurry up. Get a word in, ellipsis of get a word in edgewise. Get a word in edgeways, alternative form of get a word in edgewise. Get a word in edgewise, to break into or participate in a conversation, especially where there is much interruption by other speakers. Yet I wriggle on to hurry out. Get about to be mobile, physically active. Get above oneself, to erroneously think of oneself as better than others, to come to have an elevated view of oneself. Get across, to move from one side of something to the other, literally or figuratively. Get across the line, alternative form of get over the line. Get action, to succeed at seducing another person into sexual activity. Get after, to move into action in pursuit of something. Get ahead, to advance towards success. Get ahead of, to take preemptive action before the development becomes reality. Get ahead of oneself, to focus excessively on one's plans or on prospective future events without paying adequate attention to the present. Get a hold of, alternative form of get hold of. Get a hold of oneself, to calm down, to stop behaving in an erratic way. Get along, to interact or coexist well without argument or trouble. Get along with you, a light-hearted expression of disbelief. Get amongst it, to throw oneself into doing something, especially a leisure activity or something physical. Get around, to move to the other side of something, such as an obstruction, by deviating from a direct course or following a curved path. Get around to eventually begin or return to some task. That to manage to gain access to. Get away, to move away from. Get away with, to get away or escape taking something with one. Get away with murder, to do something bad or illegal and escape the punishment that others would receive. Get away with you, expressing disbelief. That back, return to where one came from. That back at, to retaliate against, to take revenge on. Get back on the horse, to return to activity after a period of abstaining from the activity. Get back on the horse that bucked one, to return to something that previously caused harm. That back to, return to an activity. That behind, to come to believe or support something. That bent, used to dismiss a person or what they are saying and end the conversation. Get bent out of shape, to take offense, to become angry, agitated, or upset. Get better, to improve. Get between, to become a source of conflict, especially unwittingly or accidentally. Get blood from a stone, alternative form of get blood out of a stone. Get blood from a turnip, synonym of get blood out of a stone. Get blood out of a stone, to do something difficult, frustrating, or pointless. Get blood out of a turnip, synonym of get blood out of a stone. That belly, to cease to be idle and start working. That by, to subsist, to succeed, survive. or manage, at least at a minimal level. Get by the balls. To have complete control over someone, especially of a woman abusing a man's infatuation with her. Get by with. To escape punishment or discipline. To get away with. That change. To change one's clothing usually for a specific purpose. Get cold feet. To develop cold feet in the sense of nervousness about going through with something. Get cracking. To get started, to get busy. Get down. To bring or come down, to descend, to cause to bring or come down. Get down on. To come to be down hostile to regarding something. Get down to start focusing on doing something serious. Get down to bedrock. Synonym of get down to brass tacks. Get down to brass tacks. To start to discuss or consider the most important details or facts about something. Get down to business. To commit oneself to a task or activity that is employment related or that requires serious effort or concentration. Get down to cases. Synonym of get down to brass tacks. Get dressed. To dress, to put on clothes, to clothe oneself. Get drunk. To intoxicate oneself with alcohol. This entity is a translation hub. Get even. To inflict trouble or harm on another in return, typically the same as that inflicted on oneself. Get eyes on. Synonym of set eyes on. Get freaky. To have sex. Get fresh. To flirt. Get fucked. A term used to express contempt, usually used after the individual in question is retaliated upon and the user has no sympathy. Get glad in the same breeches one got mad in. Synonym of get glad in the same pants one got mad in. Get glad in the same pants one got mad in. To get over a fit of temper, to stop being angry and regain one's composure. Get going. To leave, to depart, to get moving. Get got. To get taken or apprehended, to get beaten or defeated, to be vanquished or come to some form of demise. Get gray hair from. Alternative form of get gray hair from. Get gray hair from. To acquire great frustration, confusion, or anxiousness from something or someone. Get high. To intoxicate oneself with drugs or other substances. Get hitched. To get married, to wed. Get hold of. To obtain. Get home. To reach one's abode or residence. Get home back. Synonym of bug out bag. Get home bags. Plural of get home bag. Get ideas. To get the inspiration or temptation to do something unwise. Get in. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See get in. Get in on. To gain participation in an activity, especially an attractive one. Get in on the act. To become involved in something. Get in someone's hair. To annoy someone. Get in someone's pants. Alternative form of get into someone's pants. Get in the boat and row. To make a substantial effort, especially in cooperation with others in a group. Also to perform one's share of work. Get in the boat and start rowing. Alternative form of get in the boat and row. Get in the sea. Used to tell somebody to go away or express contempt. Get in the way. To obstruct, hinder, or interfere. Get in there. Exclamation of encouragement or approval. Get in touch. To attempt to contact, reach out. This entity is a translation hub. Get in wet. To become liked or accepted by and slash or involved or associated with especially a group of people. Get ink to receive publicity. Get inside someone's pants. Alternative form of get into someone's pants. Get into, to move into an object such that one ends up inside it. Get into character, of an actor, to put oneself into the mindset of the character they are playing. Get into it. To fight or argue about something, especially a long simmering issue. Get into one's stride, to become familiar with something. Get into shape, synonym of whip into shape. Get into someone's head, to understand someone's thoughts or feelings. Get into someone's pants, to have sex with someone, especially for the first time. Get into the act, to participate in an activity, especially a successful or attractive one. Get into the wrong hands, to fall into the wrong hands. Get into trouble, to be punished or chastised for doing something prohibited. That used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see get it. Get it how one gets it, alternative form of get it how one lives. Get it how one lives, to achieve wealth or success by any means necessary. Get it how one lives it, alternative form of get it how one lives. Get it in the neck, to receive severe criticism or punishment for something one has done. Get it on, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see get it on. Get it through one's skull, synonym of get it through one's head. Get it together, synonym of get one's act together. Get it twisted, alternative form of get something twisted. Get it up, to achieve or stimulate a penile erection. Net to have sexual intercourse. Get knotted, a mildly offensive expression of refusal. Get laid, to have sex, especially with a new partner or after a period of abstinence. Get late, to approach nighttime. Get life, to receive a life sentence. Get lost, used to rudely tell somebody to go away or leave one alone. Get lucky. To have good luck. Get married, to become married to someone. Get medietal, to become sadistically torturous, especially due to vengeful spite. Get misty, to get tears in someone's eyes, to feel sentimental. Get moving, to start hurrying to undertake a task. Get nowhere fast, alternative form of go nowhere fast. Get off, to move from be on top of something to not be on top of it. Get off at Haymarket, to practice coitus interruptus, the withdrawal method of contraception. Get off at Redford, synonym of get off at Haymarket. Get off lightly, to end up with a mild punishment or without serious harm. Get off my lawn, alternative form of get off my lawn. Get off of someone's cloud, to refrain from pestering a person. Get off on, to be excited or aroused by, to derive pleasure from. Get off on the right foot, alternative form of start off on the right foot. Get off on the wrong foot, alternative form of start off on the wrong foot. Get off one's ass, to stop lazing around. Get off one's backside, synonym of get off one's ass. Get off one's chest, to relieve oneself psychologically or emotionally by speaking to someone. Get off one's high horse, to stop acting in an imperious, overbearing, or bossy manner. Get off someone's back, to cease pestering or criticizing someone, to leave someone alone. Get off someone's case, to stop criticizing someone. Get off the ground, to succeed or begin to succeed. Get off the mark, to score one's first points. Get off the nut, to pay for the privilege to do business with people at special events. Get off with, to have a sexual encounter with. Get on, to board or mount something, especially a vehicle. Get on it, to scold, to criticize, to complain directly to. Get on like a house on fire, to immediately start a good relationship with someone. Get on someone's bad side, to do something to upset or anger somebody. Get on someone's case, to lecture, berate, or complain to somebody, especially to find fault or criticize. Get on someone's grill, to enter someone's personal space in an aggressive or hostile manner. Get on someone's last nerve, alternative form of get on someone's nerves. Get on someone's nerves, to annoy or irritate someone, to bother someone. Get on someone's tits, to annoy or irritate. Get on someone's wick, to annoy or upset someone, especially by repeated disagreeable actions. Get on someone's wrong side, alternative form of get on someone's bad side. Get on the end out, to connect with. Get on the stick, to get started, to begin working, to become active. Get onto, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see get on to. Get on up, get out. Get on with, to proceed with, to begin or continue, especially after an interruption. Get on with you, synonym of get along with you, lighthearted expression of disbelief. Get one over on, alternative form of put one over. Get one up on. To outdo. Get one's, to get what's coming to one, to receive one's comeuppance, to suffer the undesirable consequences of one's misdeeds. Get one's A into G, abbreviation of get one's ass into gear. Get one's act together, to become serious, organized, worthwhile, etc. Get one's affairs in order, synonym of put one's affairs in order. Get one's arms around, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see get arms around. Get one's arse in gear, to start performing a task effectively or start behaving better in general, to shape up. Get one's arse into gear, alternative form of get one's arse in gear. Get one's ashes hauled, to receive sexual gratification. Get one's ass handed to one, to suffer an extraordinarily devastating defeat. Get one's ass in gear, to exert effective effort, to get going, to get moving, to start producing. Get one's ass into gear, alternative form of get one's ass in gear. Get one's bowels in an uproar, to become upset. Get one's breath back, to start breathing normally again after physical exercise. Get one's butt somewhere, go somewhere, especially quickly. Get one's claws into, to have a controlling influence over. Get one's claws on, synonym of get one's hands on acquire. Get one's claws out, to prepare to attack or retaliate. Get one's clock clean, to be thoroughly defeated. Get one's crap together, alternative form of get one's shit together. Get one's dick wet, to have sexual intercourse. Get one's ducks in a row, Alternative form of have one's ducks in a row. Get one's end away. To have sex. Get one's end in. Alternative form of get one's end away. Get one's eye in. To become accustomed to the playing conditions and thus bring one's hand-eye coordination to a reasonable level. Get one's faring. To get what one deserves. Get one's feet wet. To begin gaining experience. To tentatively try something new. Get one's fill. To be satisfied. To have enough of something. Get one's finger out. To proceed with the matter in hand. Get one's fingers burnt. To suffer relatively minor, adversive, and unexpected harm. Get one's foot in the door. To initiate contact or a relationship to gain access, especially to an entry-level job. Get one's freak on. To have sex. Get one's fuck on. To have sex. Get one's groove on. To dance. Get one's hand in. To make a beginning in a certain work. To become accustomed to a particular business. Get one's hands dirty. To get involved with the unpleasant parts of a task, such as manual labor or unethical activities. Get one's hands on. To get. To obtain. To secure. Get one's head around. To understand. Fathom, solve. Get one's head out of one's ass. To stop be oblivious to the real state of things, to get back in touch with reality, to start paying attention to what's happening around one, to start being aware of one's surroundings. Get one's head out of the gutter. Alternative form of get one's mind out of the gutter. Get one's head straight. To clear one's mind, to think clearly. Get one's head together. To sort out one's thoughts. Get one's whole. To have casual sex. Get one's hooks into. Synonym of get one's claws into. Get one's hopes up. To become enthusiastic about something that is not yet guaranteed to happen. Get one's house in order. Synonym of put one's house in order. Get one's hump up. To become angry or sullen. Get one's jollies. To derive pleasure or excitement from. Get one's juices flowing. To inspire creativity and thought. Get one's kicks. To enjoy oneself. To have a good time. Get one's kid off. To undress or be naked. Get one's knickers in a knot. Synonym of get one's knickers in a twist. Get one's knickers in a twist. To become overwrought or unnecessarily upset over a trivial matter. Get one's leg over. To have sex. Get one's load on. To get drunk. Get one's marching orders. To be dismissed disgracefully. Get one's mind out of the gutter. To stop interpreting things in a dirty, obscene way. Get one's mungyap. To make someone angry, annoyed, or irritated. Get one's oats. To have sexual intercourse. Get one's own back. To avenge oneself. Get one's own way. Synonym of get one's way. Get one's panties in a bunch. Synonym of get one's knickers in a twist. Get one's panties in a pretzel. Synonym of get one's knickers in a twist. Get one's panties in a wad. Synonym of get one's knickers in a twist. Get one's poop together. Alternative form of get one's shit together. Get one's rocks off. To derive enjoyment from something. Get one's shine box. used as an insult. Get one's shine box. Alternative form of get one's shine box. Get one's shirt out. To become angry or annoyed, to lose one's temper. Get one's shit pushed in. To be decisively beaten. Get one's shit together. To organize oneself in order to be able to deal with or achieve something, to mature. Get one's shorts in a knot. Synonym of get one's niggers in a twist. Get one's SH stick together. To get one's act together. Get one's skates on. To start doing something quickly. To stop procrastinating. To hurry up. Get one's teeth into. Alternative form of sink one's teeth into. Get one's tits in a ringer. To get into trouble. Get one's undies in a bundle. Synonym of get one's knickers in a twist. Get one's way. To obtain the circumstances one wishes for. Get one's wig split. To get one's head broken open, typically by someone else as punishment or vengeance. Get one's wires crossed. To get confused or mixed up about another person's intentions. To misunderstand one another. Get one's yas out. To behave in a wild and carefree manner, so as to use up excess energy or exuberance. Get oneself together. Alternative form of pull oneself together. Get onto. To contact a person or organization about a particular matter. Get open. Of a player in a team sport to evade defenders and thereby create a gap allowing another player to pass the ball to that player. Get out. To leave or escape. Get out from under. To escape from a debt. Get out of. To leave, exit, or escape from. To become free of. Get out of bed on the wrong side. To start the day in a bad mood. For no apparent reason. Get out of dodge. To leave, especially to leave a difficult or dangerous environment with all possible haste. Get out of here, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See get out of here. Get out of it. Synonym of get out indicating incredulity. Get out of jail free card. A certain privilege or advantage that provides relief from an undesirable situation or immunity from punishment or consequences. Get out of jail free cards. Plural of get out of jail free card. Get out of my face. Stop bothering or harassing me. Go away. Get out of my sight. Stop bothering or harassing me. Go away. Get out of someone's here. To stop bothering someone. Get out of someone's face. To stop aggressively bothering someone. To step down from confrontation with someone. Get out of someone's hair. To manipulate somebody into quit pestering somebody else. Get out of town. Expression of incredulity. Get out the vote. To increase voter turnout, typically in a highly partisan way. Get out what one puts in. To receive enjoyment or some other reward in proportion to one's efforts in doing something. Get out while the getting's good. To leave at an opportune time or before adverse conditions arise. Get outside. To consume, eat, or drink. Get outside of. To eat or drink. Get out of here. Pronunciation spell. Of get out of here. Get over. To overcome. Get over on. To have sex with. Get over oneself. To cease to be vain and self-obsessed. Get over the line. To fulfill one's task. To do what is required. Get pass. To continue around a blockage. To get around something. To surpass something that is in the way. Get past oneself to become able to look beyond one's own ego and negative emotions to overcome internal and emotional obstacles. Get physical to begin to make physical contact aggressively as part of fighting or playing sports. Get ready to prepare to make ready or prepared. Get ready, get set, go. Alternative form of ready, set, go. That expresses disbelief or urges someone to face reality. That rect, indicating offensiveness to one another. That religion, to develop a faith in God or divine beings in general, to join a religious group and become a believer. Get rich quicker. One who falls for, believes in, or pursues a get-rich-quick scheme. Get rich quickers, plural of get rich quicker. Get rid of, to rid oneself of, to cause oneself to be free of or released from. Get rid of, misspelling of get rid of. Get right of, misspelling of get rid of. Get right, to do something in the appropriate manner, to make something correct by coming up with the correct answer or solution. Get right down to cases, alternative form of get down to cases. Get round, to convince or trick someone. Get round to, alternative form of get around to. Get rounds, to succeed, to cook. Get screwed, go away, get lost. Get sick, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See get sick. That's to have sex. Get some air, to invigorate oneself by breathing refreshing outdoor air, especially after departing from a building or other enclosed space for this purpose. Get someone at it, to have someone on, make fun of someone. Get someone for a tartar, alternative form of catch a tartar. Get someone in a line, to hoax or entrap somebody so as to get some sport out of them. Get someone there, synonym of have someone there. Get someone's back, alternative form of have someone's back. Get someone's back up, to annoy or anger someone. Get someone stand her up, to anger or annoy someone. Get someone's drift, synonym of catch someone's drift. Get someone's goat, to annoy or infuriate someone. Get someone's Irish up, to anger or annoy someone. Get someone's nanny, alternative form of get someone's goat. Get someone's nanny goat, alternative form of get someone's goat. Get someone's number, alternative form of have someone's number. Get someone's shirt out, to make someone angry. Get something over with, to proceed to do something as soon as possible, especially so as to have something unpleasant behind oneself. Get something twisted, to misunderstand or misconstrue, to misinterpret, to be confused or in error. Get started, to begin an activity. That's straight. Synonym of clarify, to make clear, to reach an understanding. Get stuck in, to dedicate a large amount of effort towards. Get stuck into, get busy with, become occupied with, become immersed in. Get stuffed, used to tell somebody to go away or to leave one alone. Get sturdy, to perform a dance originating in New York drill music culture which involves repeatedly hopping and kicking the air. Get taken in, to be fooled, to fall for. Get the ball rolling, to begin, to start some action, to set in motion. Get the best of, alternative form of get the better of. Get the better of. To overwhelm or overcome. Get the bird. To be hissed, booed, jeered, or otherwise derided at a public performance. Get the booed. To be dismissed from employment. Get the bulge on. To attain a decided advantage over someone. Get the bullet. To be fired from one's employment. Get the chop. To be dismissed from employment. Get the dirty water off one's chest. To get sexual satisfaction, especially after a period of abstinence. Get the door. To open a door to help another person to pass through. Get the drawers. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See get drawers. Get the drift. To understand, at least on some basic or general level. Get the drop on. To point one's firearm at another person, thereby gaining dominance in a situation. Get the elbow. To be dismissed from employment. Get the goods on. To acquire knowledge or develop evidence that reveals the truth about someone's character or behavior, especially criminal behavior. Get the hang of. To begin to understand or manage at a basic level. To learn to handle with some skill. Get the hint. To take a hint. Get the idea. To understand the main points. Get the job done. To fulfill one's task. To do what is required to do. Get the last laugh. Alternative form of have the last laugh. Get the lead out. To go faster. To hurry up. Get the meaning. Synonym of take the meaning. Get the memo. To receive an item of information. Get the nod. Be selected. Be approved. Get the nod in jogging. To get a person thinking. To encourage thought or cogitation. Get the picture. To understand or comprehend a situation. To interpret things correctly. Get the point. To understand. To interpret correctly. Get the push. To be fired from one's job. Get the sack. To be dismissed from employment. Get the show on the road. To begin or launch a get going. Get the thumb. To be ejected from a game or match. Get the vapors. To be at the paint. Get the vapors. Alternative form of get the vapors. Get the wall. To be executed by firing squad. Get the wind up. To become frightened or disturbed. Get the word out. To make some information more widely known. Get the worst of it. To suffer the most as a result of a defeat. To be the most badly affected. Get thee behind me. Do not tempt or torment me. I reject you, your statements, or your beliefs. Get there. To arrive at a destination. Get this. Used to emphasize or call attention to the next thing that is said. Get through. To overcome. To endure. Get through one's head. To come to terms with a fact, a state of affairs, etc. that one was previously unable or refusing to accept. Get through one's thick skull. Alternative form of get it through one's skull. That too. To reach or arrive at a physical or abstract destination or state of doing a certain activity. Get to first base. To get as far as the first phase or milestone of a goal. Get the fuck. Go away. Fuck off. Get the grass. To leave a mine and get to the surface, particularly to escape an underground disaster. Get to grips with. to deal with something decisively, or to confront it head on. Get to know, to become acquainted with someone or something, to meet someone. Get to one's feet, to stand up. Get to the bottom of, to come to understand, discover the truth about, or solve. Get to the fireworks factory, to reach the most interesting, eventful, or important part of a storyline. Get to the point, to state something directly as opposed to in a long-winded way. Get together, to meet, to gather together, to congregate. Get turned around, to become lost, to lose one's way. Get under it, to sharply steer the other direction, for example, to switch from right to left when backing up in order to align a truck straight on with a loading dock. Get under someone's goat, to irritate or annoy someone, to bother. Get under someone's skin, to irritate someone. Get underneath someone's skin, alternative form of get under someone's skin. Get up, to move in an upward direction, to ascend or climb. Get up early, to be dedicated and well prepared in pursuing a goal. Get up in, to interfere or involve oneself with something, to become deeply involved with something, to intrude into or be nosy about something. Get up in someone's face, to dramatically confront or initiate an argument with someone. Get up in someone's grill, alternative form of get on someone's grill. Get up into, to move close enough to someone or something to guard them, stop them from scoring or passing, etc. Get up off, to stop harassing, insulting, obsessing over, or spreading gossip about someone. Get up on the wrong side of bed. Synonym of get up on the wrong side of the bed. Get up on the wrong side of the bed. To feel irritable, to be in a bad mood, to have a bad day from the start for no particular reason. Get up someone's nose, to annoy someone, to get on someone's nerves. Get up the yard, get lost. Get up to do something, especially something that is forbidden or improper. Get up with the chickens, to wake up early. That use, to become accustomed to something, to acclimate, to adjust. Get well, to recover from an illness or injury. Get well soon. Expressing hope that the listener will soon recover from illness. Get wet, to come into contact with, or to put something into contact with, water, rain, mist, or another liquid. Get what one asked for. Synonym of get what's coming to one. Get what's coming to one. To experience the consequences of one's actions. Get wind, to be divulged, to become public. Get wind in one's jaws, to have too much to say, talk too much, run at the mouth. To speak one's mind or voice one's opinion about a matter, blabber. Get window, to hear about, to learn of, especially with respect to facts intended to have been kept confidential or secret. Get wise, so impertinent. Get wet, to become intimate with, to kiss and cuddle with, to have sex with. Get with child, to impregnate. Get with it, to be satisfied with something, to get down with something, to accept or involve oneself in something, to respond to new fashions and trends. Get with the program, to work productively toward the objective of a shared enterprise, especially after the objective or the environment has changed. Get with the program, British form of get with the program. Get with the times, to become aware of modern trends, words, or ideas. Get woke, go broke, Businesses that focus on social activism to align themselves with social justice are liable to lose customers. That work done to receive plastic surgery. That wrong, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See get wrong. That you, an expression of encouragement, commonly used sarcastically. Get you gone. Yet lost. Go away. Get your tits out for the lads. Alternative form of tits out for the lads. Get it able. Alternative spelling of getatable. Get away. Alternative spelling of getaway. Getaways. Plural of getaway. That back coach. A coach who is assigned the task of ensuring another coach, usually the head coach, gets out of the way of the referees during games. Get back coach is plural of get back coach. Get go. They'll begin. Then the setting up of equipment, scenery, etc. when arriving at a theater or television studio to begin work on a production. Get-ins, plural of get-in. Get nothing, a lazy person, an idler, a layabout. Get nothings, plural of get nothing. Get off my lawn, characterized by ill-tempered intolerance of modern or different ideas or values. Get out, an opportunity to escape from an undesirable situation, such as a legal loophole. Get out clause, an escape clause. Get out clauses, plural of get out clause. Get out of jail free card, alternative spelling of get out of jail free card. Get out of jail free cards, plural of get out of jail free card. Get outs, plural of get out. Get pennies, plural of get penny. Get penny. Something that makes money, a financially successful affair. Yet rich quick, claiming to provide large profits quickly with no realistic chance of success in order to lure gullible investment victims. Get rich quicker, alternative spelling of get rich quicker. Get rich quickers, plural of get rich quicker. Get errativeness, synonym of get up and go. Get eritis, the determination of a pilot to reach a destination even when conditions for flying are very dangerous. Get together, a meeting or gathering. Get-togethers, plural of get together. Get up, alternative spelling of get up. Get up and go, an enthusiastic and energetic drive or ambition. Get ups, plural of gets up. Hera, a Roman emperor who ruled from 209 to 211 CE. Yet a mark, the symbol used as a placeholder in electronic or printed text to indicate the presence of an ideographic character for which no glyph is available. Yet a marks, plural of get a mark. Gettable, alternative form of gettable. Gedashu, a surname from Amharic. Gedashus, plural of Gedashu. Gede, a Dacian tribe inhabiting the regions of the lower Danube. Gedes, a city in Spain in the south of the autonomous community of Madrid. Yeti, a kind of boisterous live stage performance taking place during Chinese festivals. That area, a small town and municipality of the province of Gipuzkoa, Basque Country, Spain. Das, plural of geta. Getable, capable of being got at. Accessible. Getaway, a means of escape. Getaway car, a car motor vehicle that is left with the motor running and a driver in position while a crime is being committed so that the perpetrators may flee the scene quickly. Getaway cars, plural of getaway car. Getaway driver, the driver of a getaway car. Getaway drivers, plural of getaway driver. Getaway man, the male driver of a getaway car. Getaway men, plural of getaway man. Getaways, plural of getaway. That, an act of revenge. Net acts, plural of get back. Net, contraction of get you. That shall, a surname. Getchelite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing antimony, arsenic, and sulfur. Getchelites, plural of getchelite. Getchalv, plural of getchal. Decho, detyur. Getelv, a tent of a style historically used by the Anglo-Saxons, which resembles a shelter half or pup tent. Getelvs, plural of getelv. Etter, a surname. Atters, plural of getter. Getgo, alternative spelling of getgo. Natge, a surname. Nether, alternative form of gather. Yathers, a surname. Yatherses, plural of gathers. Gather, a surname. Dater, a surname. Gethsemane, a biblical location in ancient Jerusalem, a garden at the foot of the Mount of Olives where, according to the four Gospels of the New Testament, Jesus underwent the agony in the garden and was arrested the night before his crucifixion. Gethsemanic, of or relating to Gethsemane. Derech, of or relating to the Getty. Detla, a surname. Detlands, plural of Getman. Dethoff, alternative form of get out. Get outs, plural of get out. Getbenez, plural of get any. Get penny, alternative form of get penny. That's, plural of get. Gets are done. Third person singular simple present indicative of get or done. Gets a charge out of. Third person singular simple present indicative of get a charge out of. It's a clue. Third person singular simple present indicative of get a singular simple present indicative of get a charge out of. It's a clue. Third person singular simple present indicative of get a clue. Gets a fix. Third person singular simple present indicative of get a fix. Gets a grip. Third person singular simple present indicative of get a grip. Gets a hold of. Third person singular simple present indicative of get a hold of. Gets a kick out of. Third person singular simple present indicative of get a kick out of. Gets a leg up. Third person singular simple present indicative of get a leg up. Gets a life. Third person singular simple present indicative of get a life. Gets a line on. Third person singular simple present indicative of get a line on. Gets a load out. Third person singular simple present indicative of get a load of. Gets a move on. Third person singular simple present indicative of get a move on. Gets a pair. Third person singular simple present indicative of get a pair. Gets a rise. Third person singular simple present indicative of get a rise. Gets a rise from. Third person singular simple present indicative of get a rise from. Gets a rise out of. Third person singular simple present indicative of get a rise out of. Gets a sat on. Third person singular simple present indicative of get a sat on. Gets a wiggle on. Third person singular simple present indicative of get a wiggle on. Gets a word in edgeways. Third person singular simple present indicative of get a word in edgeways. Gets a word in edgewise. Third person singular simple present indicative of get a word in edgewise. Gets a wriggle on. Third person singular simple present indicative of get a wriggle on. That's about. Third person singular simple present indicative of get about. Gets above oneself. Third person singular simple present indicative of get above oneself. Gets across. Third person singular simple present indicative of get across. Gets action. Third person singular simple present indicative of get action. Gets after. Third person singular simple present indicative of get after. Gets ahead. Third person singular simple present indicative of get ahead. Gets ahead of. Third person singular simple present indicative of get ahead of. Gets ahead of oneself. Third person singular simple present indicative of get ahead of oneself. Gets a hold of. Third person singular simple present indicative of get a hold of. Gets along. Third person singular simple present indicative of get along. Gets amongst it. Third person singular simple present indicative of get amongst it. Gets around. Third person singular simple present indicative of get around. Gets around to. Third person singular simple present indicative of get around to. That's at. Third person singular simple present indicative of get at. Gets away. Third person singular simple present indicative of get away. Gets away with. Third person singular simple present indicative of get away with. Gets away with murder. Third person singular simple present indicative of get away with murder. That's back. Third person singular simple present indicative of get back. That's back at. Third person singular simple present indicative of get back at. Gets back on the horse that bucked won. Third person singular simple present indicative of get back on the horse that bucked won. That's back to. Third person singular simple present indicative of get back to. Gets behind. Third person singular simple present indicative of get behind. Gets bent out of shape. Third person singular simple present indicative of get bent out of shape. Gets better. Third person singular simple present indicative of get better. Gets between. Third person singular simple present indicative of get between. Gets blood from a stone. Third person singular simple present indicative of get blood from a stone. Gets blood from a turnip. Third person singular simple present indicative of get blood from a turnip. Gets blood out of a stone. Third person singular simple present indicative of get blood out of a stone. Gets busy. Third person singular simple present indicative of get busy. Gets by. Third person singular simple present indicative of get by. Gets by away. Third person singular simple present indicative of get by with. That's changed. Third person singular simple present indicative of get change. Gets cold feet. Third person singular simple present indicative of get cold feet. Gets down. Third person singular simple present indicative of get down. Gets down on. Third person singular simple present indicative of get down on. Gets down to. Third person singular simple present indicative of get down to. Gets down to bedrock. Third person singular simple present indicative of get down to bedrock. Gets down to brass tacks. Third person singular simple present indicative of get down to brass tacks. Gets down to business. Third person singular simple present indicative of get down to business. Gets down to cases. Third person singular simple present indicative of get down to cases. Gets dressed. Third person singular simple present indicative of get dressed. Gets drunk. Third person singular simple present indicative of get drunk. Gets even. Third person singular simple present indicative of get even. Gets eyes on. Third person singular simple present indicative of get eyes on. Gets freaky. Third person singular simple present indicative of get freaky. Gets fresh. Third person singular simple present indicative of get fresh. Gets got. Third person singular simple present indicative of get got. Gets gray hair from. Third person singular simple present indicative of get gray hair from. Gets gray hair from. Third person singular simple present indicative of get gray hair from. Gets high. Third person singular simple present indicative of get high. Gets hitched. Third person singular simple present indicative of get hitched. Gets hold of. Third person singular simple present indicative of get hold of. Gets home. Third person singular simple present indicative of get home. Gets in. Third person singular simple present indicative of get in. Gets in on. Third person singular simple present indicative of get in on. Gets in someone's pants. Third person singular simple present indicative of get in someone's pants. Gets in the boat and rows. Third person singular simple present indicative of get in the boat and row. Gets in the boat and starts rowing. Third person singular simple present indicative of get in the boat and start rowing. Gets in the way. Third person singular simple present indicative of get in the way. Gets in wet. Third person singular simple present indicative of get in with. Gets ink. Third person singular simple present indicative of get ink. Gets inside someone's pants. Third person singular simple present indicative of get inside someone's pants. Gets into. Third person singular simple present indicative of get into. Gets into character. Third person singular simple present indicative of get into character. Gets into it. Third person singular simple present indicative of get into it. Gets into one's stride. Third person singular simple present indicative of get into one's stride. Gets into shape. Third person singular simple present indicative of get into shape. Gets into someone's head. Third person singular simple present indicative of get into someone's head. Gets into someone's pants. Third person singular simple present indicative of get into someone's pants. Gets into the act. Third person singular simple present indicative of get into the act. Gets into the wrong hands. Third person singular simple present indicative of get into the wrong hands. Gets into trouble. Third person singular simple present indicative of get into trouble. Gets it. Third person singular simple present indicative of get it. Gets it how one lives. Third person singular simple present indicative of get it how one lives. Gets it in the neck. Third person singular simple present indicative of get it in the neck. Gets it on. Third person singular simple present indicative of get it on. Gets it together. Third person singular simple present indicative of get it together. Gets it up. Third person singular simple present indicative of get it up. Gets laid. Third person singular simple present indicative of get laid. That's late. Third person singular simple present indicative of get late. That's life. Third person singular simple present indicative of get life. That's lost. Third person singular simple present indicative of get lost. That's married. Third person singular simple present indicative of get married. That's medieval. Third person singular simple present indicative of get medieval. That's misty. Third person singular simple present indicative of get misty. Gets moving. Third person singular simple present indicative of get moving. Gets nowhere fast. Third person singular simple present indicative of get nowhere fast. Gets off. Third person singular simple present indicative of get off. Gets off at Haymarket. Third person singular simple present indicative of get off at Haymarket. Gets off at Redford. Third person singular simple present indicative of get off at Redford. Gets off lightly. Third person singular simple present indicative of get off lightly. Gets off on. Third person singular simple present indicative of get off on. Gets off one's chest. Third person singular simple present indicative of get off one's chest. Gets off one's high horse. Third person singular simple present indicative of get off one's high horse. Gets off the ground. Third person singular simple present indicative of get off the ground. Gets off the mark. Third person singular simple present indicative of get off the mark. Gets off the nut. Third person singular simple present indicative of get off the nut. Gets off with. Third person singular simple present indicative of get off with. Gets on. Third person singular simple present indicative of get on. Gets on at. Third person singular simple present indicative of get on it. Gets on like a house on fire. Third person singular simple present indicative of get on like a house on fire. Gets on someone's case. Third person singular simple present indicative of get on someone's case. Gets on someone's grill. Third person singular simple present indicative of get on someone's grill. Gets on someone's nerves. Third person singular simple present indicative of get on someone's nerves. Gets on the end of. Third person singular simple present indicative of get on the end of. Gets on the stick. Third person singular simple present indicative of get on the stick. Gets onto. Third person singular simple present indicative of get onto. That's on up. Third person singular simple present indicative of get on up. Gets on with. Third person singular simple present indicative of get on with. Gets one over on. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one over on. Gets one up on. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one up on. Gets one day into G. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's a into G. Gets one's act together. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's act together. Gets one's arms around. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's arms around. Gets one's arse in gear. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's arse in gear. Gets one's arse into gear. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's arse into gear. Gets one's ass in gear. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's ass in gear. Gets one's ass into gear. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's ass into gear. Gets one's bowels in an uproar. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's bowels in an uproar. Gets one's butt somewhere. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's butt somewhere. Gets one's claws into. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's claws into. Gets one's claws on. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's claws on. Gets one's claws out. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's claws out. Gets one's clock cleaned. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's clock cleaned. Gets one's crap together. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's crap together. Gets one's dick wet. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's dick wet. Gets one's feet wet. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's feet wet. Gets one's fill. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's fill. Gets one's finger out. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's finger out. Gets one's fingers burned. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's fingers burned. Gets one's foot in the door. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's foot in the door. Gets one's freak on. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's freak on. Gets one's fuck on. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's fuck on. Gets one's groove on. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's groove on. Gets one's hands dirty. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's hands dirty. Gets one's hands on. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's hands on. Gets one's head straight. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's head straight. Gets one's whole. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's whole. Gets one's hopes up. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's hopes up. Gets one's hump up. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's hump up. Gets one's jollies. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's jollies. Gets one's juices flowing. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's juices flowing. Gets one's kicks. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's kicks. Gets one's knickers in a knot. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's knickers in a knot. Gets one's knickers in a twist. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's knickers in a twist. Gets one's leg over. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's leg over. Gets one's marching orders. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's marching orders. Gets one's mind out of the gutter. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's mind out of the gutter. Gets one's monkey up. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's monkey up. Gets one's own back. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's own back. Gets one's panties in a bunch. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's panties in a bunch. Gets one's panties in a pretzel. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's panties in a pretzel. Gets one's panties in a wad. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's panties in a wad. Gets one's poop together. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's poop together. Gets one's rocks off. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's rocks off. Gets one's shine box. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's shine box. Gets one's shine box. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's shine box. Gets one shirt out. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's shirt out. Gets one's shit pushed in. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's shit pushed in. Gets one's shit together. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's shit together. Gets one's shorts in a knot. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's shorts in a knot. Gets one's sh dick together. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's sh dick together. Gets one's skates on. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's skates on. Gets one's tits in a ringer. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's tits in a ringer. Gets one's undies in a bundle. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's undies in a bundle. Gets one's way. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's way. Gets one's wig split. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's wig split. Gets one's wires crossed. Third person singular simple present indicative of get one's wires crossed. Gets oneself together. Third person singular simple present indicative of get oneself together. Gets onto. Third person singular simple present indicative of get onto. Gets open. Third person singular simple present indicative of get open. Gets out. Third person singular simple present indicative of get out. Gets out from under. Third person singular simple present indicative of get out from under. Gets out of. Third person singular simple present indicative of get out of. Gets out of bed on the wrong side. Third person singular simple present indicative of get out of bed on the wrong side. Gets out of dodge. Third person singular simple present indicative of get out of dodge. Gets out of here. Third person singular simple present indicative of get out of here. Gets out of someone's hair. Third person singular simple present indicative of get out of someone's hair. Gets out the vote. Third person singular simple present indicative of get out the vote. Gets out while the getting's good. Third person singular simple present indicative of get out while the getting's good. Gets over. Third person singular simple present indicative of get over. Gets over on. Third person singular simple present indicative of get over on. Gets over oneself. Third person singular simple present indicative of get over oneself. Gets past. Third person singular simple present indicative of get past. Gets past oneself. Third person singular simple present indicative of get past oneself. Gets religion. Third person singular simple present indicative of get religion. Gets rid of. Third person singular simple present indicative of get rid of. Gets right down to cases. Third person singular simple present indicative of get right down to cases. Gets round. Third person singular simple present indicative of get round. Gets round to. Third person singular simple present indicative of get round to. Gets round. Third person singular simple present indicative of get round. Gets some. Third person singular simple present indicative of get some. Get some air. Third person singular simple present indicative of get some air. Get someone at it. Third person singular simple present indicative of get someone at it. Gets someone's back. Third person singular simple present indicative of get someone's back. Get someone's back up. Third person singular simple present indicative of get someone's back up. Gets someone stand her up. Third person singular simple present indicative of get someone's dander up. Gets someone's drift. Third person singular simple present indicative of get someone's drift. Gets someone's goat. Third person singular simple present indicative of get someone's goat. Gets someone's Irish up. Third person singular simple present indicative of get someone's Irish up. Gets someone's number. Third person singular simple present indicative of get someone's number. Get something over with. Third person singular simple present indicative of get something over. Get something twisted. Third person singular simple present indicative of get something twisted. Get started. Third person singular simple present indicative of get started. Get straight. Third person singular simple present indicative of get straight. Get stuck in. Third person singular simple present indicative of get stuck in. Get stuck into. Third person singular simple present indicative of get stuck into. Get sturdy. Third person singular simple present indicative of get sturdy. Gets taken in. Third person singular simple present indicative of get taken in. Gets the ball rolling. Third person singular simple present indicative of get the ball rolling. Gets the best of. Third person singular simple present indicative of get the best of. Gets the better of. Third person singular simple present indicative of get the better of. Gets the bird. Third person singular simple present indicative of get the bird. Gets the boot. Third person singular simple present indicative of get the boot. Gets the bullet. Third person singular simple present indicative of get the bullet. Gets the chop. Third person singular simple present indicative of get the chop. Gets the dirty water off one's chest. Third person singular simple present indicative of get the dirty water off one's chest. Gets the door. Third person singular simple present indicative of get the door. Gets the drawers. Third person singular simple present indicative of get the drawers. Gets the drift. Third person singular simple present indicative of get the drift. Gets the goods on. Third person singular simple present indicative of get the goods on. Gets the job done. Third person singular simple present indicative of get the job done. Gets the lead out. Third person singular simple present indicative of get the lead out. Gets the nod. Third person singular simple present indicative of get the nod. Gets the point. Third person person singular simple present indicative of get the point. Gets the sack. Third person singular simple present indicative of get the sack. Gets the show on the road. Third person singular simple present indicative of get the show on the road. Gets the wind up. Third person singular simple present indicative of get the wind up. Gets the word out. Third person singular simple present indicative of get the word out. Gets there. Third person singular simple present indicative of get there. Gets through. Third person singular simple present indicative of get through. Gets through one's head. Third person singular simple present indicative of get through one's head. That's to. Third person singular simple present indicative of get to. Gets to first base. Third person singular simple present indicative of get to first base. Gets to grips with. Third person singular simple present indicative of get to grips with. Gets to know. Third person singular simple present indicative of get to know. Gets to the bottom of. Third person singular simple present indicative of get to the bottom of. Gets to the fireworks factory. Third person singular simple present indicative of get to the fireworks factory. Gets to the point. Third person singular simple present indicative of get to the point. Gets together. Third person singular simple present indicative of get together. Gets under it. Third person singular simple present indicative of get under it. Gets under someone's skin. Third person singular simple present indicative of get under someone's skin. Gets underneath someone's skin. Third person singular simple present indicative of get underneath someone's skin. That's up. Third person singular simple present indicative of get up. Gets up in. Third person singular simple present indicative of get up in. Gets up in someone's face. Third person singular simple present indicative of get up in someone's face. Gets up into. Third person singular simple present indicative of get up into. Gets up on the wrong side of bed. Third person singular simple present indicative of get up on the wrong side of bed. Gets up on the wrong side of the bed. Third person singular simple present indicative of get up on the wrong side of the bed. Gets up to. Third person singular simple present indicative of get up to. Gets up with the chickens. Third person singular simple present indicative of get up with the chickens. Gets well. Third person singular simple present indicative of get well. Gets what? Third person singular simple present indicative of get wet. Gets what one asked for. Third person singular simple present indicative of get what one asked for. Gets what's coming to one. Third person singular simple present indicative of get what's coming to one. Gets wind. Third person singular simple present indicative of get wind. Gets wind in one's jaws. Third person singular simple present indicative of get wind in one's jaws. Gets wind of. Third person singular simple present indicative of get wind of. Gets with. Third person singular simple present indicative of get with. Gets with it. Third person singular simple present indicative of get with it. Gets with the program. Third person singular simple present indicative of get with the program. Gets with the times. Third person singular simple present indicative of get with the times. That's a main. A barangay of Bayugan, Agusan del Sur, Philippines. Datsul, a novice monk in Tibetan Buddhism. Datsul, plural of Getsul. That, a nasty person. Get ability. The quality of being gettable. Gettable, able to be gotten. That a simple past and past participle of get. Gettel, a surname from German. Gettels, plural of gettel. That a past participle of get. Er, a surname from German. Nadarep, one who organizes, sets up or arranges for anything. Getter, simple past and past participle of getter. Gettering, present participle and gerund of getter. Gatterings, plural of gettering. Getters, plural of getter. Nattersat, plural of getterup. That is, second person singular simple present indicative of get. That third person singular simple present indicative of get. That a surname notably held by Edmund Gettier. That is your case. A case where a person has a justified true belief of something but does not know it to be true, i.e. one that illustrates the Gettier problem. Gettier cases. Plural of Gettier case. Gettier intuition. The intuitive judgment that the individual in a Gettier case does not know the thing of which he/she has a justified true belief. Gettier intuitions. Plural of Gettier intuition. That is your problem. The epistemological problem that a description of knowledge as justified true belief is not adequate. There are counterexamples where a person has justified true belief of something and yet does not know it to be true. That is your problems. Plural of Gettier problem. Rather, of a belief falling short of actual knowledge in the way illustrated by the Gettier problem. Getterian. Of or relating to Edmund Gettier, born 1927, American philosopher. That pronunciation spelling of getting. That pronunciation spelling of getting. That present participle and gerund of get. Getting done. Present participle and gerund of get done. Getting a charge out of. Present participle and gerund of get a charge out of. Getting a clue. Present participle and gerund of get a clue. Getting a fix. Present participle and gerund of get a fix. Getting a grip. Present participle and gerund of get a grip. Getting a hold of. Present participle and gerund of get a hold of. Getting a kick out of. Present participle and gerund of get a kick out of. Getting a leg up. Present participle and gerund of get a leg up. Getting a life. Present participle and gerund of get a life. Getting a line on. Present participle and gerund of get a line on. Getting a load of. Present participle and gerund of get a load of. Getting a move on. Present participle and gerund of get a move on. Getting a pair. Present participle and gerund of get a pair. Getting a rise. Present participle and gerund of get a rise. Getting a rise from. Present participle and gerund of get a rise from. Getting a rise out of. Present participle and gerund of get a rise out of. Getting a sat on. Present participle and gerund of get a sat on. Getting a wiggle on. Present participle and gerund of get a wiggle on. Getting a word in edgeways. present participle and gerund of get a word in edgeways. Getting a word in edgewise, present participle and gerund of get a word in edgewise. Getting a wriggle on, present participle and gerund of get a wriggle on. Getting about, present participle and gerund of get about. Getting above oneself, present participle and gerund of get above oneself. Getting across, present participle and gerund of get across. Getting after, present participle and gerund of get after. Getting ahead, present participle and gerund of get ahead. Getting ahead of, present participle and gerund of get ahead of. Getting ahead of oneself, present participle and gerund of get ahead of oneself. Getting a hold of, present participle and gerund of get a hold of. Getting along, present participle and gerund of get along. Getting amongst it, present participle and gerund of get amongst it. Getting any, having sex habitually, not currently. Getting around, present participle and gerund of get around. Getting around to, present participle and gerund of get around to. Getting at, present participle and gerund of get at. Getting away, present participle and gerund of get away. Getting away with, present participle and gerund of get away with. Getting away with murder, present participle and gerund of get away with murder. Getting back, present participle and gerund of get back. Getting back at, present participle and gerund of get back at. Getting back on the horse that bucked won, present participle and gerund of get back on the horse that bucked won. Getting back to, present participle and gerund of get back to. Getting behind, present participle and gerund of get behind. Getting bent out of shape, present participle and gerund of get bent out of shape. Getting better, present participle and gerund of get better. Getting between, present participle and gerund of get between. Getting blood from a stone, present participle and gerund of get blood from a stone. Getting blood from a turnip, present participle and gerund of get blood from a turnip. Getting blood out of a stone, present participle and gerund of get blood out of a stone. Getting busy, present participle and gerund of get busy. Getting by, present participle and gerund of get by. Getting by with, present participle and gerund of get by with. Getting change, present participle and gerund of get change. Getting cold feet, present participle and gerund of get cold feet. Getting down, present participle and gerund of get down. Getting down on, present participle and gerund of get down on. Getting down to, present participle and gerund of get down to. Getting down to bedrock, present participle and gerund of get down to bedrock. Getting down to brass tacks, present participle and gerund of get down to brass tacks. Getting down to business, present participle and gerund of get down to business. Getting down to cases, present participle and gerund of get down to cases. Getting dressed, present participle and gerund of get dress. Getting drunk, present participle and gerund of get drunk. Getting enough, having sex habitually, not currently. Getting even, present participle and gerund of get even. Getting eyes on, present participle of get eyes on. Getting freaky. Present participle and gerund of get freaky. Getting fresh. Present participle and gerund of get fresh. Getting got. Present participle and gerund of get got. Getting gray hair from. Present participle and gerund of get gray hair from. Getting gray hair from. Present participle and gerund of get gray hair from. Getting high. Present participle and gerund of get high. Getting hitch. Present participle and gerund of get hitch. Getting hold of. Present participle and gerund of get hold of. Getting home. Present participle and gerund of get home. Getting in. Present participle and gerund of get in. Getting in on. Present participle and gerund of get in on. Getting in someone's pants. Present participle and gerund of get in someone's pants. Getting in the boat and rowing. Present participle and gerund of get in the boat and row. Getting in the boat and starting rowing. Present participle and gerund of get in the boat and start rowing. Getting in with. Present participle and gerund of get in with. Getting ink. Present participle and gerund of get ink. Getting inside someone's pants. Present participle and gerund of get inside someone's pants. Getting into. Present participle of get into. Getting into character. Present participle and gerund of get into character. Getting into it. Present participle and gerund of get into it. Getting into one stride. Present participle and gerund of get into one stride. Getting into shape. Present participle of get into shape. Getting into someone's head. Present participle and gerund of get into someone's head. Getting into someone's pants. Present participle and gerund of get into someone's pants. Getting into the act. Present participle and gerund of get into the act. Getting into the wrong hands. Present participle and gerund of get into the wrong hands. Getting into trouble. Present participle and gerund of get into trouble. Getting it. Present participle and gerund of get it. Getting it how one lives. Present participle and gerund of get it how one lives. Getting it in the neck. Present participle and gerund of get it in the neck. Getting it on. Present participle and gerund of get it on. Getting it together. Present participle and gerund of get it together. Getting it up. Present participle and gerund of get it up. Getting laid. Present participle and gerund of get laid. Getting late. Present participle and gerund of get late. Getting life. Present participle and gerund of get life. Getting lost. Present participle and gerund of get lost. Getting married. Present participle and gerund of get married. Getting medieval. Present participle and gerund of get medieval. Getting misty. Present participle and gerund of get misty. Getting moving. Present participle and gerund of get moving. Getting nowhere fast. Present participle and gerund of get nowhere fast. Getting off. Present participle and gerund of get off. Getting off at Haymarket. Present participle and gerund of get off at Haymarket. Getting off at Redfern. Present participle and gerund of get off at Redfern. Getting off lightly. Present participle and gerund of get off lightly. Getting off on. Present participle and gerund of get off on. Getting off one's chest. Present participle and gerund of get off one's chest. Getting off one's high horse. Present participle and gerund of get off one's high horse. Getting off the ground. Present participle and gerund of get off the ground. Getting off the mark. Present participle and gerund of get off the mark. Getting off the nut. Present participle and gerund of get off the nut. Getting off with. Present participle and gerund of get off with. Getting on. Present participle and gerund of get on. Getting on at. Present participle and gerund of get on at. Getting on like a house on fire. Present participle and gerund of get on like a house on fire. Getting on someone's case. Present participle and gerund of get on someone's case. Getting on someone's grill. Present participle and gerund of get on someone's grill. Getting on someone's nerves. Present participle and gerund of get on someone's nerves. Getting on the end of. Present participle and gerund of get on the end of. Getting on the stick. Present participle and gerund of get on the stick. Getting on to. Present participle and gerund of get on to. Getting on up. Present participle and gerund of get on up. Getting on with. Present participle and gerund of get on with. Getting one over. Present participle and gerund of get one over on. Getting one over on. Present participle and gerund of get one over on. Getting one up on. Present participle and gerund of get one up on. Getting one's A into G. Present participle and gerund of get one's A into G. Getting one's act together. Present participle and gerund of get one's act together. Getting one's arms around. Present participle and gerund of get one's arms around. Getting one's arse in gear. Present participle and gerund of get one's arse in gear. Getting one's arse into gear. Present participle and gerund of get one's arse into gear. Getting one's ass in gear. Present participle and gerund of get one's ass in gear. Getting one's ass into gear. Present participle and gerund of get one's ass into gear. Getting one's bowels in an uproar. Present participle and gerund of get one's bowels in an uproar. Getting one's butt somewhere. Present participle and gerund of get one's butt somewhere. Getting one's claws into. Present participle and gerund of get one's claws into. Getting one's claws on. Present participle and gerund of get one's claws on. Getting one's claws out. Present participle and gerund of get one's claws out. Getting one's clock cleaned. Present participle and gerund of get one's clock cleaned. Getting one's crap together. Present participle and gerund of get one's crap together. Getting one's dick wet. Present participle and gerund of get one's dick wet. Getting one's feet wet. Present participle and gerund of get one's feet wet. Getting one's fill. Present participle and gerund of get one's fill. Getting one's finger out. Present participle and gerund of get one's finger out. Getting one's fingers burnt. Present participle and gerund of get one's fingers burnt. Getting one's foot in the door. Present participle and gerund of get one's foot in the door. Getting one's freak on. Present participle and gerund of get one's freak on. Getting one's fuck on. Present participle and gerund of get one's fuck on. Getting one's groove on. Present participle and gerund of get one's groove on. Getting one's hands dirty. Present participle and gerund of get one's hands dirty. Getting one's hands on. Present participle and gerund of get one's hands on. Getting one's head straight. present participle and gerund of get one's head straight. Getting one's whole, present participle and gerund of get one's whole. Getting one's hopes up, present participle and gerund of get one's hopes up. Getting one's hump up, present participle and gerund of get one's hump up. Getting one's jollies, present participle of get one's jollies. Getting one's juices flowing, present participle and gerund of get one's juices flowing. Getting one's kicks, present participle and gerund of get one's kicks. Getting one's knickers in a knot, present participle and gerund of get one's knickers in a knot. Getting one's knickers in a twist, present participle and gerund of get one's knickers in a twist. Getting one's leg over, present participle and gerund of get one's leg over. Getting one's marching orders, present participle and gerund of get one's marching orders. Getting one's mind out of the gutter, present participle and gerund of get one's mind out of the gutter. Getting one's monkey up, present participle and gerund of get one's monkey up. Getting one's own back, present participle and gerund of get one's own back. Getting one's panties in a bunch, present participle and gerund of get one's panties in a bunch. Getting one's panties in a pretzel, present participle and gerund of get one's panties in a pretzel. Getting one's panties in a wad, present participle and gerund of get one's panties in a wad. Getting one's poop together, present participle and gerund of get one's poop together. Getting one's rocks off, present participle and gerund of get one's rocks off. Getting one's shine box, present participle and gerund of get one's shine box. Getting one's shine box, present participle and gerund of get one's shine box. Getting one's shirt out, present participle and gerund of get one's shirt out. Getting one's shit pushed in, present participle and gerund of get one's shit pushed in. Getting one's shit together, present participle and gerund of get one's shit together. Getting one's shorts in a knot, present participle and gerund of get one's shorts in a knot. Getting one's sh dick together, present participle and gerund of get one's sh dick together. Getting one's skates on, present participle and gerund of get one's skates on. Getting one's tits in a ringer, present participle and gerund of get one's tits in a ringer. Getting one's undies in a bundle, present participle and gerund of get one's undies in a bundle. Getting one's way, present participle and gerund of get one's way. Getting one's wig split, present participle and gerund of get one's wig split. Getting one's wires crossed, present participle and gerund of get one's wires crossed. Getting oneself together, present participle and gerund of get oneself together. Getting onto, present participle and gerund of get onto. Getting open, present participle and gerund of get open. Getting out, present participle and gerund of get out. Getting out from under, present participle and gerund of get out from under. Getting out of, present participle and gerund of get out of. Getting out of bed on the wrong side, present participle and gerund of get out of bed on the wrong side. Getting out of dodge, present participle and gerund of get out of dodge. Getting out of here, present participle and gerund of get out of here. Getting out of someone's hair, present participle and gerund of get out of someone's hair. Getting out the vote, present participle and gerund of get out the vote. Getting out while the getting's good, present participle and gerund of get out while the getting's good. Getting over, present participle and gerund of get over. Getting over on, present participle and gerund of get over on. Getting over oneself, present participle and gerund of get over oneself. Getting past, present participle of get past. Getting past oneself, present participle and gerund of get past oneself. Getting religion, present participle and gerund of get religion. Getting rid of, present participle and gerund of get rid of. Getting right down to cases, present participle and gerund of get right down to cases. Getting round, present participle and gerund of get round. Getting round to, present participle and gerund of get round to. Getting rounds, present participle and gerund of get rounds. Getting some, present participle and gerund of get some to have sex. Getting some air, present participle and gerund of get some air. Getting someone at it, present participle and gerund of get someone at. Getting someone's back, present participle and gerund of get someone's back. Getting someone's back up, present participle and gerund of get someone's back up. Getting someone's dander up, present participle and gerund of get someone's dander up. Getting someone's drift, present participle and gerund of get someone's drift. Getting someone's goat, present participle and gerund of get someone's goat. Getting someone's Irish up, present participle and gerund of get someone's Irish up. Getting someone's number, present participle of get someone's number. Getting something over with, present participle and gerund of get something over with. Getting something twisted, present participle and gerund of get something twisted. Getting started, present participle and gerund of get started. Getting straight, present participle and gerund of get straight. Getting stuck in, present participle and gerund of get stuck in. Getting stuck into, present participle and gerund of get stuck into. Getting sturdy, present participle and gerund of get sturdy. Getting taken in, present participle and gerund of get taken in. Getting the ball rolling, present participle and gerund of get the ball rolling. Getting the best of, present participle and gerund of get the best of. Getting the better of, present participle of get the better of. Getting the bird, present participle and gerund of get the bird. Getting the boot, present participle and gerund of get the boot. Getting the bullet, present participle and gerund of get the bullet. Getting the chop, present participle and gerund of get the chop. Getting the dirty water off one's chest, present participle and gerund of get the dirty water off one's chest. Getting the door, present participle and gerund of get the door. Getting the drawers, present participle and gerund of get the drawers. Getting the drift, present participle and gerund of get the drift. Getting the goods on, present participle and gerund of get the goods on. Getting the job done, present participle and gerund of get the job done. Getting the lead out, present participle and gerund of get the lead out. Getting the knot, present participle and gerund of get the knot. Getting the point, present participle and gerund of get the point. Getting the sack, present participle and gerund of get the sack. Getting the show on the road, present participle and gerund of get this show on the road. Getting the wind up, present participle and gerund of get the wind up. Getting the word out. Present participle and gerund of get the word out. Getting there. Present participle and gerund of get there. Getting through. Present participle of get through. Getting through one's head. Present participle and gerund of get through one's head. Getting to. Present participle and gerund of get to. Getting to first base. Present participle and gerund of get to first base. Getting to grips with. Present participle and gerund of get to grips with. Getting to know. Present participle and gerund of get to know. Getting to the bottom of. Present participle and gerund of get to the bottom of. Getting to the fireworks factory. Present participle and gerund of get to the fireworks factory. Getting to the point. Present participle and gerund of get to the point. Getting together. Present participle of get together. Getting under it. Present participle and gerund of get under it. Getting under someone's skin. Present participle and gerund of get under someone's skin. Getting underneath someone's skin. Present participle and gerund of get underneath someone's skin. Getting up. Present participle and gerund of get up. Getting up in. Present participle and gerund of get up in. Getting up in someone's face. Present participle and gerund of get up in someone's face. Getting up into. Present participle and gerund of get up into. Getting up to. Present participle and gerund of get up to. Getting up with the chickens. Present participle and gerund of get up with the chickens. Getting used to. Acclimation. Adjustment. Getting well. Present participle and gerund of get well. Getting wet. Present participle and gerund of get wet. Getting what one asked for. Present participle and gerund of get what one asked for. Getting what's coming to one. Present participle and gerund of get what's coming to one. Getting wind. Present participle and gerund of get wind. Getting wind in one's jaws. Present participle and gerund of get wind in one's jaws. Getting wind of. Present participle and gerund of get wind of. Getting wet. Present participle and gerund of get with. Getting with it. Present participle and gerund of get with it. Getting with the program. Present participle of get with the program. Getting with the times. Present participle and gerund of get with the times. Getting to know you. Designed so that participants get to know each other. Gettinger, a surname. Gettingers, plural of Gettinger. Gettys, a surname. Gettel, a surname from German. Gettelman, a surname. Gedler, a surname from German. Getlers, plural of Getler. Gettels, plural of Ghetto. Detle, a surname from German. Detmans, plural of Getman. Gettojler, alternative form of get together. Getojlers, plural of Getojler. Etter, an alt-tech social media platform and microblogging site targeting American conservatives. Nets, plural of get. Net, a surname. That is, plural of Getty. Gettysburg, a borough, the county seat of Adams County, Pennsylvania, United States. Gettysburgian, of or relating to Gettysburg. Gettysburgians, plural of Gettysburgian. Getuli, alternative form of Geechuli. Yetolia, alternative form of Geechulia ancient region. Geta, clothes, costume, or outfit, especially one that is ostentatious or otherwise unusual. Getups, plural of getup. That's a surname. That says plural of gets. That's for a surname. Judah Springs, a minor city in Cowley County and Sumner County, Kansas, United States. Any of the genus GM of perennial herbaceous plants. Yes, plural of GM. Good. A surname. Urine, a surname. Urins, plural of Jurin. Dutz, a surname from Dutch. Jewetius, plural of Jewets. Yeah. Initialism of ground effect vehicle. Yui. Initialism of gigaelectron volt 10-9 eV, a unit used for measuring the energy of subatomic particles. Jeversite, an isometric diplytyl steel gray mineral containing antimony, bismuth, and platinum. Jiaotaui, alternative form of Jevchilija, North Macedonia. Jevchilija, a city in southeastern North Macedonia. Jevakizumab, a particular monoclonal antibody. Javarjan, a surname from Armenian, equivalent to English Georgeson. Javardans, plural of Javarjan. Javatrali, an atypical tricyclic antipsychotic. Jevry class. The Jevry classes on a domain #92 omega #92 substack #92 Rn are spaces of functions between the space of analytic functions C #92 omega #92 omega and the space of smooth infinitely differentiable functions C #92 and tie #92 omega. They are used in control engineering for trajectory planning. Jevry classes. Plural of Jevry class. Jevry Chambertin, a commune in Côte d'Or department, Bourgogne-Franche-Comté, France. Plural of JV. Yes, plural of GV. Juba, alternative spelling of Juga. Jubas, plural of Juba. Oh, alternative spelling of good by analogy with Kuhl. Jurax, initialism of global energy and water cycle experiment. Chiuba, a showy trifle, a toy, a showy trinket, ornament, or decoration. Chubai, covered in or decorated with gewgaws. Jurawish, showy, gaudy. Jewgory, gaudiness, ornamentation, show. Jubas, plural of Juba. Jubai, synonym of Jugawish, showy, gaudy. Juritz, a surname from Yiddish. Urises, plural of Jurits. Joas, obsolete spelling of gules. Jioi, an administrative division comprising a group of villages in Bhutan. Jiuais, plural of Jiuai. Jewish Raminer, an aromatic white wine grape variety that grows best in cooler climates. Jewish Raminers, plural of Jewish Raminer. Jex, ellipsis of say Jex. Jexe, a Chinese 7-syllable poem. That very Dre, comparative form of J, more J. Jayrite, synonym of lollingite. Jayrites, plural of Jayri. Yes, superlative form of J, most J. Jalang, a planning area and new town in the central region of Singapore. Geyser, a boiling natural spring which throws forth jets of water, mud, etc. at frequent intervals, driven upwards by the expansive power of steam. Geyser, of or relating to a geyser. Geysered, simple past and past participle of geyser. Geyseric, of or relating to a geyser. Geysering, of or relating to a geyser. Geysering, present participle and gerund of geyser. Jayderish, resembling or characteristic of a geyser. Jaycerite, a type of stone, a mixture of quartz and opal deposited by a geyser as it precipitates out of the boiling water. Jayserites, plural of jaycerite. Geyserite, resembling or characteristic of a geyser. Gyres, plural of geyser. Geyserville, a census-designated place in Sonoma County, California, United States. Geysery, like a geyser. Jezole, having a pleasant, cozy, or sociable atmosphere, inviting and convivial. Yadera, an island in the Nile in central Cairo, Egypt. Jalamph, alternative spelling of Gazum. Jalampht, simple past and past participle of Jezumph. Jazumve, present participle and gerund of Jezumph. Jalums, third person singular simple present indicative of Jezumph. Yev, alternative form of Jez. Jez, plural of Jez. Thea, initialism of girlfriend. Thea, alternative letter case form of GF girlfriend. DFA. Initialism of Good Friday Agreement. Jeha, initialism of glial fibrillary acidic protein. Ureha, plural of GFAP. Deyahi, initialism of God forgives, brothers don't. DFC, initialism of global financial crisis. DFA, initialism of gluten-free. Casein-free. DFA, initialism of ground fault circuit interrupt/interrupter. DFA, plural of GFCI. DFC, plural of GFC. DFE, initialism of gluten-free diet. DFEL, initialism of GNU-free documentation license. DFE, initialism of girlfriend experience. DFE, plural of GFE. DFI, initialism of ground fault interrupt. JFJ, initialism of grapefruit juice, known to interact with various drugs. JLV, initialism of grapevine family virus. JFM, initialism of government furnished material. JFO, initialism of gluten-free option. JFOCT, abbreviation for Gryak base fecal occult blood test. DFB, initialism of green fluorescent protein. DFE, plural of JFP. DFI, initialism of glomerular filtration rate. DFRP, initialism of glass fiber/fiber reinforced polymer/plastic. DFRP, plural of GFRP. DFI, plural of GFR. DAS, initialism of global forecast system. DF, plural of JF. DAS, plural of JF. DFE, initialism of GIF. Fungible token. DFU, initialism of good for you. JFW, initialism of Great Firewall of China. JFX, abbreviation of graphics. JFX, abbreviation of graphics. JFY, initialism of government fiscal year. JFIs, initialism of go fuck yourself. JFY, plural of JFY. That initialism of good game, commonly used at the end of a gaming match, also sometimes used to end an argument. That abbreviation of gigagram. JG no Ray, abbreviation of good game, no rematch used when a multiplayer online game is over and one does not wish to play again, sometimes in contempt. J Gantu, a best friend. G without a Bogantija, a period of the Neolithic in Malta during which megalithic temples were built. 80. Initialism of gasoline gallon equivalent. Veve, initialism of Global Green Economy Index. Yer, abbreviation of Gamma Gator. Yer, plural of G-Jur. 80, plural of DG. Veda, acronym of Grampus Griseus endogenous virus. Vedas, alternative letter case form of GJazz. Vedas, abbreviation of good game, easy used to taunt the loser. Dedede, initialism of Giant Global Graph, a proposed successor to the World Wide Web based on semantic links. DDMU, initialism of Glory Glory Man United. Dadio, initialism of ground glass opacity. JDO, plural of GGO. JDS, ginger, garlic, and scallion S regarded as a holy trinity of ingredients in Asian cooking. Dede, plural of JG. JDS, initialism of good games. Idity, initialism of gamma-glutamyltransferase. GGWP, alternative letter case form of GGWP. GGWP, initialism of good game, well played. They, initialism of growth hormone. They, initialism of good half. The letter 1A3 minuscule. Letter 1A3, formerly used in the Latin orthographies of various mostly Turkic languages, and usually representing a voiced velar fricative. Yadafi, alternative spelling of Gaddafi. Yadafi, rare spelling of Gaddafi. Yadafi, alternative spelling of Gaddafi. Dadify, rare spelling of Gaddafi. Dadames, a town in Libya. Gadamesian, of from or relating to the Libyan town of Gadames. Dadames, alternative form of Gadames. Yadafi, uncommon spelling of Gaddafi. Yadafi, alternative spelling of Gaddafi. Dadify, rare spelling of Gaddafi. Dafari, a surname from Persian. Dafaris, plural of Dafari. Davir, a guard or member of a historical police force, especially in Egypt and Palestine. Dafirs, plural of Gafir. Dafir, alternative spelling of Gafir. Dafirs, plural of Gafir. Yaghara, a river of the Himalayas and tributary of the Ganges. Yagra, alternative form of Gagra. Yagras, plural of Gagra. Yagra, a long ornamented skirt or petticoat tighting with a drawstring and often hung with bells, worn in Rajasthan and other parts of India. Yagras, plural of Gagra. Yer Mukalid, non-denominational Muslim, without taqlid. Yer Mukalids, plural of Ger Mukalid. Yayast. Vost. Yayasts, plural of Gayists. Data, alternative form of Rada. Danas, plural of Gata. Yalakinicide, a particular steroid glycoside. Nollywood, the film industry of Ghana. Nali, a surname from Arabic. Nalis, plural of Gali. Reving, camping in a place that is said to have ghosts. Now, a Middle Eastern camel driver in Australia during the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Ghana, a country in West Africa. Official name, Republic of Ghana. Yenan, of, from, or pertaining to Ghana or the Ghanaian people. Ghanaism, a word or phrase typical of Ghanaian speakers. Ghanaianisms, plural of Ghanaianism. Ghanaianization, the act or process of making something Ghanaian. Ghanaanize, to make Ghanaian. Ghanaanized, simple past and past participle of Ghanaanize. Ghanaanizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Ghanaanize. Ghanaanizing, present participle and gerund of Ghanaanize. Ghanaianness, the quality or state of being Ghanaian. Ghanaians, plural of Ghanaian. Ghanan, of from or pertaining to Ghana or the Ghanaian people, Ghanaian. Ghanand, plural of Ghanan. Dend, misspelling of Gandhi. Yeda, a surname from Arabic. Ghanams, plural of Ghanam. Ghanaians, synonym of Ghanaian. Yeah, a surname. Yanis, plural of Ghani. Yemal, a surname from Arabic. Ghanams, plural of Ghanan. Dems, plural of Gan. Neta, a type of bell, usually constructed of brass, used in Hindu rituals. Yatas, plural of Ganta. Gar soap, synonym of Aleppo soap. Gar soaps, plural of Gar soap. Gar wapsi. Conversion of non-Hindu people to Hinduism. Yarana, an Indian system of social organization linking musicians or dancers by lineage or apprenticeship, and by adherence to a particular musical style and ideology. Yaranas, plural of Garana. Garapuri, synonym of Elephanta Indian Island. Yarara, a traditional garment of Lucknow in India consisting of kurti, dupatta, and wide-legged flaring trousers which are often elaborately embroidered. Dararas, plural of Garara. Gadaya, the capital city of Gadaya province, Algeria. Gardemao, a town in Jindaba Governorate, northwest Tunisia. Gari, alternative form of Guri, period of 24 minutes. Gavial, alternative form of Gavial. Gadials, plural of Gariel. Garu, a surname from Arabic. Garibashvili, a transliteration of the Georgian surname Aibashvili, letter 263 Aribas Hachek Vili. Garibian, a surname from Armenian. Garibians, plural of Garibian. Garibs, plural of Garib. Garis, plural of Gari. Darren, alternative form of Gary. Nadal, alternative form of Gaviel. Nadals, plural of Gaviel. Derek, alternative form of Gary. Darius, plural of Gary. Darius, plural of Gary. Derek, a wheeled cart or carriage, usually horse-drawn. Garuwood, a Garwood. Daran, a city in Jabal al-Garbe district, northwestern Libya. Gadal, alternative form of Gazel. Gales, plural of Gazel. Yasard, a South Asian folk medicine, a brown powder given to relieve constipation in babies. Astana, a levy for horse fodder collected by Marathas, originally a form of pillage. Dasal, alternative form of Gazel. Dasals, plural of Gazel. Yashkai, alternative form of Kashkai. Yazan, a former Arab kingdom in the Levant which functioned as a client state to the Byzantine Empire. Hassanian, of the tribe of Gassanids. Gassanians, plural of Gassanian. Gassanid, a member of an Arab tribe that settled in the Levant and became a client state to the Byzantine Empire. Yassamids, plural of Gassanid. Yassami, a surname from Persian. Dassault, a kind of saponifying volcanic clay used for hair and skin care. Desholan, of or relating to a culture and an archaeological stage dating to the Middle and Late Chalcolithic period in the southern Levant c. 4400 c. 3500 BC, characterized by small hamlet settlements of mixed farming peoples who had immigrated from the north and settled in the southern Levant. Descholians, plural of Geshulian. Nast, alternative form of Gast. Nasted, simple past and past participle of Gast. Gastel, causing fear, terrifying. Gastel, obsolete form of gastful. Gastfully, in a gastful manner. Gastfulness, quality of being gasful. Dasting, present participle and gerund of gas. Asselweir, comparative form of ghastly, more ghastly. Assoist, superlative form of ghastly, most ghastly. Ghastly, in a ghastly manner. Ghastliness, the state of being ghastly. Gaslinesses, plural of ghastliness. Ghastly, like a ghost in appearance, death-like, pale, pallid, dismal. Ghastness, amazement, terror, fright, fear. Ghasts, third person, singular, simple, present, indicative of ghast. That, a descending path or stairway to a river, a ford or landing place. That, alternative spelling of gat. Dava, an earthenware pot used as a percussion instrument in the Carnatic music of South India. Dadams, plural of Gatam. That's a pair of mountain ranges along the southern Indian coasts. Mats, plural of Gat. Yadamani, an Indian surname. Datwal, the feudal chief of a jagir in certain districts, responsible for maintaining law and order with the aid of a military force. Gatwali, the feudal tenure of a Gatwal. Gatwalis, plural of Gatwali. Gatwals, plural of Gatwal. That, alternative spelling of Gao. Mas, plural of Gao. That, alternative form of Gat, steep ravine leading to the sea. Mouts, alternative form of Gats. Gavel, alternative form of Gavio. Avials, plural of Gavio. Gawa syndrome, a phenomenon in some Arabic dialects in which the second consonant in a word forms a cluster with the first consonant. Yawazi, a type of female dancer popular in Egypt in the 19th century who danced in a style similar to the belly dance. Yawazi is plural of Gawazi. Gawazi, a group of Egyptian dancing girls of the Nawar people whose suggestive dancing was seen as improper. Daisha, any of several lute-like stringed instruments of Asian origin. Daichaks, plural of Gaichak. The Cyrillic letter 493 in various Central Asian languages. Thence, plural of Gang. Yair Mukalid, alternative spelling of Gair Mukalid. Yera, alternative form of Geira. Yera, protective jealousy, a person's dislike or displeasure over someone else sharing a right or privilege that belongs to them. Nazah, alternative form of Gazak. Nazal, a surname from Arabic. Nazald, plural of Gazel. Nazarian, a surname from Armenian. Nazarians, plural of Gazarian. Yazarian, a surname from Armenian. Nazawa, plural of Gazwa. Naziye, an Egyptian dancing girl. Gaziyes, plural of Gaziye. Gazal, alternative form of Gazel. Nazal, plural of Gazel. Naz, a surname from Arabic. Nazat, a large city and district of Mira Division, Uttar Pradesh, India. That is, plural of Ghazi. Nasipur, a city and district of Varanasi Division, Uttar Pradesh, India. That is, plural of Ghazi. Nazilam, war waged against non-Muslims by Muslims. Nas Naved, of or related to a dynasty of Turkic slave origin that ruled 975–1187 much of Persia, Afghanistan, and northern Pakistan and India. Nasnaveds, plural of Ghaznavid. Nasnavid, alternative form of Ghaznavid. Ghaznavids, plural of Ghaznavid. Yatni, a city in eastern Afghanistan, the former capital of the Ghaznavid Empire. Nazwin, alternative spelling of Kesvin. Naioa, any of the battles in which the Islamic prophet Muhammad personally participated. Ghazwihain, a prophecy in some hadiths where an Islamic emir invades and conquers the Indian subcontinent as part of the events leading to the eventual apocalypse. Nihilas, plural of Ghazwa. Ghazwa, plural of Ghazwa. Natha, alternative spelling of Gaza. Gaza, alternative spelling of Gaza. That, alternative spelling of Gaza. AHB, initialism of gamma hydroxybutyrate, often used as a date rape drug. If, alternative form of G. Yet, the lenition of the voiced vowels stop in the Galician language. Never, alternative form of Geber. Yetters, plural of Geber. Detter, alternative form of Geber. Devers, plural of Geber. Yadafi, rare spelling of Gaddafi. Ghetto wax, alternative form of ghetto wax. Yadafi, uncommon spelling of Gaddafi. Getic acid, alternative form of Getic acid. That, in Haitian voodoo, a class of Loa generally associated with death. That, a surname. That, a surname. Thence, plural of gain. Yeah, alternative form of Geira. Yeah, alternative form of Geira. That, plural of gay. That, member of an Albanian people inhabiting northern Albania, Kosovo, and parts of North Macedonia and Montenegro. Geg Albanian. That, Datish, synonym of Geg in Albanian language. Dima, an Iranian stew dish made from meat and split peas. Yalari, a village and commune of Hunadora County. Romania. Genghis Khan, misspelling of Genghis Khan. The capital city of the province of East Flanders, Belgium. Gannis criteria, a set of clinical criteria used to diagnose Marfan syndrome. Gens system, an arrangement whereby the main responsibility for welfare payments, especially unemployment benefits, is held by trade or labor unions rather than a government agency. Gens systems, plural of Ghent system. Dention, of or relating to Henry of Ghent c. 1217 1293, scholastic philosopher. Gentish, from, of, or pertaining to, Ghent. Iogoje, a village in Achisiuni, Bacău County, Romania. Iorge, a city in Transylvania, Romania. Yeah, an Indo-Aryan language spoken in Hyderabad, Pakistan. Yera, a protest in which a group of people surrounds a politician, building, etc. until demands are met. Yarrow, simple past and past participle of Garrow. Darias, plural of Garrow. Daring, present participle and gerund of Garrow. Daraus, plural of Garrow. Versasti, a village and commune of Dolj County, Romania. Div, a surname. Nergesti, a village in Petresti, Dambavita County, Romania. Vergheta, a village and commune of Prahova County, Romania. Verdun, the building at 30 St. Mary Axe, a distinctively shaped skyscraper in London, England. Gherkins, plural of Gherkin. Yarla, a city founded by Armenians around 1700 in Transylvania as Armenoples in what is now Romania. Yura, a surname from Romanian. Dersh, an old silver coin of Ethiopia. That's obsolete form of Kes. That's simple past and past participle of guess. That says third person singular simple present indicative of guess. That's a present participle and gerund of guess. That's obsolete form of guest. That's plural of guest. That plural of ghetto. Ghetto, an often walled area of a city in which Jews are concentrated by force and law, used particularly of areas in medieval Italy and in Nazi-controlled Europe. Ghetto bird, a police helicopter specifically in the context of patrolling or searching impoverished, high-crime urban areas, the ghetto. Ghetto birds, plural of ghetto bird. Ghetto blaster, a portable stereo system capable of playing music from several sources at a relatively high volume, a boombox. Ghetto blasters, plural of ghetto blaster. Ghetto booties, plural of ghetto booty. Ghetto booty, large buttocks of a woman. Ghetto butt, synonym of ghetto booty. Ghetto butts, plural of ghetto butt. Ghetto fabulous, wealthy but of ghetto roots and ethic. Ghetto fence, a barrier intended to keep one group usually against their will separate from another. Ghetto fences, plural of ghetto fence. Ghetto house, a style of house music from Chicago featuring drum machines and sometimes sexually explicit lyrics. Ghetto lotteries, plural of ghetto lottery. Ghetto lottery, a financial windfall obtainable by a socioeconomically disadvantaged person. Ghetto palm, synonym of tree of heaven Ailanthus altissima. Ghetto palms, plural of ghetto palm. Ghetto pass, the acceptance of white people into a non-white community, or a privilege or permission granted to white people to appropriate non-white culture, attitudes, language, and behavior. Ghetto passes, plural of ghetto pass. Ghetto fabulous, alternative form of ghetto fabulous. Ghetto blaster, alternative form of ghetto blaster. Ghetto blasters, plural of ghetto blaster. Ghetto, simple past and past participle of ghetto. Ghettos, plural of ghetto. Ghettos, superlative form of ghetto, most characteristic of people from a ghetto. Ghetto fabulous, alternative form of ghetto fabulous. Ghettoy, present participle and gerund of ghetto. Ghettoization, alternative spelling of ghettoization. Ghettois, alternative spelling of ghettois. Ghettois, simple past and past participle of ghettois. Ghettoises, third person singular simple present indicative of ghettois. Ghettoish, characteristic of the ghetto or of being from a ghetto. Ghettoising, present participle and gerund of ghettois. Ghettoism, behavior or speech typical of the ghetto. Ghettoisms. Plural of ghettoism. Ghettoization. The process of becoming a ghetto, an isolated and underprivileged urban area. Ghettoizations. Plural of ghettoization. Ghettoize. To put someone in a ghetto, or to isolate as if in a ghetto. Ghettoized. Simple past and past participle of ghettoize. Ghettoizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of ghettoize. Ghettoise. Present participle and gerund of ghettoize. Ghettology. The study of ghettos. Ghettos? Plural of ghetto. Ghetto-tech. A form of electronic dance music from Chicago, combining elements of house music with electro, hip-hop, and techno. A surname. There. Comparative form of gay, more gay. Yes. Superlative form of gay, most gay. DHD. Initialism of greenhouse gas. DHD. Plural of DHG. Alternative spelling of G. Part of the name of several models of Ford motor cars. Guideline. Alternative form of guideline. Guidelines. Plural of guideline. Guideline. In the politics of medieval Italian city-states, any member of a faction that supported the Holy Roman Emperor in a long struggle against the Guelphs and the Pope. Ghibellines. Plural of Ghibeline. Ghibellinism. The Ghibeline movement. Ghibli. Sirocco. Ghiblification. The process by which an image is transformed into a style resembling the work of Japanese anime studio Studio Ghibli using generative AI. Ghiblified. Of an image that has been transformed using generative AI into a style resembling the work of Japanese anime studio Studio Ghibli. Ghiblifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of ghiblify. Ghiblify. To use generative AI to transform an image into a style resembling the work of Japanese anime studio Studio Ghibli. Ghiblifying. Present participle and gerund of ghiblify. Ghiblis. Plural of Ghibli. Initialism of Global Health Insurance Card. Gechak. Alternative spelling of Gechak. Gechaks. Plural of Gechak. Plural of Gik. Yetalau. A village and commune of Covasna County, Romania. Dredaigini. A commune and village in Galati County, Romania. Initialism of growth hormone inhibiting hormone. Yedak. Alternative spelling of Gechak. Yejaks. Plural of Gejak. Yogai. Alternative form of Gilgai. Yogas. Plural of Gilgai. Vildi. A member of one of the largest Pashtun tribes, having the traditional homeland of Ghazni and Kalati Gilji in Afghanistan. Veldis. Plural of Gilji. Gili. A low-cut type of shoe with decorative lacing. Bailey's suit. A type of overall covered in torn cloth shreds faux foliage, used as camouflage by hunters and military snipers. Ghillie suits. Plural of ghillie suit. Ghillie. Simple past and past participle of ghillie. Ghillie. Plural of ghillie. Ghillie. Present participle and gerund of ghillie. Yelai, alternative form of Gilji. Yole, alternative form of Gilji. Yimes Faggot, a commune of Bacău County, Romania. Yemair, a surname. Yemairs, plural of Gemair. Impadi, a village and commune of Giurgiu County, Romania. Nenth, a town in the northern Red Sea region of Eritrea. Yardsnat, a kind of symmetrical knot used in knotted pile carpets, where the colored weft yarn passes over the two warp yarns and is pulled through between them, and then cut to form the pile. Yardsnats, plural of Georgsnat. W, a commune of Valsia County, Romania. Ya, alternative form of Geira. Versh, dated form of Quesh. Das, plural of Kai. Dislane, a female given name from French. The contraction of Google Hit, a hit obtained using the search engine Google. That's plural of Git. Gitter, alternative spelling of Gittern. Gitters, plural of Gittern. Yeah, a type of squash gourd used in Indian cooking. Geyser District, a district currently governed by Pakistan in Gilgit-Baltistan in the disputed Kashmir region. Yedite, a cryptomorphic type of analcime basalt. The traditional male costume in Bhutan, consisting of a knee-length robe tied at the waist by a cloth belt. Lust, obsolete spelling of ghost. Lusts, plural of ghost. Adhel, a surname. Adhels, plural of Gabriel. Not, odds, plural of God. Yama, a barrel-shaped drum associated with Cape Malay music. Yamas, plural of Goma. Yama, a large marble used in children's games. Yans, plural of Cone. Yada, a town in Bavigar district in the state of Gujarat, India, once an important commercial port on the Arabian Sea. Ro, archaic form of ghoul. Rose, plural of go. Galson, a surname. Nalsons, plural of Carlson. Galston, a surname. Dalstons, plural of Galston. Da, alternative spelling of Com. Yamala, a major Bamalt language spoken in Cameroon. Yamara, a language of the Berber family, spoken in northern Morocco. Non-complex, alternative form of Gons complex. Gon complexes, plural of Gon complex. Gon's complex, a kind of lesion in the lung caused by tuberculosis, consisting of a Gon focus along with pulmonary lymphadenopathy within a nearby pulmonary lymph node and retaining viable bacteria that may trigger secondary tuberculosis in later life. Non-aqua, alternative form of Gonaqua. Non-aquas, plural of Gonaqua. Yana, the faldetta worn in Malta. Yanalas, plural of Ganala. The alternative form of Gum, West Bengal. Yumar, a traditional folk dance of Rajasthan, with performers typically pirouetting while moving in and out of a wide circle. Rumors, plural of goomer. Gumt, simple past and past participle of goom. Gumer, present participle and gerund of goom. Gumth, third person singular simple present indicative of goom. Gudhath, a headscarf worn by married Hindu, Jain, and Sikh women. Gunhats, plural of gunhat. But a small pony, especially one used as a pack animal. Gorts, plural of gunt. Yorol, alternative form of gorel. Yoros, plural of gorel. Yorge, archaic form of Gurkha. Yorgas, plural of Gorkha. Gudi, a kind of inferior limestone. Ah, a small village near Khulna in Bangladesh. Yor, a province of Afghanistan. Yor, alternative form of Gora, a white person. Dora, alternative spelling of grab type of sailing vessel. Dorabs, plural of Gorab. Dorol, alternative form of Gorel. Darols, plural of Gorel. Dara, plural of Gora. Yora, a vaulted room used by Berbers for storing grain. Yorhaz, plural of Gorfa. Goryolke, alternative spelling of Horolka. Goryokis, plural of Goroka. Dorkar, synonym of onager Asiatic wild ass. Dorkars, plural of Gorkar. Dormley, a surname from Irish. Dormleys, plural of Gormley. Dodal, alternative spelling of Goshal. A surname from Bengali. Dodals, plural of Gozel. Thus, alternative spelling of Gosh, a surname from Bengali. Thus, a surname from Bengali. Dashal, a surname from Bengali. Dashals, plural of Gosh. Dachian, of or relating to the economist A. Lust, a disembodied soul, is soul or spirit of a deceased person. A spirit appearing after death. Vostat, an ant of species Tapenoma melanos found, with a dark head and pale or translucent legs and gaster, widespread in tropical and semi-tropical environments. Ghost ants, plural of ghost ant. Ghost apple, an apple-shaped ice formation occurring when an apple is coated by freezing rain and then decays and slides out of the icy casing. Ghost apples, plural of ghost apple. Ghost at the feast, a presence that mars one's enjoyment by causing guilt or reviving unwelcome memories. Ghost band, any spurious results clustered together outside of normal expected ranges as in a plot of recorded energy values with an inexplicable blot marring the clean expected results. Ghost bands, plural of ghost band. Thus bat, an Australian bat, Macrodor magigas with gray to white fur, long narrow wings, and sharp teeth. Ghost bats, plural of ghost bat. Ghost bicycle, synonym of ghost bike. Ghost bicycles, plural of ghost bicycle. Ghost bike, a bicycle painted white and set up as a roadside memorial to indicate where a cyclist was killed by traffic. Ghost bikes, plural of ghost bike. Ghost brand, a brand that is no longer successful in the mainstream but still retains some popularity among earlier consumers. Ghost brands, plural of ghost brand. Ghost bullet, a bullet that is shot by an unseen assailant or one that cannot be seen or heard when it is shot. Ghost bullets, plural of ghost bullet. Ghost bump, a goosebump, especially when caused by anything ghostly or ghastly. Ghost bumps, plural of ghost bump. Ghost call, a telephone call for which, when the recipient of the call answers, there is no one on the other end. Ghost calls, plural of ghost call. Ghost car, an unmarked police car or an unmarked vehicle used as a decoy by police. Ghost cars, plural of ghost car. Ghost catfish, Cryptopterus vituolus, is small catfish endemic to Thailand and popular in the aquarium trade. Ghost cat shark. Aprostrus manis, a cat shark of the family Pentanchidae. Ghost cat sharks, plural of ghost cat shark. Ghost character, a character who is mentioned as appearing on stage, but who does not do anything, and who seems to have no purpose. Ghost characters, plural of ghost character. Ghost chili, synonym of butcholokia. Ghost chili pepper, synonym of butcholokia. Ghost chili peppers, plural of ghost chili pepper. Ghost chilies, plural of ghost chili. Ghost chili, synonym of ghost pepper. Ghost chilies, plural of ghost chili. Ghost companies, plural of ghost company. Ghost company, a company usually with no employees or tangible assets, and with no identifiable officers or owners. Ghost condensate, the proposed situation in which a ghost in excitation of a field with a wrong sign of the kinetic term acquires a vacuum expectation value, spontaneously breaking Lorentz invariance. Ghost condensates, plural of ghost condensate. Ghost corridor, a secondary means of egress connecting low-security laboratories through connecting doors, in addition to the main corridor. Ghost corridors, plural of ghost corridor. Ghost crab, any of several burrowing crabs of the genus Ossipode found along sandy shores. Ghost crabs, plural of ghost crab. Ghost dance, a 19th century religious movement incorporated into numerous Native American belief systems, according to which performing a dance would reunite the living with spirits of the dead and bring prosperity and unity to Native peoples. Ghost dance, one of the dances of the ghost dance religion. Ghost dancer, one who performs the ghost dance. Ghost dancers, plural of ghost dancer. Ghost dances, plural of ghost dance. Ghost dances, plural of ghost dance. Ghost deer, a cryptid said to live in the canyons of Mount Eddy in Northern California, resembling a large elk that is immune to bullets and able to disappear without a trace. Ghost detainee, a person held in a detention center whose identity has been hidden by keeping them unregistered and therefore anonymous. Ghost detainees, plural of ghost detainee. Ghost driver, wrong way driver. Ghost drivers, plural of ghost driver. Ghost employee, a registered employee, especially a public officer recorded in the payroll system without actually working. Ghost employees, plural of ghost employee. Ghost festival, a traditional Buddhist and Taoist festival in Asia, when ghosts and spirits are said to emerge from the lower realm, and deceased ancestors are venerated. Ghost field. Synonym of Fatih Popov ghost. Ghost fields. Plural of ghost field. Ghost flathead. Any of various fishes in the genus Hoplitches. Ghost flatheads. Plural of ghost flathead. Ghost flight. An empty or near-empty flight run by an airline to fulfill contractual obligations. Ghost flights. Plural of ghost flight. Ghost forests. A stand of dead or dying trees in a relatively intact state, typically occurring in coastal areas where rising sea levels, saltwater intrusion, and other factors lead to gradual tree death. Ghost forests. Plural of ghost forests. Ghost frog. Any of a group of frogs in the family Heliophrinidae which live in mountain streams in South Africa. Ghost frogs. Plural of ghost frog. Ghost from one's past. Something unpleasant from one's past that haunts that makes them feel uneasy to the present day. Ghost fungi. Plural of ghost fungus. Ghost fungus. Amphilotus nidiformis, a gilled-based mushroom with bioluminescent properties, found mainly in Australia. Ghost gear. Fishing gear that is lost, abandoned, or deliberately discarded into the ocean, thence becoming a marine pollutant. Ghost goal. An apparent goal in which it is not clear whether or not the ball crossed the goal line. Ghost goals. Plural of ghost goal. Ghost gum. Any of various Australian evergreen trees of the genus Corymbia, especially Corymbia papuana. Ghost gums. Plural of ghost gum. Ghost gun. A gun without serial numbers that cannot be easily tracked, especially a homemade gun built with unregistered, partially finished, or 3D printed components. Ghost guns. Plural of ghost gun. Ghost home. A residence intentionally kept vacant by an absentee owner, especially a foreign investor, as a financially safe asset to be liquidated at a convenient time. Ghost homes. Plural of ghost home. Ghost hotel. A residence, typically a second home, that is used almost exclusively as short-term rental accommodation. Ghost hotels. Plural of ghost hotel. Ghost house. A haunted house. Ghost houses. Plural of ghost house. Ghost image. Any undesired image appearing at the image plane of an optical system, either a false image of the desired object or an out-of-focus image of a bright source of light in the field of the optical system. Ghost images. Plural of ghost image. Ghost imaging. The process of creating a ghost image of all the contents of a hard drive as a backup that may be stored and later retrieved if needed. Ghost in the Graveyard. A children's game, a form of tag in which the player designated as the ghost attempts to catch the others before they can reach base. Ghost in the Machine. The mental activity that occurs in parallel with physical action, but with no known way for the two to interact, according to the theories of mind-body dualism. Ghost insect. Any of various stick insects of the order Phasmida. Ghost insects. Plural of ghost insect. Ghost island. An area of road surface marked with cross-hatching as a means of separating traffic or reducing speed, or to provide a safe area to turn right across approaching traffic. Ghost islands. Plural of ghost island. Ghost kitchen. Synonym of dark kitchen. Ghost kitchens. Plural of ghost kitchen. Ghost knifefish. Any of the Phalaeophrinidae of aphid fishes in the order Junidifrons. Ghost knifefishes. Plural of ghost knifeish. Ghost labor, synonym of ghost work. Ghost language, a language which has lost its speakers. Ghost languages, plural of ghost language. Ghost light, a light that is left energized on the stage of a theater when the theater is unoccupied and would otherwise be completely dark. Ghost lore, alternative form of ghost lore. Ghost mark, a trademark that is registered without the intent of using it for a product or service, but in an attempt to obstruct the registration of other similar trademarks. Ghost marks, plural of ghost mark. Ghost marriage, marriage with a dead person or between dead people. Ghost marriages, plural of ghost marriage. Ghost money, synonym of joss paper. Ghost monies, plural of ghost money. Ghost monies, plural of ghost money. Ghost moose, a moose that has lost 80% or more of its fur from excessive grooming or rubbing due to parasites, particularly ticks, revealing pale skin underneath. Ghost moth, Hapialis humili, a white moth of the family Hapialidae. Ghost moths, plural of ghost moth. Ghost net, a fishing net discarded or lost in the ocean, capable of entangling marine life below the surface. Ghost net, plural of ghost net. Ghost nipper, a marine yabby, a species of marine ghost shrimp, Tripea australiensis, widely harvested by recreational anglers as bait. Ghost nippers, plural of ghost nipper. Ghost note, a musical note with a rhythmic value, but no discernible pitch when played, sometimes represented by an X in musical notation. Ghost notes, plural of ghost note. Ghost nudibranch, Lecithophorus capensis, a translucent doored nudibranch found in South Africa. Ghost nudibranch, plural of ghost nudibranch. Ghost of Christmas future, synonym of ghost of Christmas yet to come. Ghost of Christmas past, a fictional ghost in A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens, who visits Ebenezer Scrooge in order to show him his past, especially certain events of past Christmases that contributed to his later distaste for Christmas. Ghost of Christmas present, a fictional ghost in A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens, who visits Ebenezer Scrooge accompanied by a great feast in order to show him events of the current Christmas. Ghost of Christmas yet to come, a fictional ghost in A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens. It visits Ebenezer Scrooge in order to show his impending fate of death and loneliness in a future Christmas that is ultimately avoided. Ghost of God, an epithet of the Holy Spirit. Ghost orchid, an American ghost orchid, Dendrophylax lindonii. Ghost orchids, plural of ghost orchid. Ghost peak, a peak at an unexpected position or time due to, for example, contamination of the sample or from the previous analysis if one of the substances had a retention time longer than the runtime. Ghost peaks, plural of ghost peak. Ghost pepper, synonym of Butcholokia. Ghost peppers, plural of ghost pepper. Ghost piece, a representation of where a piece will land if it falls without intervention such as moving it away or rotating it in the video game Tetris. Ghost pieces, plural of ghost piece. Ghost pipe, either of two holoparasitic plants. Ghost pipes, plural of ghost pipe. Ghost plane, an airplane that is flying after its pilots become incapacitated. Ghost planes, plural of ghost plane. Ghost plant, a toxic white mica heterotrophic herb, Monotropa uniflora, of the family Ericaceae. Ghost plants, plural of ghost plant. Ghost population, a population that is inferred to have existed based on data that has been reconstructed rather than on direct sampling. Ghost populations, plural of ghost population. Ghost post, a comment on a social networking website that has been deleted, resulting in confusion since the conversation is now incomplete. Ghost posts, plural of ghost posts. Ghost prisoner, a prisoner not included in official prison records and not reported to the Red Cross as a detainee. Ghost prisoners, plural of ghost prisoner. Ghost ramp, a highway ramp that is inaccessible to traffic either because the construction work was never completed or because it has been taken out of use. Ghost ramps, plural of ghost ramp. Ghost restaurant, synonym of dark kitchen. Ghost restaurants, plural of ghost restaurant. Ghost ride, alternative form of ghost ride. Ghost rocket, any of the rocket or missile-shaped unidentified flying objects sighted in 1946, mostly in Sweden and nearby countries. Ghost rockets, plural of ghost rocket. Ghost runner, synonym of invisible runner. Ghost runners, plural of ghost runner. Ghost shark, a cartilaginous marine fish in the subclass Halosphaly and especially the order Chimeriformes, with a blunt snout, long tail, and a spine before the first dorsal fin. Ghost sharks, plural of ghost shark. Ghost ship, an abandoned ship or science fiction, by extension spaceship, that is haunted and possibly adrift. Ghost ships, plural of ghost ship. Ghost shirt, a sacred shirt worn by members of the ghost dance religion and thought to have spiritual powers such as warding off bullets. Ghost shrimp, any of various aquatic crustaceans of the infraorder Thalassinidae, the genus Palimonites, or the family Caprilidae. Ghost shrimps, plural of ghost shrimp. Ghost sickness, a syndrome reported to occur among Native Americans in which the sufferer is preoccupied by the deceased. Symptoms include weakness, loss of appetite, recurring nightmares, and a pervasive feeling of terror. Ghost sign, a hand-painted advertising sign that has been preserved on a building for an extended period of time and has thus begun to fade. Ghost signs, plural of ghost sign. Ghost skate, Rogella dissimilis, a rogid fish of Namibia and South Africa. Ghost skin, a white supremacist who hides his or her views in order to blend in with society. Ghost skins, plural of ghost skin. Ghost slug, Selenach lemis usperda, a predatory air-breathing land slug. Ghost slugs, plural of ghost slug. Ghost spam, synonym of refer spam. Ghost station, a disused metro station that is passed through but not stopped at by passenger trains. Ghost stations, plural of ghost station. Ghost stories, plural of ghost story. Ghost story, a story about ghosts or the supernatural, often meant to be frightening. Ghost street, a former street that has been demolished or built over, but remains at least partly visible. Ghost streets, plural of ghost street. Ghost swift, ghost moth. Ghost swifts, plural of ghost swift. Ghost town, a town which has become deserted, usually due to failing economic activity, especially one that still has substantial visible remains. Ghost towns, plural of ghost town. Most track, synonym of hidden track. Ghost tracks, plural of ghost track. Ghost train, a fairground attraction in which participants ride through a haunted house in a rail car. Ghost trains, plural of ghost train. Ghost tree, the dove tree, Davidia involucrata, which has large white bracts resembling white sheets like those used to represent ghosts. Ghost trees, plural of ghost tree. Ghost turd, synonym of dust bunny. Ghost turds, plural of ghost turd. Ghost vote, a valid vote that is counted in voting totals for an election, but which lacks any associated public record as to who cast it. Ghost voter, an invented voter in an election, used as a fraudulent means to cast additional votes under assumed names. Ghost voters, plural of ghost voter. Ghost votes, plural of ghost vote. Ghost voting, the fraudulent practice of using ghost voters in an election. Ghost wolf, a type of coyote found on Galveston Island. Which has large amounts of genetic material from other canines. Ghost word, a fictitious or erroneous word, originally meaningless, not used in practice, that has been published in a dictionary or similarly authoritative reference work or otherwise listed as genuine, generally as the result of misinterpretation, misreading, or typographical error. Ghost words, plural of ghost word. Ghost work, work often technological that is done by humans, but regarded by customers as being automated. Ghostwrite, alternative form of ghostwrite. Ghostwriter, alternative spelling of ghostwriter. Ghostwriters, plural of ghostwriter. Ghostwrites, third person singular simple present indicative of ghostwrite. Ghostwriting, present participle and gerund of ghostwrite. Ghostwritten, past participle of ghostwrite. Ghostwrote, simple past of ghostwrite. Ghost-faced bat, bats of genus Mormoops, found mainly in South America. Ghost-faced bats, plural of ghost-faced bat. Ghost lore, alternative form of ghost lore. Ghost ping, to ping someone or some people and then delete the message with which one pinged them, which causes them to receive a ping notification, but no message or sender. Ghost pinged, past of ghost ping. Ghost pinging, present participle and gerund of ghost ping. Ghost pings, third person singular simple present indicative of ghost ping. Ghostridden, past participle of ghostry. Ghostry, to accelerate, exit, and then move along or even dance on top of a moving vehicle with or without the intention of getting back in. Ghoststrides, third person singular simple present indicative of ghoststride. Ghoststriding, present participle and gerund of ghoststride. Ghoststrode, simple past of ghostride. Ghost town, resembling a ghost town. Ghostrice, alternative form of ghostrite. Ghostrites, third person singular simple present indicative of ghostrite. Ghostriding, present participle and gerund of ghostrite. Ghostritten, past participle of ghostrite. Ghostrout, simple past of ghostrite. Ghost ball, a type of pitch, the knuckle ball. Ghost bowels, plural of ghost ball. Ghostben, synonym of shadowben. Ghost band, simple past and past participle of ghostben. Ghost band, present participle of ghostben. Ghostbens, third person singular simple present indicative of ghostben. Ghost box, an abandoned mall or big box store. Ghost boxes, plural of ghost box. Ghostbuster, someone who purports to rid a place of ghosts. Ghostbusters, plural of ghostbuster. Ghostbusting, the activities of a ghostbuster, exorcism of ghosts. Ghostcat, knowledge of lore about and methods of detecting or working with ghosts. Ghostum, the condition, state, or realm of ghosts or spirits, spirituality, spiritualism. Ghostemed, plural of ghostum. Ghosted, simple past and past participle of ghost. Ghosty, a person who is ghosted or ignored by someone else. Ghosties, plural of ghosty. Ghosten, of belonging to or pertaining to ghosts, ghostly, spiritual. Ghostin, simple past and past participle of ghostin. Ghostening, present participle and gerund of ghostin. Ghostens, third person singular simple present indicative of ghostin. Ghoster, a ghost hunter, a paranormal investigator. Ghosters, plural of ghoster. Ghostess, a female ghost. Ghostesses, plural of ghostess. Ghostfish, the rhymeth Cryptacanthodes maculatus. Ghostfishes, plural of ghostfish. Ghost flower, Mohavia confertiflora, a flower native to the San Oran and Mojave deserts. Ghost flowers, plural of ghost flower. Ghostood, the state or period of being a ghost. Ghost house, alternative form of ghost house. Ghost houses, plural of ghost house. Ghost hunt, the act of looking for ghosts. Ghost hunter, a person who attempts to track down ghosts. Ghost hunters, plural of ghost hunter. Ghost hunting, investigations that aim to track down ghosts. Ghost hunts, plural of ghost hunt. Ghosty, alternative form of ghosty. Ghosty, comparative form of ghosty, more ghosty. Ghosties, plural of ghosty. Ghostiest, superlative form of ghosty, most ghosty. Ghostification, the process of ghostifying. Ghostification, plural of ghostification. Ghostify, simple past and past participle of ghostify. Ghostifies, third person singular simple present indicative of ghostify. Ghostify, to make ghostly or turn into a ghost. Ghostifying, present participle and gerund of ghostify. Ghostily, in a ghost-like manner. Ghostiness, quality of being ghosty. Ghosting, a method of ending a personal relationship by stopping any contact with the other party and not providing an explanation. Ghostings, plural of ghosting. Ghostish, ghostly, spectral. Ghostishly. In a ghostish manner. Ghostism, belief in ghosts. Ghost kind, the whole body of ghosts or spirit. Ghosts or spirits taken collectively. Ghost king, a king of ghosts or spirits, a ghostly or spiritual king, a king of one's own spirit or soul, a god, god. Ghost kings, plural of ghost king. Ghostland, a land inhabited by ghosts. Ghostland, plural of ghostland. Ghostless, without spirit, soul, or life, dead. Ghostlessness, absence of ghosts. Ghostlet, a little ghost. Ghostlets, plural of ghostlet. Ghostly, comparative form of ghostly, more ghostly. Ghostliest, superlative form of ghostly, most ghostly. Ghostlify, to make ghostly, to haunt. Ghostly, seemingly invisible, as a ghost, similar to a ghost. Ghostly, in a ghostly way. Ghostliness, the quality of being ghostly. Ghostlinesses, plural of ghostliness. Ghostole, a small, young, diminutive, or inferior ghost. Ghostlings, plural of ghosteling. Ghostfolk, a genre of folklore concerning ghosts. Ghostly, of or pertaining to ghosts or spirits. Ghostly father, confessor priest who hears one's confessions. Ghostly fathers, plural of ghostly father. Ghostmonger, a person who claims that ghosts exist. Ghostmongers, plural of ghostmonger. Ghostological, relating to ghostology. Ghostologies, plural of ghostology. Ghostologist, one who studies ghostology. Ghostologists, plural of ghostologists. Ghostology, the knowledge or study of ghosts or spirits, the science of the supernatural, spiritism. Ghosts, plural of ghost. Ghosts at the feast, plural of ghost at the feast. Ghosts from one's past, plural of ghost from one's past. Ghosts in machines, plural of ghost in the machine. Ghosts in the machine, plural of ghost in the machine. Ghost shark, alternative form of ghost shark. Ghost sharks, plural of ghost shark. Ghost ship, alternative spelling of ghost ship. Ghost ships, plural of ghost ship. Ghostsa, marked by ghosts, ghostly. Ghostweed, the plant Euphorbia marginata. Ghostword, alternative spelling of ghost word. Ghost words, plural of ghost word. Ghostwort, a species of liverwort Anura mirabilis in the family Anuraceae. Ghostworts, plural of ghostwort. Ghostrise, to write under the name of another, especially literary works. Ghostwriter, a professional writer who is paid to write material that is officially credited to another person, one who writes on behalf of someone else, often for a celebrity. Ghostwriters, plural of ghostwriter. Ghostwritership, the job or state of being a ghostwriter. Ghostwrites, third person singular simple present indicative of ghostwrite. Ghostwriting, present participle and gerund of ghostwrite. Ghostwriter, written by a ghostwriter. Ghostwrote, simple past of ghostwrite. Rusty, ghostly. Velvet, a Bengali who originates from western Bengal. Godis, plural of Godi. Godis, plural of Godi. Dhati, a city in Sindh, Pakistan. Gadal, a spacious tribal hut used for education, etc. in Gond culture. Gados, plural of Gadal. Dachuo, a language in the Niger-Congo language family spoken in the Edo State region of Nigeria. Oh, a demon said to feed on corpses. Ghoulery, ghoulishness. Girlfriend, a girlfriend who enjoys horror, Halloween, or the macabre. Girlfriends. Plural of ghoulfriend. Ghoulie, a ghoul ghostly spirit. Ghoulie ghoul, a ghoul ghostly spirit. Ghoulie ghouls, plural of ghoulie ghoul. Ghoulie ghoul, alternative form of ghoulie ghoul. Ghoulie ghoul, plural of ghoulie ghoul. Ghoulies, plural of ghoulie. Ghoulification, the process of somebody turning into a ghoul. Ghoulish, of or pertaining to corpses and graver robbing. Ghoulish, in a ghoulish manner. Ghoulishness, the quality of being ghoulish. Ghoulish behavior, the quality of being or acting like a ghoul. Ghoulie, alternative spelling of ghoulie. Ghost, plural of ghoul. Ghoulie, resembling or characteristic of a ghoul. Dawda, a suburb of Damascus, Syria. JHQ, initialism of General Headquarters. GHQ/SCAP, initialism of General Headquarters, Supreme Commander for the Allied Powers. JHQ, plural of GHQ. JHRAF, alternative spelling of grab, type of sailing vessel. JHRAVs, plural of JHRAF. JHOD, initialism of growth hormone receptor deficiency. J-Rallin, a peptide hormone secreted in the stomach when empty that increases appetite and secretion of growth hormone from the pituitary gland. G-Rallinemia, the presence of G-Rallin in the blood. G-Rallinergic, relating to the activity or function of the G-Rallin hormone. G-Rallinoma, a gastric carcinoid that produces G-Rallin. G-Rallinomas, plural of G-Rallinoma. J-Rallins, plural of G-Rallin. JHRH, initialism of growth hormone releasing hormone. JHS, initialism of globally harmonized system of classification and labeling of chemicals. JHS, plural of JHS. Oh. A mock deity of early science fiction fandom, a Vanish god. Yup. Initialism of God help us all. Few bar numerals. Arabic numerals. Gugu, alternative form of goo. Ew, alternative form of goo. Dubby, a curry made from boiled peas or chickpeas in a gravy made with coconut, ginger, and garlic pastes, etc. Yadguni, alternative form of gugmi. Dirkasiya, a surname from Armenian. Dirkasiyans, plural of Yukasiyan. Yala, a personal guard to the Shah of Persia. Gilems, plural of Gilem. Ya, a neighborhood in Darjeeling Municipality, West Bengal, India. Yumo, a surname from Urdu. Humans, plural of Human. Humor, alternative form of Goomer folk dance. Humor. Plural of humor. Dahat, alternative form of goon hat. Dahats, plural of gun hat. Gungru, a small metallic bell, usually part of a set strung together and worn on an anklet, especially by classical Indian dancers. Gungrus, plural of gungru. Gungru, alternative form of gungru. Gungris, plural of gungru. Yura, alternative spelling of grab type of sailing vessel. Yerebs, plural of kirab. Vero, alternative form of goral. Veros, plural of bureau. Urid, of or pertaining to the Urid dynasty. Gurkha, alternative form of Gurkha. Nurkes, plural of Gurkha. Nura, a spheroidal clay pot for holding water. Nuras, plural of Gura. Yuri, a period of 24 minutes. Darius, plural of curry. Darius, plural of curry. Duri, a clepsydra or water clock, consisting of a floating cup with a small hole in it, adjusted so that it fills and sinks in a fixed time. Yurush, an old silver coin of Tripoli, introduced in 1687. Gurushes, plural of Kirash. Yasa, a full-body wash taken by Muslims to restore the body to a state of purity. Razuls, plural of Kasal. Gava, a type of headcloth, a kafiye. Gava, alternative spelling of Gutra. Natraz, plural of Gutra. Natraz, plural of Kutra. That, alternative form of Aghaz. That, alternative form of Aghaz. JSWB, initialism of George Herbert Walker Bush. That, the station code of Guwahati Railway Station in India. Del, Del, plural of Gil. That, initialism of general issue given to a soldier by the army as an item rather than brought from home or used by the army as a procedure and different from its civilian counterpart. That, a martial arts uniform. GI can, a galvanized trash can. GI cans, plural of GI can. GI parties, plural of GI party. GI party, a thorough cleaning of a military barracks by its inhabitants. GI tact, synonym of gastrointestinal tract. GI tacts, plural of GI tract. Yes, alternative spelling of jazz. Yeah, contraction of give us, often in the sense give me. Yeah, a female given name. Galai, a province of Vietnam. Jacalon, a surname from Italian. Jacalons, plural of Jacalon. Giacometti, of or relating to Alberto Giacometti 1901-1966, a Swiss sculptor, painter, draftsman, and printmaker. Giacomini, a surname from Italian. Giacomini vein, a communicant vein between the great saphenous vein and the small saphenous vein. Giacomini veins, plural of Giacomini vein. Giacominus, plural of Giacomini. Gemmo, a surname. Gemos, plural of Gemo. Gialle, plural of Giallo. Giallo, a genre of Italian cinema mixing mystery and thriller with psychological elements. Giallino, the yellow oxide of lead, or massicot. Giallos, plural of Giallo. Gembalvo, a surname from Italian. Gembalvos, plural of Gembalvo. Giambu, obsolete form of Jambo, plural of Jambo. Giambra, a surname from Italian. Giambris, plural of Giambra. Gembrone, a surname. Gambrones, plural of Gambrone. Gianmarco, a surname from Italian. Gianmarcos, plural of Gianmarco. Giammarino, a surname from Italian. Giammarinos, plural of Giammarino. Giampietro, a surname. Giampietros, plural of Giampietro. Giant Pang, greedy and always on the lookout for cheap deals and freebies. Dena, a female given name. Giannakas, a surname. Giannakis, a transliteration of the Greek surname Gamma Iota Alpha Nu Alpha Capri de Sigma Giannakis. Giancarlo, a male given name from Italian. Giancola, a surname. Giancolas, plural of Giancola. Gianduja, alternative spelling of Gianduja. Gianduyas, plural of Gianduja. Andurja, a Piedmontese preparation of chocolate containing about 50% hazelnut and almond paste. Yandurjas, plural of Janduja. Janellate, an isometric hextetrahedral mineral containing mercury, nitrogen, oxygen, and sulfur. Giant Far, alternative form of Jayusar. Gimbrand, a surname from Italian. Gengrands, plural of Gingrand. Janino, a surname. Janenos, plural of Janino. Enwoka, a male given name from Italian. Jana, a female given name from Italian or Greek. Jamali, a surname from Italian. Janalis, plural of Janelli. Janetti, a surname from Italian. Janettis, plural of Janetti. Danini, a surname from Italian. Jananas, plural of Janini. Giannis, a transliteration of the Greek male given name Gamma Iota Alpha Nu Eta Sigma Giannis. Yanetsa, a city in northern Pella Prefecture, Greece. Jana, a surname from Italian. Janans, plural of Janan. Genopoulos, a surname from Greek. Genopouloses, plural of Genopoulos. Giannotti, a surname from Italian. Giannotti, plural of Gennady. Januzzi, a surname from Italian. Gennady-Krosty syndrome, an infantile papular acrodermatitis disorder. Giansar, alternative form of Jayusar. Jut, a player for the San Francisco Giants. Giant anteater, the largest species of anteater, Myrmeciphata tridactyla, found in Central and South America. Giant anteaters, plural of giant anteater. Giant armadillo, the largest living species of armadillo, Priodons maximus. Giant armadillos, plural of giant armadillo. Giant banjo frog, Limidinus interioris, a species of frog native to Australia. Giant bar, Catlacarpios iamensis, a species of fish. Giant barnacle, a species of large barnacle, Ostrom babylinus psittacus, and its edible flesh, native to Peru and Chile. Giant barnacles, plural of giant barnacle. Giant beaver, either of two genera of extinct castoroid rodents, Castoroids of North America or Trophanthurium of Eurasia. Giant beavers, plural of giant beaver. Giant burrowing cockroach, the world's heaviest species of cockroach, Macrophaencia rhinoceros, which is native to Australia and mostly found in tropical parts of Queensland. Giant burrowing cockroaches, plural of giant burrowing cockroach. Giant butterbur, a flowering plant, Petacites japonicus, native to Asia. Giant butterburs, plural of giant butterbur. Giant cane, certain large cane plants, similar in appearance in family Poaceae. Giant canes, plural of giant cane. Giant cheetah, an extinct species of felid, Acinonyx pardonensis, related to the modern cheetah but substantially larger. Giant cheetahs, plural of giant cheetah. Giant chinquapin, synonym of golden chinquapin chrysolpes chrysophila. Giant chinquapins, plural of giant chinquapin. Giant clam, the largest living bivalve mollusk, Tridacnygigas. Giant clams, plural of giant clam. Giant coot, a large species of coot, Philica gigantea. Giant coots, plural of giant coot. Giant dakin, synonym of Sacuragima radish. Giant dakins, plural of giant dakin. Giant deer, the extinct Irish elk, Megaloceros giganteus, which lived during the Pleistocene. Giant elk, synonym of Irish elk, Megaloceros giganteus. Giant elliptical galaxies, plural of giant elliptical galaxy. Giant elliptical galaxy, a massive elliptical galaxy that is much larger than other galaxies in its cluster and is often located at the center of that cluster. Giant emerald pill millipede, Dyspharium neptunus, the largest species of pill millipede. It is endemic to Madagascar and ranges in color from a shiny light green to a darker olive green. Giant emerald pill millipedes, plural of giant emerald pill millipede. Giant fennel, Thylacomunes, a tall herbaceous perennial netatoe fennel of the family Apiaceae, native to the Mediterranean and Eastern Africa. Giant forest gent, Genetta victoriae, a species of carnivorous mammal related to linsings and civets. Giant forest genets, plural of giant forest genet. Giant forest hog, Hylochoerus maynard's hageni, a large pig living in the jungles of West and Central Africa. Giant forest hogs, plural of giant forest hog. Giant frog, one of a number of species of large frogs. Giant frogs, plural of giant frog. Giant gypsland earthworm, Megascolides australis, a large species of earthworm native to Australia, typically growing to 1 meter in length. Giant green slant-faced, a species of grasshopper, Acrida conica, of Australia and New Guinea, the head of which has a long, flat, slanting surface below. Giant green slant faces, plural of giant green slant face. Giant grenadier, a very large species of rat-tail fish, Albatrossia pectoralis, found in the North Pacific from northern Japan to the Okhotsk and Bering Seas, east to the Gulf of Alaska, and south to northern Baja California in Mexico, with the usual greatly elongated, pointed tail of the rat-tails. Giant grenadiers, plural of giant grenadier. Giant groundsel, Dendros nesioceniodendron, a species of groundsel plant. Giant groundsels, plural of giant groundsel. Giant hermit crab, a large marine hermit crab of species Petrochurus diogenes, found in the Caribbean Sea. Giant hermit crabs, plural of giant hermit crab. Giant hogweed, the plant Heraclea mantigazinum. Giant hogweeds, plural of giant hogweed. Giant house spider, any of certain large house spiders, formerly in species Tegenaria duolica, now in 3 species Iridigena atrica, Iridigena duolica, and Iridigena siva. Giant house spiders, plural of giant house spider. Giant hyena, a large extinct hyena of the genus Pachyrcrocida, especially Pachyrcrocida brevirostris, which was around the size of a lioness. Giant hyenas, plural of giant hyena. Giant hyssop, any plant in the genus Agastache, aromatic herbs in the mint family. Giant hyssops, plural of giant hyssop. Giant impact theory, the theory that the moon was formed from the impact of the Earth with hypothetical protoplanet some 4.5 billion years ago during the Hadean Eon, first proposed by geologists at Genoa, Delhi. Giant isopod, any of several very large marine isopods of the genus Bathynomus, known for being the largest of all known isopods. Giant kelp, Macrocystes pyrphora, a widespread kelp. Giant kelpfish, a species of clinid Heterostichus rostretus. Giant kettle, a pothole of very large dimensions, as found in glaciers in Norway, a pit formed in the bed of a turbulent stream. Giant kettles, plural of giant kettle. Giant kingfisher, synonym of laughing kookaburra. Giant kingfishers, plural of giant kingfisher. Giant lacewing, any insect of the family Palastochitidae. Giant lacewings, plural of giant lacewing. Giant leopard moth, Hypercampescribonia, a species of tiger moth. Giant magnetoresistance, a quantum mechanical magnetoresistance effect observed in thin film structures composed of alternating ferromagnetic and non-magnetic layers. Giant magnetoresistance, plural of giant magnetoresistance. Giant molecule, a macromolecule. Giant molecules, plural of giant molecule. Giant mountains, a mountain range located in the north of the Czech Republic and the southwest of Poland. Giant mouse lemur, any of the strepsirrhine primates of genus Myrza. Giant mouse lemurs, plural of giant mouse lemur. Giant mud crab, Silocerata, a species of crab. Giant mudfish, synonym of giant snakehead Channa micropelts. Giant oarfish, the king of herrings, Regalicus glesni. Giant oarfishes, plural of giant oarfish. Giant octopus, a mythical or fictional large sea creature with features of an octopus. Giant otter, a South American mustelid, Pteronura brasiliensis, that can reach 1.7 m in length. Giant otters, plural of giant otter. Giant pacarana, Joesfortigasia monsi, an extinct species of large land rodent that lived in modern-day Uruguay. Giant pacarranas, plural of giant pacarana. Giant Pacific octopus, a large species of octopus, Enteroctopus doflani. Giant Pacific octopuses, plural of giant Pacific octopus. Giant panda, a rare black and white mammal, Ailuropoda melanoleuca, in the ursid bear family. Giant pandas, plural of giant panda. Giant pangasia, plural of giant pangasia. Giant pangasius, synonym of Peroon shark. Giant pangolin, a pangolin of species Manis gigantea of tropical parts of Western Africa and Western Central Africa. Giant pangolins, plural of giant pangolin. Giant peacock moth, a moth of species Saturnia piri. Giant peacock moths, plural of giant peacock moth. Giant periwinkle, Turbosarmaticus, a turbinid sea snail. Giant periwinkles, plural of giant periwinkle. Giant petrel, any of the genus Macronectes of large predatory and scavenging birds. Giant petrels, plural of giant petrel. Giant phantom jellies, plural of giant phantom jelly. Giant phantom jelly, a species of deep-sea jellyfish Stygionges gigantea, commonly found in the ocean's midnight zone and twilight zone, usually at depths of 6,665 m 21,867 ft. It is rarely seen, but believed to be widespread throughout the world, with the exception of the Arctic Ocean. Giant planet, a planet larger than a terrestrial planet, composed mostly of gases and astronomical ices. Giant planets, plural of giant planet. Giant platelet disorder, synonym of macrothrombocytopenia. Giant powder, a kind of dynamite. Giant quasar, a quasar embedded in a double-lobed radio source similar to a radio galaxy, whereby the quasar replaces a non-quasar galaxy, where the radio source extends over one MPC. Giant quasars, plural of giant quasar. Giant radio galaxies, plural of giant radio galaxy. Giant radio galaxy, a very large radio galaxy, a double radio source having an overall projected linear length exceeding 2 megaparsecs, or more specifically, 2 times HMPC. Giant reptile, synonym of giant grenadier. Giant reptiles, plural of giant ratsail. Giant redwood, synonym of giant Sequoia Sequoiadendron giganteum. Giant redwoods, plural of giant redwood. Giant reed, Arundodonax, native to the Mediterranean. Giant reeds, plural of giant reed. Giant rhubarb, the plant Gunnera tinctoria and its edible stems, native to southern Chile. Giant rhubarbs, plural of giant rhubarb. Giant roundworm, a species of roundworm, Ascaris lumbricoides, the largest and most common parasitic worm in humans, causing ascariasis. Giant roundworms, plural of giant roundworm. Giant salamander, any of the large amphibians in the family Cryptobranchiae. Giant salamanders, plural of giant salamander. Giant sequoia, a tree of species Sequoiadendron giganteum, the world's largest trees. Giant sequoias, plural of giant sequoia. Giant set, a superset of at least 3 different exercises. Giant sets. Plural of giant set. Giant siphonophore, a species of gigantic siphonophore, Praea dubia, growing up to 50 m 160 ft in length. It lives in the mesopelagic zone to bathypelagic zone at 700 m 2300 ft to 1000 m 3300 ft below sea level and has been found off the coasts around the world, from Iceland in the North Atlantic to Chile in the South Pacific. Giant siphonophores, plural of giant siphonophore. Giant slalom, an alpine skiing discipline in which the course is longer, steeper, and faster than normal slalom, and the gates are spaced at a greater distance. Giant slaloms, plural of giant slalom. Giant snakehead, a large freshwater fish of species Channa micropelts of Southeast Asia. Giant snakeheads, plural of giant snakehead. Giant squid, any of the very large squid of the genus Architeuthis family Architeuthi that live at great depths and of which little is known. Giant squids, plural of giant squid. Giant star, a star that has stopped fusing hydrogen in its core and as a result has grown much larger and brighter. Giant stars, plural of giant star. Giant swallowtail, Papilio crescens, the largest butterfly in North America. Giant swallowtails, plural of giant swallowtail. Giant taro, a plant of species Alocasia macrorhizos, native to maritime Southeast Asia, New Guinea, and Queensland, introduced in many tropical areas, grown for its edible rhizomes and shoots and as an ornamental. Giant thorny-headed worm of swine, a parasitic worm of the genus Macrocanthorhynchus. Giant tortoise, any member or species of the genus Geochelone, land tortoises reaching 1.3 meters in length and with average lifespans exceeding 100 years. Giant tortoises, plural of giant tortoise. Giant tree frog, the white-lipped tree frog, Nyctimis infrafrenenus. Giant trevally, Herynx ignobilis. Giant tube worm, Risha pachyptilla, a large marine worm found around the floor of the Pacific Ocean near geothermal vents. Giant tube worms, plural of giant tube worm. Giant virus, any virus with more than 300,000 base pairs in its genome, genomic nucleic acid coding. Giant viruses, plural of giant virus. Giant walking stick, Megaphasma denticris, a species of green, brown, or gray stick bug which is the largest insect in North America, reaching a length of 7 inches. Giant walking sticks, plural of giant walking stick. Giant water bug, any insect in the family Belostomatidae of large, predatory true bugs. Giant water bugs, plural of giant water bug. Giant weta, any of several large species of weta in the genus Stenocrida of the family Anastastometidae, endemic to New Zealand. Giant wetas, plural of giant weta. Giant white radish, synonym of white radish. Giant white radishes, plural of giant white radish. Giant wood rail, a bird Aramides apicaha, from the family Rallidae. Giant wood rails, plural of giant wood rail. Giant's Causeway, a rock formation on the coast of County Antrim, Northern Ireland. Giant's Kettle, a typically large and cylindrical pothole drilled in solid rock underlying a glacier either by water descending down a deep moulin or by gravel rotating in the bed of subglacial stream. Giant's Kettles, plural of giant's kettle. Giant Giller, someone or something, especially a sports team that defeats a larger and superior opponent. Giant Killers, plural of giant killer. Giant killing, the slaying of a giant. Giant killings, plural of giant killing. Giantum, the realm or state of giants. Giant, obsolete form of giant. Giants, plural of giant. Giantess, synonym of gigantesque. Giantess, a female giant. Giantess, obsolete form of giantess. Giantesses, plural of giantess. Gianthood, the state of being a giant. Giantin, a large protein present in the membrane of the Golgi body. Giantish, resembling or characteristic of a giant. Giantism, synonym of gigantism. Giantisms, plural of giantism. Giantize, to make giant or gigantic, to increase to huge proportions. Giantize, simple past and past participle of giantize. Giantizes, third person singular simple present indicative of giantize. Giantizing, present participle and gerund to giantize. Giant killer, one who slays a giant. Giant killers, plural of giant killer. Giant kind, all giants considered as a group. Giant-like, like a giant, enormous. Giantling, a young giant. Giantlings, plural of giantling. Giant lore, the knowledge, teaching, study, or lore dealing with giants. Giantly, characteristic to, resembling, or relating to a giant or giants, giant-like. Giantness, the quality of being giant, immensity. Giantry, the race of giants. Giants, plural of giant. Giantship, the state, personality, or character of a giant. Giantships, plural of giantship. Jair, a non-Muslim, especially a Christian and infidel, especially as used by Turkish people with particular reference to Christians such as Greeks, Armenians, Bulgarians, Serbs, and Assyrians. Jairs, plural of Jair. Japan, obsolete spelling of Japan. Jacinto, a surname from Italian. Jacintos, plural of Jacinto. A surname from French. Jaidin, alternative letter case form of Giardia. Jardel, relating to the Giardia parasite. Jadasis, plural of Jadiasis. Jadasis, an infectious diarrheal disease in humans and mammals caused by the Giardia duodenalis parasite. Yadena, a surname from Italian. Jadenas, plural of Jadena. Jadenia, an Italian relish made of pickled vegetables. Jadinas, plural of Jadinier. Jadino, a surname from Italian. Jadino, plural of Jadino. Des, plural of deer. Giratano, a surname from Italian. Giratanos, plural of Giratano. Giresso, a surname from Italian. Girezos, plural of Giresso. Giant, obsolete form of giant. Giants, plural of giant. Jayosar, the star Landa Draconis. Jayusar, alternative form of Jayusar. Yavanna, a female given name from Italian. Yeah, initialism of guy in back, someone who sits in the back of a jet. Yeah, Gibraltar. Jibboom, alternative form of Jibboom. Jibbooms, plural of Jibboom. Jibcat, alternative spelling of Jibcat. Jibcats, plural of Jibcat. Jedcat, a male cat, especially an old or castrated one. Gedcats, plural of Jibcat. Yo, abbreviation of Gibraltar. Jubanga, a barangay of Tayabas, Quezon, Philippines. Jubanica, a traditional dish from the Balkans made from phyllo pastry and white cheese. Jubero, the offspring of a Spaniard and a Native American. Jubaros, plural of Jubaro. Yeah, a surname transferred from the given name derived from a Middle English diminutive of the name. Gilbert. Gilbert's theorem, a theorem stating that, for any deterministic process of collective decision, at least one of the following three properties must hold: I, the process is dictatorial, i.e. there exists a distinguished agent who can impose the outcome. Roman 2, the process limits the possible outcomes to two options only. Roman 3, the process encourages agents to think strategically. Once an agent has identified their preferences, they have no action at their disposal that would best defend their opinions in any situation. Gilbert-Satterthwaite theorem, a theorem dealing with deterministic ordinal electoral systems that choose a single winner, stating that for every voting rule, one of the following three things must hold. I, the rule is dictatorial, i.e. there exists a distinguished voter who can choose the winner. Or Roman 2, the rule limits the possible outcomes to two alternatives only. Or Roman 3, the rule is susceptible to tactical voting. In certain conditions, some voters' sincere ballot may not defend their opinion best. Yet, simple past and past participle of jib. Gibmet lathe, an engine lathe in which the tool carriage is held down to the bed by a jib instead of by a weight. Gibmet lathes, plural of Gibmet lathe. Gibbons, a surname. Gibber, gibberish, unintelligible speech. Gibber Plain, a large desert pavement. Gibber plains, plural of gibber plain. Gibber stone, a rounded, eroded stone characteristic of dry parts of inland Australia. Gibber stones, plural of gibber stone. Gibberbird, an Australian chat bird of the genus Ashbea that lives in the Gibber Plains. Gibberbirds, plural of gibberbird. Jitter, simple past and past participle of gibber, to talk incomprehensibly. Gibberellic, describing gibberellic acid and its derivatives. Gibberellic acid, an organic compound, one of the gibberellins, obtained from the fungus Gibberella fujikiroi that functions as a growth hormone in plants. Gibberellin, any of a class of diterpene plant growth hormones first isolated from the fungus Gibberella fujikiroi. Gibberellins, plural of gibberellin. Gibberer, one who gibbers, talks rapidly and incoherently. Gibberers, plural of gibberer. Gibberichthid, any member of the Gibberichthyidae. Gibberichthids, plural of Gibberichthid. Gibbering, present participle and gerund of gibber. Gibberingly, while gibbering, with wild, incoherent speech. Gibberings, plural of gibbering. Gibberish, speech or writing that is unintelligible, incoherent, or meaningless. Gibberish is, plural of gibberish. Gibberish-like, resembling or characteristic of gibberish, apparently nonsensical. Gibberishness, the quality of being gibberish. Gibberishy, resembling or characterized by gibberish. Gibberose, synonym of gibbous. Gibberosity, the property of being gibberose. Gibbers, third person singular simple present indicative of gibber. Gibbersome, characterized or marked by gibber or gibberish. Yada, an upright post with a cross piece used for execution and subsequent public display. Gibbet, simple past and past participle of gibbet. Gibbeting, present participle and gerund of gibbet. Gibbetings, plural of gibbeting. Gibbet-like, resembling or characteristic of a gibbet. Gibbets, plural of gibbet. Gibbeted, simple past and past participle of gibbet. Gibbeting, present participle and gerund of gibbet. Gibbetings, plural of gibbeting. Gibbet, a palace or royal enclosure in Ethiopia. Gibbet, a surname. The wild fowl game. Gibbet, plural of gibby. Gibbet, present participle and gerund of gib. Gibbons, a surname. Gibbons Weidenhagen gambit, a chess gambit arising from the Indian game characterized by the moves 1.d4 and f6 2.g4. Gibbous, plural of gibby. Yevo, a surname from German. Yevo gabble, gabble, meaningless talk, nonsense. Yerot, disorganized, awkward, messed up. Yeros, plural of gibble. Yeblets, misspelling of giblets. Yevon, a surname. Dibbonesque, reminiscent of the works of Edward Gibbon 1737-1794, English historian. Gibboni, a surname. Gibbonis, plural of Gibboni. Gibbonian, of war relating to Edward Gibbon 1737-1794, English historian. Gibbous, a surname. Gibbons Hawking York boundary term. In general relativity, a term that needs to be added to the Einstein-Hilbert action when the underlying space-time manifold has a boundary. Gibbous, humped protuberant having one or more large elevations. Gibbosely, in a gibbous manner. Gibbosities, plural of gibbosity. Gibbosity, the state of being gibbous or gibbosness. Gibbous, curved or bulged outward. Gibbous moon, a lunar phase either side of the full moon when the moon's disk as seen from the Earth is larger than a semicircle. Gibbous moons, plural of gibbous moon. Gibbosly, in a gibbous manner. Gibbosness, the state or quality of being gibbous. Yes, an English patronymic surname from Gilbert. Gibbs algorithm, a criterion for choosing a probability distribution for the statistical ensemble of microstates of a thermodynamic system by minimizing the average log probability ln pi equals some letter 1e6 to pi ln pi subject to the probability distribution p letter 1d6 to satisfying a set of constraints, usually expectation values corresponding to the known macroscopic quantities. Gibbs K, an island of the Turks and Caicos Islands. Gibbs free energy, the difference between the enthalpy of a system and the product of its entropy and absolute temperature, a measure of the useful work obtainable from a thermodynamic system at constant temperature and pressure. Gibbs measure, a generalization of the canonical ensemble to infinite systems, giving the probability of a given system being in a given state or, equivalently, of a given random variable having a given value. Gibbs measures, plural of Gibbs measure. Gibbs phenomenon, a behavior of the Fourier series approximation at a jump discontinuity of a piecewise continuously differentiable periodic function, such that partial sums exhibit an oscillation peak adjacent to discontinuity that may overshoot the function maximum or minimum itself and does not disappear as more terms are calculated, but rather approaches a finite limit. Gibbs sampling, a Markov chain Monte Carlo algorithm for obtaining a sequence of observations which are approximated from a specified multivariate probability distribution when direct sampling is difficult. Gibbs state, an equilibrium probability distribution which remains invariant under future evolution of the system. Gibbs state, plural of Gibbs state. Gibbs-Donen effect, the uneven distribution of charged particles across the two sides of a semipermeable membrane. Gibbs-Donen effects, plural of Gibbs-Donen effect. Gibbs-Helmholtz equation, an equation for calculating changes in the Gibbs free energy of a system as a function of temperature delta G slash T slash delta T, P equals H slash T, 2 where H is the enthalpy, T the absolute temperature, and G the Gibbs free energy of the system, all at constant pressure P. Gibbs-Marangoni effect, synonym of Marangoni effect. Gibbs-Marangoni effects, plural of Gibbs-Marangoni effect. Gibbs-Thomson effect, the variations in vapor pressure or chemical potential across a curved surface or interface. Gibbs-Thomson effects, plural of Gibbs-Thomson effect. Gibbs-Thomson equation, an equation for the structural depression in the freezing point or melting point in a confined geometry, in its compact form, delta T mx equals kgt slash x, where the Gibbs-Thomson coefficient kgt assumes different values for different liquids and different interfacial geometries, for example spherical, cylindrical or planar. Gibbs-Thomson equations, plural of Gibbs-Thomson equation. Gibbsite, a mineral with monoclinic crystals, usually white, but can have different colors. Gibbsites, plural of Gibbsite. Gibbsitic, relating to a Gibbsite. Gibbstown, an unincorporated community and census-designated place in Gloucester County, New Jersey, United States. Yada, a Gibson guitar. Yada, plural of Gibby. Gibby, abbreviation of Gibraltarian English. Jibe, alternative spelling of jibe. Jad, simple past and past participle of jibe. Yeva, Prussian Kapgirasius Jibelio. Jibe like a jibe. Jibla, a type of stew made from rabbit or fish in white wine and broth, originating from France. Giblots, plural of giblot. Yedos, plural of gibel. Gibons, a surname. Gibon, an ancient Canaanite city north of Jerusalem. Gibonite, an inhabitant of the ancient city of Gibon. Gibonites, plural of Gibonite. Giber, one who utters jibes. Gibers, plural of Giber. Giberson, a surname. Gibersons, plural of Giberson. Giber, a surname. Giberts, plural of Giber. Jibes, third person singular simple present indicative of jibe. Jibes, second person singular simple present indicative of jibe. Jibe, third person singular simple present indicative of jibe. Eofish, a male salmon. Jevi, the IEC prefix meaning 23 equals 1024 equals 1,073,741,824. Compare giga, meaning 10.9 equals 1003 equals 1 billion, a billion. Gigabit, strictly 231,024 or 1,073,741,824 bits or 1,024 megabits, as opposed to a gigabit. Gigabits, plural of gigabit. Gigabyte, strictly 231,024 or 1,073,741,824 bytes or 1,024 megabytes, as opposed to a gigabyte. Gigabytes, plural of gigabyte. Jiving, present participle and gerund of jibe. Jibingly, with jibes scornfully, jestingly. Jibings, plural of jibing. Yeve, abbreviation of gibbibit. Jebli, archaic form of Ghibli. Jebles, plural of Gibli. Jebelmite, an inhabitant of Jebel or Jiblos, a city on the coast of Phoenicia between Tripoli and Burdus. Jebelmites, plural of Jibelmite. Gibbler, a surname. Gibblers, plural of gibbler. Yebla, the edible viscera of a bird. Yeblats, the internal organs of poultry birds used as food. Jebli, alternative form of Ghibli. Jeblang, a surname. Jeblins, plural of Giblin. Jeblis, plural of Ghibli. Jebni, a surname. Jebnis, plural of Gibni. Yeda, a paca, a large rodent of the genus Cuniculus native to Central America and South America, which has dark brown or black fur, a white or yellowish underbelly, and rows of white spots along the sides. Demets, plural of Gibna. Jiboya, alternative form of Jiboya. Jibayas, plural of Jiboya. Jiboshi, the hosta or plantain lily. Jiboya, alternative form of jiboya. Jiboyas, plural of jiboya. Yes, gigabytes per second. Gibraltar, a peninsula city and overseas territory of the United Kingdom at the southern end of Iberia. Gibraltar fever, brucellosis. Gibraltar rock, alternative form of rock of Gibraltar. Gibraltar rock, rock candy. Gibraltarian, of or pertaining to Gibraltar or its people. Gibraltarian English, the accent of English spoken in the British overseas territory of Gibraltar. Gibraltarians, plural of Gibraltarian. Gibraltars, plural of Gibraltar. Gibraltar, misspelling of Gibraltar. Gibraltese, of or pertaining to Gibraltar. Gibran, alternative form of Jubran. Gibranian, of or relating to Khalil Gibran 1883-1931, Lebanese-American writer, poet, visual artist, and Syrian nationalist. Yeah, plural of Jib. Yes, plural of Jib. Jibsmidat, alternative form of Jibsmidat. Jibjet, the quality or condition of being a jibcat. Jibsmidat, a supposed mentality of entitlement to welfare and refusal to pay stereotypically associated with African Americans. Jibsmidats, alternative form of Jibsmidat. Yevsa, a male given name transferred from the surname. Yebsen City, a city in Ford County, Illinois, United States. Gibson County, one of 92 counties in Indiana, United States. County seat, Princeton, named after John Gibson. Gibson Desert, a large desert in western Australia. Gibson Girl, a personification of American ideal feminine beauty around the beginning of the 20th century, depicted as voluptuous but ladylike and fashionable. Gibson Girls, plural of Gibson Girl. Gibson Ring, a retaining ring used to fit a steel tire to the wheel of rolling stock. Gibson Rings, plural of Gibson Ring. Gibson's Paradox, the observation that the rate of interest and the general level of prices are positively correlated. Gibson Burr, a village in Sandusky County, Ohio, United States. Gibsoness, reminiscent of the guitars made by the Gibson Guitar Corporation. Gibsonian, of or pertaining to James Jerome Gibson 1904-1979, American psychologist noted for contributions in the field of visual perception. Gibsons, plural of Gibson. Jibstaff, a staff to gauge water or to push a boat. Jibstaffs, plural of jibstaff. Chiva, alternative form of kibbun. Das, a collapsible top hat. Gibuses, plural of gibbous. Initialism of glass ionoma cement. Gichigami, alternative spelling of Gichgumi. Gichigami, alternative spelling of Gichgumi. A surname from German. Hex, plural of Jik. Jekli, alternative spelling of Jikle. Jikle, the use of inkjet printing to manufacture artistic prints. Plural of JIC. That acronym of General Improvement District. That a disease caused by co-neurosis of the brain most commonly found in sheep and cannons. Yet, a male given name. Dida, alternative spelling of Gideon. Did, alternative form of Gide. Did, a surname. Didn't, a surname. Didn't says plural of Giddens. Jensen, a war relating to Anthony Giddens, born 1938, British sociologist known for his theory of structuration and his holistic view of modern societies. Did, obsolete spelling of giddy. Did, simple past and past participle of giddy. It, comparative form of giddy, more giddy. That is, plural of giddy. It is, superlative form of giddy, most giddy. Giddify, simple past and past participle of giddify. Giddifies, third person singular simple present indicative of giddify. Giddify, to make giddy. Giddifying, present participle and gerund of giddify. Giddily, in a giddy manner. Yettiness, the state of being giddy. Yettiness says, plural of giddiness. Yettis, a surname. Yettins, a surname. Giddy so, characterized or marked by giddiness. Netta, alternative spelling of Gidea. Did, a surname. Giddy as a windmill, very dizzy. Giddy limit, the absolute limit, behavior that is beyond acceptability, a person displaying such behavior. Idiot, alternative form of giddy-up. Giddy-brained, stupid, dim-witted. Giddy go round, synonym of merry-go-round carousel ride. Giddy go-rounds, plural of giddy go-round. Giddy headed, yeah, alternative form of giddy-up. It, simple past and past participle of giddy-up. It eating, present participle and gerund of giddy-up. It et, simple past and past participle of giddy-up. It eating, present participle and gerund of giddy-up. It at, third person singular simple present indicative of giddy-up. They, present participle and gerund of giddy. They, somewhat giddy. Yet a some, alternative form of giddy some. They, move on, go faster. Egypt, simple past and past participle of giddy up. Decupe, present participle and gerund of giddy up. Adapt, simple past and past participle of giddy up. Tapping, present participle and gerund of giddy up. Adapt. Third person singular simple present indicative of giddy up. Gidea Park, a suburb of Romford, in the borough of Havering, Greater London, OS Grid Ref TQ 5289. IDA, Initialism of Global Infectious Diseases and Epidemiology Network, a medical decision support tool. IDA, a warrior judge of Israel mentioned in the Book of Judges. Idane, of or relating to Gideon. Idias, plural of Gideon. Godwall, a surname. Any of various trees of the genus Acacia, especially Acacia camajae. Medis, plural of Gidge. Vita, alternative spelling of Gidge. Vita, alternative spelling of Kidja. Vredi, alternative form of Gidge. Medjius, plural of Gidji. Vita, alternative form of Gidge. Medjius, plural of Gidji. Vili, a surname. Yedlis, plural of Gidli. Yevon, a surname. Then, a surname. Yednis, plural of Gidney. That, initialism of ground into double play. A double play initiated by a batter hitting a ground ball. That, plural of Git. That, plural of GID. That, plural of Gid. Jera, a surname from German. Jedos. Plural of Jebel. GY, simple past and past participle of GI. Joai, a surname from Polish. Jeomans, plural of Gielga. Jella, a surname from German. Jellos, plural of Gilo. Yamsa, a complex of stains used to investigate chromosomes, a mixture of eosin and methylene blue in glycerol and methanol. They, a commune of Loire department in north-central France. Then the binary star Gamma Corvi. Yes, plural of gene. Gir ego, a bird referred to as unclean in the Bible, possibly the Egyptian vulture Neophron pergnopterus. Gir egos, plural of gir eagle. Gir regals, plural of gir eagle. Gerhardt, a surname from German. Gir, a surname. Yes, plural of gir. Gir, a surname from German. Yes, plural of Gir. Giesbret, a surname. Giesbretts, plural of Giesbret. Desen, a surname from German. Des, a surname. Giesatite, a greenish gray variety of muscovite. Gsach, a surname from German. Gsex, plural of Gsech. Gsecking, a surname. Jaha, a surname from German. Yaos, plural of Gisel. Yatha, a surname. Jasens, plural of Jason. Jesser, a surname from German. Jezers, plural of Jeser. Jazeas, plural of Gs. Jessler, a surname. Gellers, plural of Giesler. Gisonite, a monoclinic prismatic grayish-black mineral containing antimony, bismuth, copper, lead, silver, and sulfur. Jesse, a surname. Jaitzen, a surname from German. Jaitzens, plural of Jaitzen. Javers, a commune in Loire-et-Cher department, Centre-Val de Loire, France. Bef, a bitmap image format for pictures with support for multiple images per file or animations and up to 256 distinct colors per frame. including a fully transparent color. The alternative form of GIF. JF fail, able to be turned into an animated GIF image. GIF blar, Dichapetallum cymosum, a poisonous plant. JI head, simple past and past participle of GIF. Jiller, a surname. Gifford injector, a steam ejector. Gifford injectors, plural of Gifford injector. Uvy, a surname. Jevius, plural of Jiffy. Eva, a surname. Jeffem good, a postulated inferior good which people consume more of as only the price rises. It has a positive price elasticity of demand. Jeffem goods, plural of Jiffem good. Evans, plural of Jiffin. Evies, plural of Jiffy. Evan, a surname. Evans, plural of Jiffin. Yeha, to be restless or fidgety. Jiffle gaffle, nonsense. Evamai, a suburban town, the administrative centre of East Renfrewshire Council Area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NS 5659. Yevord, a surname. Yevords, plural of Gifford. Hiddy, obsolete form of Jiffy brief moment. Jeffornan alone, any of a group of terpenoid antibiotics isolated from Verrucousa sporigiffornensis. Jeffornetalones, plural of Jeffornetalones. Gai Feng, present participle and gerund of GIF. If, third person singular simple present indicative of GIF. This, plural of GIF. JIS set. Alternative letter case form of GIF set. The F set. A set of GIF images. JIF sets. Plural of GIF set. GIF sets. Plural of GIF set. VET, acronym of gamete intrafallopian transfer. VET, something given to another voluntarily, without charge. GIST A policy that enables charities to reclaim the income tax on donations from taxpayers. Gift bag, alternative form of gift bag. Gift bags, plural of gift bag. Gift basket, a collection of often related items bundled together for use as a gift, often in a container. Gift baskets, plural of gift basket. Gift card, a gift certificate in the form of a card issued by retailers as an alternative to a non-monetary gift, allowing the bearer to purchase goods up to its face value. Gift cards, plural of gift card. Gift certificate, a gift voucher entitling the bearer to a free product or service, intended to be purchased as a gift. Gift certificates, plural of gift certificate. Gift economies, plural of gift economy. Gift economy, a traditional economy where valuable goods are not traded or sold, but rather given away, sometimes with the expectation that they or goods of equivalent or higher value will later be given back. Gift from above, synonym of gift from the gods. Gift from the gods, something very pleasant, beneficial or useful, often received unexpectedly and without being deserved. Gift giver, a sexual partner who transmits HIV to a bug chaser. Gift givers, plural of gift giver. Gift horse, an apparent gift that has substantial associated costs or drawbacks, especially a gift that does not fit perfectly with the recipient's wants wants or needs. Gift horses, plural of gift horse. Gift matching, the situation where an individual makes a charitable donation and an organization, such as the individual's employer, supplements it with a matching donation. Gift of gab, alternative form of gift of the gab. Gift of the gab, the ability to talk readily, glibly, and convincingly, especially on trivial matters and small talk. Gift of tongues, glossolalia. Gift receipt, a record of a purchase similar to a receipt but lacking indication of price. Gift receipts, plural of gift receipt. Gift registries, plural of gift registry. Gift registry, a wish list of gifts that a person would like to receive, usually published in advance of their wedding. Gift rope, a tow rope. Gift ropes, plural of gift rope. Gift set, alternative form of gift set. Gift set, plural of gift set. Gift shop, a shop connected to a monument, site, or museum or other place of interest, which sells products related to the nature of the place. Gift shops, plural of gift shop. Gift suite, a location where companies give products to celebrities in exchange for the right to take photographs of the celebrities with those products or with company logos. Gift suite, plural of gift suite. Gift tax, the tax on money or property that one living person or corporate entity gives to another. Gift taxes, plural of gift tax. Gift that keeps on giving, something with continuous, typically positive consequences. Gift token, a gift voucher. Gift tokens, plural of gift token. Gift voucher, a voucher for a specified amount purchased from a retailer or other business and given to someone as a present. The voucher can be exchanged for goods or services by the recipient at the retailer or business concerned. Gift vouchers, plural of gift voucher. Gift wrap, alternative form of gift trap. Gift wraps, plural of gift wrap. Gift aid, to declare a charitable donation that one is making as eligible for gift aid. Gift aided, simple past and past participle of gift aid. Gift aiding, present participle and gerund of gift aid. Gift aids, third person singular simple present indicative of gift aid. Gift giving, the act or practice of giving gifts. Gift strap, to wrap something in decorative wrappings prior to presenting it as a gift. Gift strapped, simple past and past participle of gift strap. Gift strapping, present participle and gerund of gift strap. Gift trappings, plural of gift trapping. Gift straps, plural of gift trap. Giftability, suitability for giving as a gift. Giftable, that may be gifted, suitable for giving as a gift. Gift tag, a bag of gifts. Gift tags, plural of gift bag. Gift book, a book designed to be given as a gift. Gift books, plural of gift book. Gift box, a box of gifts. Gift boxes, plural of gift box. Gift card, alternative form of gift card. Gift cards, plural of gift card. Gift, endowed with special, in particular intellectual, abilities. Gifted education, the special practices, procedures, and theories used in the education of children who have been identified as gifted or talented. Giftedly, in a gifted manner with talent. Giftedness, that pathway of being gifted. Giftedness is plural of giftedness. Giftee, one who receives a gift. Giftee is plural of giftee. Gifter, one who gives a gift. Gifters, plural of gifter. Gifte, a fanfic written for someone as a gift. Giftakes, plural of giftfic. Giftal, relating to gifts or gift giving. Giftfulness, the state, quality, or condition of being giftful. Gifte, present participle and gerund of gift. Gifting sweet, synonym of gift sweet. Gifting sweets, plural of gifting sweet. Giftings, plural of gifting. Giftless, without a gift. Giftlessness, absence of gifts. Gifted, a small gift. Giftlets, plural of giftlet. Giftling, a little gift. Giftlings, plural of gifteling. Giftes, Christmas, regarded as a consumerist event for the purchasing of gifts. Gift pack, a package of gifts. Gift packs, plural of gift pack. Vet, plural of gift. That's plural of gift. Gifts from above, plural of gift from above. Gifts from the gods, plural of gift from the gods. Gifts of Gath, plural of gift of Gath. Gifts of the Gab, plural of gift of the Gab. Gifts that keep on giving, plural of gift that keeps on giving. Death set, a set of products packaged together for individual sale as a gift. Gift sets, plural of gift set. Gift shop, alternative form of gift shop. Gift shops, plural of gift shop. Gift set, a subscription purchased by one user and given to another as a gift, especially to a Twitch channel or similar platform. Gifter, gift, doing. Giftures, plural of gifture. Giftware, items designed to be bought as gifts. Giftwares, plural of giftware. Gift trap, alternative form of gift trap. Gift trapped, simple past and past participle of gift trap. Gift trapping, present participle and gerund of gift trap. Gift trappings, plural of gift trapping. Gift traps, third person singular simple present indicative of gift trap. Gift, suited to being given as a gift. Oh, Gifu Prefecture in central Japan. Originally music, a performing engagement by a musician or musical group. By extension, film, television, theater, a job or role for a performer. Yea, that, a padded bag for the storage and transport of musical instruments, especially guitars. Yea, bag, plural of gig bag. Gig economies, plural of gig economy. Gig economy, that part of the economy consisting of people who work in a transient, contract, or self-employed capacity as opposed to being permanent employees of a business. Yea, house, alternative form of gig house. Gig houses, plural of gig house. Gig work, income earning activities outside of traditional, long-term employer-employee relationships. Gig worker, an independent contractor or freelancer who typically performs short-term work for multiple clients. Gig workers, plural of gig worker. Gig works, plural of gig work. Gig goer, one who goes to musical performances. Gig goers, plural of gig goer. Gig house, alternative form of gig house. Gig houses, plural of gig house. Gig lamp, either of the lamps on either side of a gig carriage, a headlamp. Gig lamps, plural of gig lamp. Gig mill, a machine used to bring up a nap on certain types of cloth, or a building housing such machine. Gig mills, plural of gig mill. In the international system of units and other metric systems of units, multiplying the unit to which it is attached by 10^9 short scale billion or long scale millisecond. Symbol G. Gidap 1000 million 10 amperes. Symbol Ga. Gig out, plural of gigam. Gigavo, gig a year. A billion years. Giganums, plural of giganum. Gigabecquerel, alternative form of gigabecquerel. Gigajoule, 1000 million 10 9 joules. Symbol GJ. Gigajoules, plural of gigajoule. Gigohm, 1000 million 10 ohms. Symbol J omega. Gigohms, plural of gigohm. Gigavolt, 1000 million 10 9 volts. Symbol GV. Gigavolts, plural of gigavolt. Gigawatt, 1000 million 10 9 watts, abbreviated as GW. Gidap, misspelling of gigam. Gigampere, and C, unit of current equal to 10^9 amperes. Symbol Ga. Gigamperes, plural of gigampere. Gigamps, plural of gigam. Gigano, alternative spelling of giganum gigayear, a billion years. Giganums, plural of giganum. Gigabaro, a unit of volume equal to 1,000 million barrels. Gigabarrels, plural of gigabarrel. Gigawes, 1 billion. Bases nucleotides as a unit of length of a nucleic acid. Gigabase pair, a billion sometimes 2-3 base pairs. Gigabase pairs, plural of gigabase pair. Gigabases, plural of gigabase. Gigabaud, 1,000 million baud. Gigabecquerel, a unit of radioactivity equal to $1 billion becquerels. Gigaball, a unit of measure of extremely loud sounds, equal to a power ratio of 10 to the power of 1 billion short scale. Not used seriously, as this is a larger ratio than separates quantum fluctuations from sufficient power to create a black hole. Gigabyte, plural of gigable. Gigabinary, relating to the unit's prefix gibi, such as the gigabyte as opposed to the gigabyte. Gigabyte, 1 billion 10 9, or 1 billion bits, or 1,000 megabits. Gigabit cities, plural of gigabit city. Gigabit city, A city or community that has access to gigabit internet speeds, typically provided by fiber optic networks. Gigabits, plural of gigabit. Gigaboo, alternative spelling of gigaboo. Gigaboos, plural of gigaboo. Gigabuff, $1 billion. Gigabucks, plural of gigabuck. Gigabyte, 1,000,000,010,9, or 1 billion bytes, or 1,000 megabytes. Gigabytes, plural of gigabyte. Gigacalorie, a non-C unit of energy equal to 1 billion calories, small calories. Gigacandela, and C unit of measurement equivalent to 1,010,000,010 candelas, abbreviated as GCD. Gigacast, synonym of gigacasting, a cast manufactured by gigacasting. Gigacasted, pertaining to components from gigacasting. Gigacasting, a manufacturing technique using very large molds to make very large single-piece molded components. Gigacastings, synonym of gigacasts, plural of gigacasting. Gigacast, synonym of gigacastings, plural of gigacast. Gigachat, alternative lettercase form of gigachat. Gigachat, a nickname for a model from Russia, Ernest Kalamov, often featured in memes derived from several images posted by the Instagram account Berlin.1969. Gigachats, plural of gigachat. Gigachats, plural of gigachat. Gigacades, plural of gigacity. Gigacity, a city even larger in scale than a megacity. Gigactonine, a diterpenoid alkaloid found in Consolida agassiz syn. Delphinium agassiz. Gigacycle, synonym of gigahertz. Gigacycles, plural of gigacycle. Gigadalton, a unit equal to 10^9 daltons. Gigadaltons, plural of gigadalton. Gigadet, 1 billion deaths. Gigadets, plural of gigadet. Gigelectron volt, 1,000 million electron volts, abbreviated as GV. Gigelectron volts, plural of gigelectron volt. Gigelectron volt, alternative spelling of gigelectron volt. Gigelectron volts, plural of gigelectron volt. Gigafactories, plural of gigafactory. Gigafactory, a very large manufacturing facility. Gigafire, a wildfire which burns more than 1 million acres. Gigafires, plural of gigafire. Gigaflop, a unit of measure for the calculating speed of a computer equal to 1,010,000,010 floating point operations per second. Gigaflops, plural of gigaflop. Gigas, a unit equal to 10^9 Gauss, symbol GG. Gigagram, and C unit of mass equal to 10^9 grams, symbol GG. Gigagram, rare spelling of gigagram. Gigagrams, plural of gigagram. Gigagrams, plural of gigagram. Gigahectare, a unit of area equal to 1,010,000,000 hectares. Gigahectares, plural of gigahectare. Gigahertz, 1 billion hertz, 10^9 HC. Gigahertzes, plural of gigahertz. Yedahan, an extremely masculine trans woman. Yedahens, plural of gigahen. Yedajillion, an enormously large number, arbitrarily many. Gigajillions, plural of Shillion. Vega joule. And C unit of energy equal to 10.9 joules. Symbol GJ. Vega joules. Plural of gigajoule. Gigacatal. And C unit of catalytic activity equal to 10.9 catals. Symbol G. Gigacatals. Plural of gigacattle. Data leak. A very large data leak, usually relating to a company involved in pop culture. Data leaks. Plural of gigaleak. Gigalight-year. A unit of a billion light years. Gigalight-years. Plural of gigalight-year. Gigaliter. Alternative spelling of gigaliter. Gigaliters. Plural of gigaliter. Gigaliter. A unit of volume equivalent to 10.9 liters, 1 billion British billion liters. Symbol GL or GL. Gigaliters. Plural of gigaliter. Gigameter. US spelling of gigameter. Gigameters. Plural of gigameter. Gigameter. A distance of 1 million kilometers. Gigameters. Plural of gigameter. 1,000 million 10 amperes. Symbol Ga. Gigaps. Plural of gigam. Giganotep. And C unit of force equal to 10.9 newtons. Symbol GN. Giganewtons. Plural of giganewton. Gigaho. Rare form of giganum gigayear. A billion years. Gigana. Plural of giganum. Giganotosaurus. Any of several very large carnivorous dinosaurs of the subfamily Giganotosaurini from the Cretaceous period. Giganotosauruses. Plural of Giganotosaurus. Gigantactinin. Any fish in the family Gigantactinidae. Gigantactinins. Plural of Gigantactinin. Gigant. A surname. Gigantean. Giant-like. Gigantic mighty. Gigantesque. Very large, like a giant. Gigantic. Gigantic. Very large. Gigantic jet. An upper atmospheric optical phenomena associated with thunderstorms. A carrot-shaped red sprite that propagates upward from the core of an oceanic thunderstorm. Gigantic jets. Plural of gigantic jet. Gigantical. Obsolete form of gigantic. Gigantically. In a gigantic manner. Giganticide. The killing of a giant. Giganticides. Plural of giganticide. Giganticism. Hugeness. Gigantic. Obsolete form of gigantic. Giganticness. The quality of being gigantic. Gigantification. The act or process of becoming or making gigantic, making extremely or excessively large. Gigantify. Simple past and past participle of gigantify. Gigantifies. Third person, singular simple present indicative of gigantify. Gigantiform. Of very large size. Gigantify. To make gigantic. Gigantifying. Present participle and gerund of gigantify. Gigantin. Hatchelin. Gigantine. Obsolete form of gigantic. Gigantiporate. Having relatively large pores compared to the pollen diameter. Gigantism. The quality or state of being gigantic, being of abnormally large size. Gigantisms. plural of gigantism. Gigantize, to make or treat as gigantic. Gigantized, simple past and past participle of gigantize. Gigantizes, third person singular simple present indicative of gigantize. Gigantizing, present participle and gerund of gigantize. Giganto, a giant monster, such as a hypothetical late descendant of Gigantopithecus. Giganto, large, gigantic. Gigantoblast, a large erythroblast or nucleated red blood corpuscle. Gigantoblasts, plural of gigantoblasts. Gigantocellular, that has very large cells. Gigantocyte, a very large red cell. Gigantocytes, plural of gigantocyte. Gigantol, the bibenzyl phenyl 5,2,3-hydroxy 5-methixyphenyl ethyl 2-methixyphenol that inhibits cancer migration. Gigantolith, a large stone or flint tool of the heavy Neolithic industry, associated primarily with the Carrion culture in the Bekaa Valley, Lebanon. Gigantolithic, of or relating to gigantoliths. Gigantoliths, plural of gigantolith. Gigantological, relating to gigantology. Gigantologies, plural of gigantology. Gigantology, an account or description of giants. Gigantomachy, plural of gigantomachy. Gigantomachy, the battle of the giant offspring of Gaia, according to Hesiod, conceived from the spilled blood of Uranus against the Olympian gods. Gigantomania, an obsession with the production of works on a very large scale, such as huge buildings, factories, weapons, or social engineering schemes, such production itself. Gigantomaniac, relating to or characteristic of gigantomania. Gigantomastia, an extreme form of macromastia, usually with more than 2.5 kilograms of excess tissue. Gigantomesty, alternative form of gigantomastia. Gigantoprism, a very large prism in tooth enamel. Gigantoprismatic, having very large prisms. Gigantoprisms, plural of gigantoprism. Gigantopterid, any of a group of fossil plants of the late Permian era which had some properties of flowering plants that came later. Gigantopterids, plural of gigantopterid. Gigantoraptor, a gigantic bird-like theropod dinosaur. Gigantoraptor earlianensis from the late Cretaceous period of China. Gigantoraptors, plural of gigantoraptor. Gigantostracan, any member of the Gigantostraca. Gigantostracans, plural of gigantostracan. Gigantotherm, any animal that exhibits gigantothermy. Gigantothermic, relating to or exhibiting gigantothermy. Gigantotherms, plural of gigantotherm. Gigantothermy, the increased ability of large ectothermic animals to maintain a high body temperature. Giganturid, any fish in the family Giganturidae, the telescope fish. Giganturids, plural of giganturid. Gigon, alternative spelling of gigome. Gegums, plural of gegum. Yedap, 1,000,000,010 operations per second. Yedaps, plural of giga. Yegorder, the highest taxon of order, above magnorder and below a class. Gigaorders, plural of gigaorder. Gigaparsec, an astronomical unit of distance equal to 10⁹ parsecs. Gigaparsecs, plural of gigaparsec. Gigapascal, a unit or pressure equal to 10⁹ pascals. Gigapascals, plural of gigapascal. Gigapasoid, a transgender person who passes extremely well. Gigapasoids, plural of gigapasoid. Gigafas, the first extended hiatus of Homestuck, beginning on October 16, 2013 and lasting exactly 1 year. Gigapex, so, a unit of graphic resolution equivalent to 10⁹ pixels. Gigapixels, plural of gigapixel. Gedikut, a municipality of Surigao del Norte, Philippines. Gigarad, a unit of radiation equal to 10⁹ rads. Gigarads, plural of gigarad. Gigatenacious, of or relating to the gigatenaceae. Gigascale. On a gigantic scale. Gigasale, a seal between a cell and a micropipette that has an electrical resistance in the order of a gigohm. Gigasales, plural of gigaseal. Gigasecond, and C unit of time equal to 10⁹ seconds. Symbol. GS. Gigaseconds, plural of gigasecond. Gigasporaceous, of or relating to the gigasporaceae. Gigasporalien, of or relating to the gigasporales. Gigaspori, any fungus of the family Gigasporaceae. Gigasporoids, plural of gigasporoid. Gigastasis, plural of gigastaceae. Gigastaceae, alternative form of gigastaceae. Gigastasis, plural of gigastaceae. Gedazda, a measure of the strength of an explosion or a bomb based on how many billion tons of TNT would be needed to produce the same energy. It derives unit for TNT equivalent. Gigaton, alternative spelling of gigaton. Gigatons, plural of gigaton. Gigatent, plural of gigaton. Gigatrend, a very major trend. Gigatrends, plural of gigatrend. Gigalt, 1,000,000,010 volts. Symbol, GV. Gigawatts, plural of gigavolt. Gigawatt, 1,000,000,010 watts, abbreviated as GW. Gigawatt hour, a unit of electrical energy equal to that done by 1 gigawatt acting for 1 hour, abbreviation GWH. Gigawatt hours, plural of gigawatt hour. Gigawatts, plural of gigawatt. Gigaword, a unit of storage or capacity equal to or 23 equals 1,073,741,824 words. It is given the giga prefix because of the relative proximity of this value to 10⁹. Gigawords, plural of gigaword. Gigaxonin, a particular cytoskeletal protein that contains Kelch sequences. Gigayacht, a very large luxury yacht, bigger than a megayacht. Gigayats, plural of gigaya. Gigayear, a billion years, 1,000,000,000 years. Gigayears, plural of gigayear. Jigbag, alternative form of gigback. Shagbags, plural of jigbag. Jidolera, a xylophone. Jidolaris, plural of Jidolera. Jiger, a surname. Jigeras, reminiscent of H. Jiger, born 1940, Swiss surrealist painter best known for nightmarish biomechanical imagery. Jiger, plural of Jigerium. Jigero, the gizzard of some birds. Jigers, plural of Jiger. The number or quantity that can be held by a gig rowboat or two-wheeled horse-drawn carriage. Gigolf, plural of gigful. Simple past and past participle of gig. Vidder, one who fishes by gigging. Yeders, plural of gigger. Vidde, obsolete spelling of gigot. Neyets, plural of giget. Vidde, gerund of gig in various senses. Vidde, to convey or move rapidly. Vidgide, simple past and past participle of gigot. Viding, present participle and gerund of gigot. Neyets, third person singular simple present indicative of gigot. Vidde, alternative form of giggity giggity. Sexual intercourse. Idol, to laugh gently in a playful, nervous, or affected manner. Giggle, berries, testicles. Giggle jus, a form of punch made from white wine, soda water, and grape juice, etc. Giggle stick, a cannabis cigarette. Giggle sticks, plural of giggle stick. Giggle suit, army fatigues. Giggle suits, plural of giggle suit. Giggle test, synonym of straight-faced test. Giggle water, an alcoholic drink. Giggle berries, alternative form of giggle berries. Giggle berries, alternative form of giggle berries. Diddle, simple past and past participle of giggle. Gigglethum, a state of giggling, laughter. Gigglefest, an event, film, etc. that causes plenty of giggling. Gigglefests, plural of gigglefest. Giggomat, a state of giggling, laughter. Giggomar, a smiling face. Giggomux, plural of giggomar. River, a person who giggles, or an inanimate object that can emanate laughter. Devlers, plural of giggler. Giggles, plural of giggle. Giggle shitter, a given name for a kitten. Giggle some. Characterized or marked by giggling. Yegalsek, a village and civil parish near Settle, North Yorkshire, England, previously in Craven District, OS Grid Ref SD 8164. Gigglesikian, a pupil or alumnus of Gigglesick School. Gigglesikians, plural of Gigglesikian. Comparative form of giggly, more giggly. Avius, superlative form of giggly, most giggly. Deva, pronunciation spelling of giggling. Buenas, the quality of being giggly. Giggling, present participle and gerund of giggle. Gigglingly, in a giggling way. Gigglings, plural of giggling. Yedlash, Yipli, Yipli, prone to giggling. Theta, 20 in Cumbian. Sheep counting. That's plural of gigot. Dev, asserting. Dave says plural of gigs. They said a nickname for the footballer Ryan Giggs. Jeddah, an island off the west coast of Kintyre, Argyll and Bute Council area, Scotland. The main settlement is Ardnish OS Grid Refs NR64, NR65. Yay gas, a building for keeping a gig horse-drawn carriage when not in use, carriage house. Yay gal is plural of gig house. Jevi, a female given name from French. Gigification, the process whereby stable, full-time jobs are replaced by freelance ones. Heda, inducing an intense emotion by being cute or charming. Grittingly thrilling. Hedos, plural of jijo. Jedvas, without a gag. Jedvas, alternative form of jiglot. Jedblets, plural of jiglet. Jedbly saw, a manual flexible wire saw used for surgical sawing of bones. Jedbly saws, plural of jiggly saw. Ghibli's operation, Simbizatomy. Debato, a silver coin established in 1303 by Charles Roman II of Anjou in Naples, and then also in Provence from 1330, and depicting on its reverse side a lily entwined around a cross. Gigliatos, plural of Gigliato. Ibati, a surname. Deblatis, plural of Gigliati. Jedlot, a strumpet, a wanton girl. Jaglots, plural of jiglot. Genman, one who operates a gig, a kind of carriage. Genmanism, synonym of jigmanity. Jigmanities, plural of jigmanity. Jigmanity, narrow concern about and pride in one's respectability, a petty sense of decorum. Shagman, plural of jigman. Jai, the National Gendarmerie Intervention Group of France French, Groupe d'Intervention de la Gendarmerie Nationale. JIDO, acronym of the integrity of the act is dependent on the integrity of the Geographies, plural of geography. Geography, a comprehensive list of the gigs played by a musical band or artist. Jegom, alternative form of gigom. Jagoms, plural of jigom. Jagalo, a man who has a sexual relationship with a woman from whom he receives payment, a prostitute. Jagalos, plural of gigolo. Zeta, a leg of lamb or mutton. Jigat sleeve, leg of mutton sleeve. Janet sleeves, plural of jigat sleeve. Yadat, plural of jigat. Iv, plural of gig. Jagster, a horse that pulls a gig, a two-wheeled carriage. Jagsters, plural of jigster. De, an Irish dance derived from the jig used in the partie de forme Baroque period. Jader, a surname. Jaders, plural of jeager. Javes, plural of G. Gigundo, bigger than gigantic. Gigandous, exceedingly or outrageously large, enormous. Jigurdu, a kind of ancient shrine or holy dwelling of disputed function associated with a ziggurat. Jainamas, plural of Jigunu. Gigwork, alternative form of gig work. Jibworker, alternative form of gig worker. Jid workers, plural of jig worker. Digworks, plural of gig work. John, a river issuing out of the Garden of Eden. Gi, present participle and gerund of gi. Yes, alternative spelling of pigs. Jajovan, a city in Bukhara region, Uzbekistan. Yadip, a non-human character, thing, or idea that has been turned into a human or humanoid in artwork, a humanization. Jeddah, a city on the coast of Asturias in northwestern Spain. Jaswait's sequence, a self-describing sequence where each term counts the maximum number of repeated blocks of numbers in the sequence immediately preceding that term. Chikayo, a language of Ghana. Vil, initialism of global interpreter lock. Vil, a diminutive of the male given name Gilbert. Ja, a 649-mile, 1,044 km tributary of the Colorado River which flows through New Mexico and Arizona in the United States. Gila County, one of 15 counties in Arizona, United States. County seat, Globe. Gila Monster, a venomous lizard, Halodermus suspectum, that lives in the deserts of the southwestern USA and northwestern Mexico. Gila Monsters, plural of Gila Monster. Gila River, a tributary of the Colorado River in New Mexico and Arizona, United States. Gila Trout, a salmoniid species Oncorhynchus gili, related to the rainbow trout, native to the southwestern United States. Gila Trouts, plural of Gila Trout. Gila Woodpecker, Melans europigialis, a medium-sized woodpecker of the desert regions of the southwestern United States and western Mexico. Yala, alternative form of Gilead region east of the Jordan River. Gilaki, a Caspian language spoken in the Jilan province of Iran. Jolakis, plural of Jolaki. Jolite, a monoclinic mineral containing copper, hydrogen, oxygen, and silicon. Joak, a province of Iran. Jolani, a surname. Jolanis, plural of Jolani. Gilardi, a surname from Italian. Gilardis, plural of Gilardi. Jas, plural of Gila. Gilwaxit, a surname from French. Gilwardie, a village and civil parish in the East Riding of Yorkshire, England, OS Grid Ref SC 8329. Gilbernine poison, the plant Gastrolobium rotundifolium. Gilbert, a male given name from the Germanic languages. Gilbert and Ellice Islands, a former British protectorate from 1892 to 1916 and colony from 1916 until 1976 in Oceania, part of the modern countries of Kiribati and Tuvalu. Gilbert Islands, a chain of islands and atolls forming the main part of Kiribati, historically part of the Gilbert and Ellice Islands. Gilbert's syndrome, a hereditary condition characterized by hyperbilirubinemia due to reduced activity of the enzyme glucuroniltransferase. Gilbertwitch, an amount of magnetomotive force expressed in Gilberts. Gilbertese, an Austronesian language spoken in Kiribati. Gilberthorpe, a surname from Norman. Gilberthorpes, plural of Gilberthorpe. Gilberti, a surname from Italian. Gilbertian, pertaining to or in the style of the dramatist and librettist W. As Gilbert, ludicrously comic. Gilbertianism, the ludicrously comic style of the dramatist and librettist W. As Gilbert. Gilbertine, a member of the Gilbertine Order, an English religious order founded around 1130 in Sempringham, Lincolnshire. Gilbertines, plural of Gilbertine. Gilbertese, plural of Gilbert. Gilbertite, a particular kind of muscovite. Gilberts, synonym of Gilbert Islands. Gilbertson, a surname originating as a patronymic. Gilbertsons, plural of Gilbertson. Gilby, a surname. Gilbys, plural of Gilby. Gilbo, a surname from French. Gilbos, plural of Gilbo. Gilboy, a surname from Irish. Gilboys. Plural of Gilboy. Gilbreth, a surname. Gilbreth's conjecture, a conjecture in number theory regarding the sequences generated by applying the forward difference operator to consecutive prime numbers and leaving the results unsigned, and then repeating this process on consecutive terms in the resulting sequence, and so forth. The first term in every such sequence appears to be 1. Gilbreths, plural of Gilbreth. Gilbreth, a surname. Gilbreths, plural of Gilbreth. Gilride, a surname. Gilrides, plural of Gilbride. Gilby, a surname. Gilchrist, a surname from Scottish Gaelic. Gilchrist County, one of 67 counties in Florida, United States. County seat, Trenton. Gilchrist's disease, synonym of blastomycosis. Gilchrist-Thomas process, synonym of basic process. Gilchrists, plural of Gilchrist. Gilcrease, a surname from Scottish Gaelic. Gilcreases, plural of Gilcrease. Vel, to cover with a thin layer of gold, to cover with gold leaf. Gild the lily, to embellish or improve something unnecessarily. Gild the pill, synonym of sugarcoat the pill. Gilda, a female given name. Gildable, capable of being gilded or covered with gold. Gildas, a male given name. Gilday, a surname. Gildays, plural of Gilday. Gildad, a surname from Irish. Gildas, plural of Gildia. Gilda, simple past and past participle of gild. Gilded Age, the period of United States history from the end of the Civil War to the end of the 19th century, a time marked by rapid economic expansion, a lack of government regulation, and rampant corruption. Gilded Cage, a place or, by extension, situation which is superficially attractive but nevertheless constraining, a comfortable but confined situation. Gilded Cages, plural of gilded cage. Gilded Chamber, the House of Lords. Gilded Flicker, Calops chrysoids, a large woodpecker of parts of the southwestern United States and northwestern Mexico, with yellow underwings. Gilded flickers, plural of gilded flicker. Gilded the lily. Simple past and past participle of gild the lily. Gilden, golden, made of gold. Gildens, third person singular simple present indicative of gilden. Gilder, a surname. Gilders, plural of gilder. Gildersleeve, a surname. Gildersleeves, plural of Gildersleeve. Gildersum, a village and civil parish in the city of Leeds, West Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SE 2429. Geldest, second person singular simple present indicative of guild. Gelda, third person singular simple present indicative of guild. Yodver, an unincorporated community and census designated place in Hill County, Montana, United States. Guildhall, dated form of Guildhall. Guildhalls, plural of Guildhall. Gilde, a surname. Yielding metal, a tough kind of brass from which artillery shells, as well as some jewelry, are made. Yielding metals, plural of gilding metal. Gilding the lily, present participle and gerund of gild the lily. Geldings, plural of gilding. Yolner, a surname. Yolners, plural of gildener. Gilden, a surname from Old English. Yuldonic, of or relating to Gildo, died 398, Roman Berber general in the province of Mauritania, Caesar Riensis. Gildens, plural of gilden. Geld, third person singular simple present indicative of guild. Gild the lily, third person singular simple present indicative of gild the lily. Jael, a surname. Iliac, a region east of the Jordan River. Gileadian, of, related to, or characteristic of the fictional theocratic dystopian nation of Gilead in Margaret Atwood's 1985 novel The Handmaid's Tale. Gileadians, plural of Gileadian. Gileadi, a native or inhabitant of ancient Gilead. Gileadite, plural of Gileadite. Gilno, a member of a certain subgroup of the Apaches. Gilnio, alternative form of Gilno. Gilnos, plural of Gilno. Gilnios, plural of Gilnio. Giles, a male given name from ancient Greek. Giles County, one of 95 counties in Tennessee, United States. County seat, Pulaski. Gileston, a small village in St. Athan Community, Vale of Glamorgan Borough, County Borough, Wales. OS Grid Ref SD 0167. Joet, a waistcoat worn by a man. Joet John, a yellow vest, a member of a French protest movement which started in 2018. Joet, plural of Gillet. Gillet's Johns, plural of Gillet John. Jalette, a commune of Alpes Maritimes Department, France. Delph, a putative grandmother or less commonly grandfather found sexually attractive. Yelfetch, a suburban area and ward in Bargood Community, Caerphilly Borough, County Borough, Wales. OS Grid Ref SD 1598. Gilfetch Gach, a village in Rhondda Cynon Taff Borough, County Borough, and Bridgen Borough, County Borough, Wales. OS Grid Ref SS 9880. 89. Yelfelan, a surname. Yelfelans. Plural of Gilfelan. Yelver, a surname. Yelford Island, an island of British Columbia, Canada, between the Tribune Channel and Knight Inlet. Yelfords, plural of Guildford. Yelfile, a surname from Irish. Yelfiles, plural of Guilfoyle. Yelf, plural of Gilf. Yelvai, a small concavity or depression between ridges where rainwater gathers. Yelvas, plural of Gilkai. Yelva, the site of Joshua's encampment before the siege of Jericho. Gilgamesh, a semi-legendary king of Uruk, who is the hero of the Babylonian poem epic of Gilgamesh. Gilgameshian, of or relating to Gilgamesh or the epic of Gilgamesh. Yelbaron, a small village in Distincton Parish, Copeland Borough, Cumbria, England. OS grid ref NY0323. Yelde, either of two small freshwater crayfish, Cherax quinquicarinetus and Cherax cressmanus, endemic to the southwest corner of Australia. Veldes, plural of Gilgi. Velde, the capital of Gilgit-Baltistan administrative region of Pakistan, situated near Karakoram Highway KKH. Gilgit-Baltistan, an administrative territory of Pakistan, part of Pakistani-administered Kashmir as well as the wider Kashmir region. Capital: Skardu. Yelva, reincarnation medium psychoses. Gilgulan, plural of Gilgal. Yelvoth, plural of Gilgal. Yoa, a surname originating as a patronymic. Delhuli, alternative form of Gilhuli. Delhuli, a surname from Irish. Delhulis, plural of Gilhuli. Hilde, any of the genus Gilia of Pulmonaeus flowering plants. Hilde, alternative form of Gilead. Gileax, plural of Gilead. Gilias, plural of Gilead. Yelgerson, a surname. Yelgersons, plural of Gilkerson. Vilks, a surname. Velti, a surname. Velties, plural of Gilki. Gelkison, a surname from Scottish Gaelic. Velkisons, plural of Gilkison. Velks, a surname. Velk, a Scottish and Northern English habitational surname from Old Norse for someone who lived near a gill. Gil Arch, Gil Arch. Gil Arches, plural of Gil Arch. Gil Baylor, the Scaphignathite. Gil Baylors, plural of Gil Baylor. Yo cover, an operculum, a series of bones found in bony fish that serves as a facial support structure and a protective covering for the gills. Gill covers, plural of gill cover. Gillnet, alternative form of gillnet. Gill nets, plural of gill net. Gill raker, a bony, finger-like projection of the gill arch filaments of fish used for food retention in some species. Gill rakers, plural of gill raker. Gill sans, an easy-to-read style of sans-serif typeface designed by Eric Gill. Gill slit, an individual opening to gills which lacks an operculum, characteristic of cartilaginous fish such as sharks. Gill slits, plural of gill slit. Gill trauma, The internal flesh of a mushroom gill. Gill traumas. Plural of gill trauma. Gills Green, a hamlet in Hawkhurst Parish, Tunbridge Wells District, Kent, England. Westgrid Ref TQ 7532. Gill Ale, ale flavored with ground ivy. Gill Ales, plural of gill ale. Gill go by the ground. Ground ivy. Gill over the ground. Ground ivy. Yoa, a surname originating as a patronymic. Yelaus, a town in Newfoundland, Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Yella, a surname. Yelland, a surname. Yellens, plural of Gilland. Yellens, plural of Gillen. Yellard, a surname transferred from the given name. Yellaru, Salmo stomachicus, a trout found in Ireland. Yellarus, plural of Gillaru. Yellaspy, a surname. Yellaspies, plural of Gillaspy. Yellaspy, a surname. Yellaspies, plural of Gillaspy. Velat, a surname originating as a patronymic. A surname. Joanne, a surname. Joannes, plural of Jillian. Vel, having. Gales, Gilliland, a surname. Gillilands, plural of Gilliland. Joan, a surname. Joans, plural of Gillen. Gillentine, a surname from German. Gillentines, plural of Gillentine. Gillenwaiter, a surname. Gillenwaiter, plural of Gillenwaiter. Giller, a surname. Yellers, plural of Giller. Yes, the oldest and principal participants in the Carnival of Binche in Belgium. Gilles de la Tourette syndrome, synonym of Tourette syndrome. Gillespien, of or relating to John Birks Dizzy Gillespie 1917-1993, American jazz musician. Gillespie, an unincorporated community in Maricopa County, Arizona, United States. Gillespie County, one of 254 counties in Texas, United States. County seat, Fredericksburg. Gillespie syndrome, a rare genetic disorder characterized by partial aniridia, ataxia, and often intellectual disability. Gillespie, a tetragonal ditrigonal dipyramidal red mineral containing barium, iron, oxygen, and silicon. Yoe, a surname originating as a patronymic. Yoetz, plural of Gillet. Yoe, a surname originating as a patronymic. Gillette, a surname variant of Gillette. Gillette, plural of Gillette. Gilly, a surname. Gillies, plural of Gilly. Gilla, a surname. Gilflirt, alternative form of Gilflirt. Gilflirts, plural of Gilflirt. Yelvard, a township in Wabasha County, Minnesota, United States. Yell. A surname originating as a patronymic. Gilm code, a zero-padded 12-bit binary code, a modified gray code, used to transmit uncorrected barometric altitude between an encoding altimeter or analog air data computer and a digital transponder. GIL-M interface, the device used to transmit GIL-M code. GIL-M interfaces, plural of GIL-M interface. GIL House, a shop where GIL the drink is sold. GIL Houses, plural of GIL House. Gilly Danda, alternative form of Gilly Danda. Gilly Danda, a game played in several Asian countries in which a large stick is used to hit a small oval-shaped piece of wood. It is played much like tipcat, baseball, and cricket. Gilliflower, alternative spelling of gilliflower. Gilliflowers, plural of gilliflower. Gilliam, a surname originating as a patronymic. Gilliam County, one of 36 counties in Oregon, United States. County seat, Kindon. Gilliam-esque, reminiscent of the works of Terry Gilliam, born 1940, American-born British animator and film director, characterized by surreal imaginative fantasy. Joanne, a female given name from Latin, medieval variant of Julian and Juliana, revived and quite popular in Britain in the mid-20th century. Yelland, plural of Jillian. Giller, a surname. Gillers, plural of Gillier. Gille, a surname originating as a patronymic. Gillibrand, a surname. Gille, a surname. Gillick competence, the capacity of a child to consent to medical treatment without parental permission or knowledge. Gillick competency, alternative form of Gillick competence. Gillicks, plural of Gillick. Gilly, a surname. Gilly, simple past and past participle of Gilly. Gillies, a surname. Gilliflower, alternative spelling of gilliflower. Gilliflowers, plural of gilliflower. Gilligan, a surname. Gilliganian, of war relating to Carol Gilligan, born 1936, American feminist, ethicist, and psychologist. Gillian, a surname. Gillians, plural of Gillihan. Gillikin, a surname. Gillikins, plural of Gillikin. Gillila, a surname. Yelloland, a surname. Yellowlands, plural of Gilliland. Yellowlands, plural of Gilliland. Gilla, a surname. Dilly, two villages in North Yorkshire, England. Gilling East, a village and civil parish served by Gilling East with Cotton, Colton and Grimston Parish Council in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Rydale District o Westgrid Ref SE 6177. Gillingham, a town in Medway Borough, Kent, England o Westgrid Ref TQ 775675. Gillinghams, plural of Gillingham. Gillans, plural of Gillan. Gillian, 1,000 million, proposed as an alternative to the now little used British milliard and the ambiguous in the UK US billion. Gillians, plural of Gillian. Gillies, a surname. Gillison, a surname. Gillison, plural of Gillison. Gillespie, a surname. Gillespies, plural of Gillespie. Gillis, a surname. Gillisis, plural of Gillis. Gilliver, a gilliflower. Gillivers. Plural of gilliver. Gilles, lacking gills. Yeoman, a surname. Yeomans, plural of Gilman. Yoler, a surname. Gilmore. A surname. Gilmores, plural of Gilmore. Gillet, a vertical net, often resting on the sea floor, which entangles fish in the netting, frequently by the gills. Gilmet, plural of gilnet. Gilneder, simple past and past participle of gilnet. Gilneder, one who fishes using a gilnet. Gilneders, plural of gilneder. Gilding, present participle and gerund of gilmet. Gilek, a surname. Gilex, plural of gilek. Gilliflower, alternative spelling of gilliflower. Gilliflowers, plural of gilliflower. Gillogwy, a surname from Irish. Gillogwys, plural of Gillogwy. Yellen, a surname. Yellens, plural of Gillen. Ilui, a surname from Irish. Giluis, plural of Gilui. Jalopy, dated form of jalopy. Yella, a surname. Yellat, a form of syncography. Yella, a surname. Originating as a patronymic. Yellow, a hamlet in Hentland Parish, South Herefordshire, England. OS Grid Refso 5325. Illow Heath, a northern suburb of Biddulph, Staffordshire Moorlands District, Staffordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 8858. Yellows, plural of Gillow. Yolraker, alternative form of Gil Raker. Gilrakers, plural of Gilraker. Gilray, a surname. Yel, plural of Gil. Yelsa, a surname. Dilshaw, a locality near Troutbeck, Eden District, Cumbria, England. OS Grid Ref NY 3726. Illiliite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing antimony, arsenic, sulfur, and thallium. Yellow, a surname originating as a patronymic. Gilly, a diminutive of the female given name Gillian. Gilliflower, alternative spelling of gilliflower. Gilliflowers, plural of gilliflower. Gilliard, a surname. Gilliards, plural of Gilliard. Yellow flower, clove pink. Yellow flowers, plural of gilliflower. Gele alu, a fictional bird said to nest on hillsides and to lay square eggs that will not roll downhill. Gilligalus, plural of gilligalu. Gilly, present participle and gerund of gilly. Gilly, plural of gilly. Gilma, a surname. Gilman, a agent. A lithium diordin alcaprate reagent R2-Cu-Li, where R is an alkyl or aryl. Gilmanian, of or relating to Charlotte Perkins Gilman 1860-1935, American sociologist, feminist, writer, and lecturer for social reform. Yilmarise, a greenish-blue mineral containing arsenic, copper, hydrogen, and oxygen. Gilmartin, a surname. Gilmartins, plural of Gilmartin. Giller, a surname. Gilmer County, a county of Georgia, United States. County seat, Ellijay, named after George Rockingham Gilmer. Gilmore, a Scottish surname from Scottish Gaelic. Gilm Orton, a village and civil parish in Harborough District, Leicestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 5787. Yower, a Scottish surname from Scottish Gaelic. Gilo, fruit of the scarlet eggplant Solanum aethiopicum. Gilor, a river in Gorge County, Romania. Gilos, plural of Gilo. Gili, a herbaceous vine of species Tinnispora cordifolia. Dilpatrick, a surname from Irish. Dilpatrex, plural of Gilpatrick. Gilpy, alternative form of Gilpy. Delpis, plural of Gilpy. Delphi, alternative form of Gilpy. Delpis, plural of Gilpy. Delba, a surname. Gilpin County, one of 64 counties in Colorado, United States. County seat, Central City. Gilpins, plural of Gilpin. Gilpy, a boy. Yo ravage, noisy riotous conduct. Yo ravage, simple past and past participle of Gilravage. Yo ravages, third person singular simple present indicative of Gilravage. Yo ravaging, present participle and gerund of Gilravage. Gilri, a surname. Gilreaths, plural of Gilreath. Ure, a city in Santa Clara County, California, United States. Gilru, a surname. Gilruths, plural of Gilruth. Del, plural of Jil. Gilstorf, a surname. Gilstorfs, plural of Gil. Store. Yes, alternative form of Grill's young salmon. Elsass, plural of Gills. Gilsland, a village in England in both city of Carlisle District, Cumbria, and Thirlwall Parish, Northumberland. OS Grid Ref NY 6366. Gelsa, a surname originating as a patronymic. Gelsonite, a form of asphalt from the Uinta Basin of Utah. Gelsonites, plural of Gilsonite. Velstrap, a surname from Old English. Velstraps, plural of Gilstrap. Vet, gold or other metal in a thin layer, gilding. Yield, silver, yielded silver, silver covered with a thin layer of gold. Gilt-edged, having gilded edges. Gilt-head, the gilt-head bream. Gilt-head bream, a fish found in the Mediterranean and along the Atlantic coasts of Europe. Sporus aurata. Gilt-head breams, plural of gilt-head bream. Gilt heads, plural of gilt head. Gilthbrook, a suburban village in Greasley Parish, Broxtowe Borough, Nottinghamshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 4845. Gilteritinib, a kinase inhibitor used as an anti-cancer drug. Yelthead, Symphotis melops, a coastal fish, the golden maid, conner or sea partridge. Yeltheads, plural of guilted. Guiltless, guiltless, not guilty. Giltner, a surname. Giltners, plural of Giltner. Viltra, a surname. Viltrax, plural of Giltra. That's plural of gilt. Giltwood, wood that has been gilded or painted gold. Gelotensin, a stimulant drug used for the treatment of hypotension. Yover, a color resulting from the mixing of gold and silver. Yower, a village in Monmouthshire, Wales, historically in Breconshire, OS Grid Ref So 2414. Gileax, plural of Gilead. Gilliard, a surname. Gilliards, plural of Gilliard. Gils and Rygen, a municipality of North Brabant, Netherlands. The mechanism through which flavor-changing neutral currents FCNCS are suppressed in loop diagrams. The alternative form of Kim Korean surname is surname from Korean, variant of Kim. Yemdae, an adjustable flange-bent iron rod that rises from the workbench of a lapidary and which is used as a guide for the vertical angle when cutting facets, and also to support the arm of the lapidary. Yemthags, plural of Gimpe. Yemaba, a barangay of Donsol, Sorsogon, Philippines. Yemo, a device for suspending something, such as a ship's compass, so that it will main level when its support is tapped. Gimbal lock. The loss of 1 degree of freedom in the three-dimensional rotational movement of a 3-gimbal mechanism, which occurs when the axes of 2 of the 3 gimbals are driven into a parallel configuration, so that the system's rotational movement becomes 2-dimensional and necessarily remains so until an appropriate force is applied, the equivalent situation in a simulation of rotational movement, when the mathematical model uses Euler angles representing pitch, yaw, and roll or their equivalent. Gimbal locks, plural of gimbal lock. Yembelt, simple past and past participle of gimbal. Yembeling, present participle and gerund of gimbal. Yimbald, simple past and past participle of gimbal. Gimbaling, present participle and gerund of gimbal. Gimbals, plural of gimbal. Gimda, alternative form of kimbap. Gimdaps, plural of gimbap. Yemwal, a surname. Gimbals, plural of gimbal. Gimbert, a surname from French. Gimberts, plural of Gimbert. Yemwal, to grin or smile. Yambol, simple past and past participle of gimbal. Yambols, third person singular simple present indicative of gimbal. Yimblet, archaic form of gimlet. Yimbolted, simple past and past participle of gimblet. Yimbolthang, present participle and gerund of gimblet. Yemblets, plural of gimblet. Yemblet, a surname. Yemble, present participle and gerund of gimbal. Yumboy, an incompetent person. Yembuds, plural of gimboy. Yembry, alternative spelling of Gembry. Yembris, plural of Gimbry. Yibti, alternative spelling of Kinshai. Yimsai, alternative form of Kimchai. Dimprak, showy but of poor quality, worthless. Dimprak, simple past and past participle of Gimcrack. Gimcrackeries, plural of Gimcrackery. Yimprackery, tastelessness. Yimprackiness, the quality of being Gimgaki. Vimkracking, present participle and gerund of Gimcrack. Vimcracks, plural of Gimcrack. Vimcracky, Vimcrack. Yellow, a Swiss commune. Yevels, plural of Gimel. Dimes, a surname. Dimeses, plural of Gymnas. Dimeryl, the compound 5-chloro-2,4-dihydroxypyridine used in the treatment of gastric cancer. Yemerai, the Cimmerians, ancient equestrian nomads of Indo-European origin. Dimlet, a small screw-tipped tool for boring holes. Yemletide, having a squint. Yemlede, simple past and past participle of Gimlet. Yemleting, present participle and gerund of Gimlet. Gimlet, plural of Gimlet. Yemlede, simple past and past participle of Gimlet. Yemleting, present participle and gerund of Gimlet. Yemleti, Gimletide, piercing, sharp-sided. Gimlet, a male given name. Yellow, joined parts in machinery, a pair or series of interlocked links. Yellows, plural of Gimel. Yemery, a crispy seaweed noodle roll in Korean cuisine. Yepme, Debia, right, an expression of impatience. Yemia 5, a request to receive a high five. Mimicap, synonym of trucker hat. Mimicaps, plural of gimme cap. Gimme 5, alternative form of gimme F5. Gimme hat, synonym of trucker hat. Gimme hats, plural of gimme hat. Gimme some skin, a request for the interlocutor to slap hands, fist bump, or perform a similar greeting ritual. Yimada, alternative form of jibsmadat. Yemadats, alternative form of jibsmadat. Yellow, alternative form of gimel. Devils, plural of gimel. Yeller, a ewe between 1 and 2 years old. Yeller, plural of gimmer. Yemis, plural of gammy. Ville, a trick or device used to attain some end. Yimmick account, an account dedicated to posting a specific niche of usually humorous content. Gimmick accounts, plural of gimmick account. Gimmick blar, synonym of gimmick account. Gimmick capacitor, a capacitor consisting of 2 insulated wires twined together. Gimmick capacitors, plural of gimmick capacitor. Gimmick, simple past and past participle of gimmick. Gimmickeries, plural of gimmickry. Gimmickery, alternative form of gimmickry. Yebedie, comparative form of gimmicky, more gimmicky. Gimmickiyes, superlative form of gimmicky, most gimmicky. Gimmickily, in a gimmicky manner. Gimmickiness, quality of being gimmicky. Gimmicky, present participle and gerund of gimmick. Gimmickless, free from gimmicks. Gimmickeries, plural of gimmickry. Gimmickry, gimmicks collectively. Gimmicks, plural of gimmick. Gimmicky, resembling or characteristic of a gimmick. Debit, misspelling of gimme. Dimo, a nickname for Chiang Kai-shek, the leader of the Kuomintang during World War Roman II and Cold War. Yomar, a chapel that is under the jurisdiction of a parish, typically in rural areas. The Inondes, extremely large, enormous. Yeman, plural of Gemon. The acronym of GNU Image Manipulation Program, a computer program capable of editing and manipulating digital images. The a narrow ornamental fabric or braid of silk, wool, or cotton, often stiffened with metallic wire or coarse cord running through it, used as trimming for dresses, curtains, furniture, etc. Also, gimp. Yimpan, an ace and a 9 as a starting hand. Yimpans, plural of gimp hand. Gimp nail, an embroiderer's small nail. Gimp nails, plural of gimp nail. Gimp suit, synonym of bondage suit. Gimp suits, plural of gimp suit. Det, simple past and past participle of gim. Derbe, comparative form of gimpy, more gimpy. Gimpiest, superlative form of gimpy, most gimpy. Gimpily, in a gimpy manner. Gimpiness, the state of being gimpy. Dibe, present participle and gerund of gim. Divish, synonym of gimpy. Gimpo, a city in Gyeonggi Province, South Korea. Varus, initialism of the Great Internet Mersenne Prime Search, a collaborative project using home computers to find large prime numbers. The plural of gim. Varus, plural of gim. Gimd, limping, lame, with crippled legs. Yemzalumab, a human monoclonal antibody under investigation for the treatment of rheumatoid arthritis. Yamsala, a surname. Gimsonian, of or pertaining to egg. Gimson 1917-1985. English phonetician. Yemsons, plural of Gimson. An ethnic Vietnamese in reference to those whose lands are in China. Gin and French, a cocktail of gin and dry vermouth. Gin and Frenches, plural of gin and French. Gin and Gospel Gazette, the morning advertiser newspaper. Gin and a simple cocktail, similar to an unsophisticated martini, made from gin and sweet vermouth.